Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we are tackling Matt Walsh's defense of the moon landing. Is it fallacious? How fallacious is it? We are running the new MINDSHOCK logical analysis system, developed over several dozen hours with input from all the astute MINDSHOCK listeners. So I will play. This is the intro with all of the rules for the metrics. After I play the intro, we will get into the actual analysis. As always, if you find the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting and informative, want to help support logic and reason in a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting them, just like and comment on more videos. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section, and we are rolling. This is the MINDSHOCK logical analysis, where debaters on any topic compete for Dunning-Kruger championships. The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias in which people with limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities. The Dunning-Kruger effect is usually measured by comparing self-assessment with objective performance. The initial study was published by David Dunning and Justin Kruger in 1999. It focused on logical reasoning, grammar, and social skills. Since then, other studies have been conducted across a wide range of tasks. They include skills from such fields as business, politics, medicine, driving, aviation, spatial memory, examinations in school, and literacy. The statistical model explains the empirical findings are a statistical effect in combination with the general tendency to think that one is better than average. In these Dunning-Kruger championships, this logical analysis will be scored across many metrics to measure who is the Dunning-Kruger champion, the height of confidence and ignorance. The scoring will be based on logical fallacies committed. Logical fallacies can be either illegitimate arguments or irrelevant points, and are often identified because they lack evidence that support their claim. There are many different types of logical fallacies. Some of the most common are the straw man logical fallacy, misrepresenting someone's argument to make it easier to attack. The bandwagon or appeal to popularity logical fallacy, appealing to popularity or the fact that many people do something as an attempted form of validation. Appeal to authority, using the opinion or position of an authority figure or institution of authority in place of an actual argument. Genetic logical fallacy, judging something good or bad on the basis of where it comes from or from whom it comes, instead of the merit of the statement or argument itself. Personal incredulity, saying that because one finds something difficult to understand, that therefore it's not true or lessens the likelihood of being true. Shifting the burden of proof logical fallacy, saying that the burden of proof lies not with the person making the claim, but with someone else to disprove. Ad hominem attacks, attacking your opponent's character or personal traits in an attempt to undermine their argument instead of focusing on the argument itself. False cause logical fallacies, presuming that a real or perceived relationship between things means that one is the cause of the other. Black and white or false dichotomy logical fallacy, where two alternative states are presented as the only possibilities, when in fact more possibilities can exist. Begging the question logical fallacy, a circular argument in which the conclusion is included in the premise. Anecdotal logical fallacies, using personal experience or an isolated example instead of a valid argument, especially to dismiss statistics. The tu quo quo logical fallacy, avoiding having to engage with criticism by turning it back on the accuser. The middle ground logical fallacy, saying that a compromise or middle point between two extremes is the truth. The truth is whatever it is, regardless of how extreme it is. The no true Scotsman logical fallacy, making what could be called an appeal to purity as a way to dismiss relevant criticisms or flaws of an argument. The special pleading or moving of the goalpost logical fallacy, moving the goalpost to create exceptions when a claim is shown to be false. Composition or division logical fallacy, or parts to a whole logical fallacy, assuming that what's true about one part of something has to be applied to all or other parts of it. Appeal to emotion, manipulating an emotional response in place of a valid or compelling argument. There are, of course, many more fallacies, but these are the basics. So the scoring is as follows. There is a baseline. The scoring on the baseline will be as follows. Standard garden variety fallacies from the master fallacy list will be counted each and every time a fallacy is performed. Every 25 fallacies committed adds 5 points to the baseline. Super fallacies can be achieved one of 3 ways. A single fallacy that is so incredibly silly it would be enough to make someone spit their drink out. Or a minimum of 3 simultaneous fallacies. For example, committing a straw man, false dichotomy, and circular reasoning fallacy with a single statement. Or 2 or more identical fallacies simultaneously stacked, like a double false premise. 10 to 19 stacked fallacies in a single statement activates a 10x multiplier, which will count as 10 super fallacies plus 100 regular fallacies. Every 10 will activate another 10x multiplier. Every super fallacy adds 5 points to the baseline. Fallacy combos. Rapid, uninterrupted streams of fallacies qualify for fallacy combo points. 3 to 9 fallacies in rapid succession qualify for 1 fallacy combo point. 10 to 19 back-to-back fallacies in a row activates the 10x multiplier. So a 10 to 19 fallacy combo will count for 10 fallacy combo points. 3 super fallacies in combination activates the 10x multiplier, with each additional super fallacy activating another 10x multiplier. 3 super dingers in combination activates a 100x multiplier, with each additional super dinger activating a 100x multiplier. Every 10 fallacy combo points result in 5 baseline points. Zingers. Zingers are quick, witty, or pointed remarks or retorts, demonstrating intellectual and comedic superiority. Every zinger subtracts 5 from the baseline. Dingers are the opposite of a zinger. It is a self-own, directing that at oneself. In order to qualify for a dinger, it would have to be something that would cause someone to spit their own drink out. A repetition of previous dingers is not counted as a new dinger unless repeated so many times it reaches the threshold once again for one to spit their drink out. Every dinger adds 5 to the baseline. Super dingers. Super fallacies are not necessarily dingers, and dingers are not necessarily super fallacies. But when both are committed simultaneously, this achieves a super dinger. The same repetition rule applies as for standard dingers. Every super dinger adds 10 to the baseline. The final score is tabulated based on a weighted average. The baseline score counts for 40%. The fallacy per minute rate, 40%. The FPM rate is calculated based on the total amount of fallacies committed throughout the entire duration of the debate. Super fallacies count for 10%. Regular fallacies, 5%. Fallacy combos, 5%. The weighted average determines the final score. Highest score wins.
All right, today was a long time coming. We're going to cancel moon landing deniers, those who subscribe to the theory that the moon landing was fake. I am finally addressing the subject on the show because I was provoked, and it's very easy to do, baited into this conversation over the weekend. I happened to mention on Twitter that I watched and very much enjoyed, for the second time, the movie First Man.
So we owe all of this to Matt Walsh watching the Hollywood film First Man. So this is the inaugural new system. We will be testing it out. Matt Walsh, right out of the gate, off to a good start with his circular reasoning, logical fallacies, possible false premise, and we will see what he will amass. Now, what I didn't say in the intro, there's two divisions. So there's the debate division, and this is the solo division. So this is the solo division since Matt Walsh is alone here. So obviously in the solo division, he might have a higher FPM than someone. How's that, Neil Williams? Is that better? So someone in the solo division will have might have a higher FPM, and being fair, they can't cross divisions because he has nobody else here to speak with. So obviously he's going to be talking a lot more than in a debate situation where there could potentially be 4, 5, 6, 10 people participating. Okay, so my experience with Matt Walsh, somewhat limited. I've seen little bits and pieces of this guy. He seems fairly logical, which is why I wanted to test run the system on him. But I'm not sure if this was the best test run, because we'll see. We'll see what happens. But this is the solo division. This is the very first solo logical analysis with the new system. So Matt Walsh, by default, will probably have to be crowned the champ, because there's no one else competing yet. Or we can actually hold off until one or two more people. I do a logical solo analysis on one or two more, and then we can see who is the Dunning-Kruger champion. So here he is defending, of course, the moon landing. He's already presupposed it's easy to debunk, prove wrong. He's already entered here with the goal of canceling so-called moon landing deniers. So he's not here to be objective. He's not here to be logical or neutral or scientific in any way. He's made that perfectly clear. His goal here, his agenda, is not the truth. It's to cancel. So it's also to shut down. Shut down people skeptically asking logical questions. All right, so let's continue here.
Which is actually, we watched it with the older kids who really liked it as well. The excellent biopic about Neil Armstrong star.
Biopic? So he's already presupposed it's already true and based on facts. We'll see if he can support it, but saying that without support is, of course, a logical fallacy.
Ryan Gosling. And I wasn't trying to start a fight, actually. I liked the movie, and I just wanted to say that. But this brought out the moon landing deniers, perhaps predictably, and I responded to one of them saying simply that I hate the moon landing conspiracy theory because it's not.
Oh, wow. He's already going to emotion? What does hate or love have to do with anything if you're discussing the truth? I mean, this is kind of weird because Matt Walsh supposedly, he's a self-proclaimed logical guy. His claim to fame, of course, is the documentary What is a Woman? So he can differentiate between the genders. But is that a low bar? In 2024, is that a low bar? Earthpond says, dude doesn't even know what a woman is. I mean, I didn't watch the documentary. I mean, did he not even know what a woman was? I kind of was getting the impression that he did know what a woman was, and that's why he made the documentary. But it's interesting, he's right out of the gate. He's coming out like some emotional woman. I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. I mean, people who can easily rebut something probably wouldn't even waste the emotions of hating something that if it's so easy to rebut and shut down, why would you even have the emotional investment to hate it? It's pretty weird.
Only baseless, but it also seeks to undermine the greatest achievement in American history. And that post got...
Wow, that's the first fallacy combo in MINDSHOCK logical analysis history. You rattled those off quick. Circular reasoning after circular reasoning. I mean, this guy is off to an impressive start here. Impressive start for Matt Walsh. 7 logical fallacies with a fallacy combo mere seconds after the opening. Wow. I think this is going to be a hilarious one. I hope everybody's sitting down for this. You should not be driving. You should not be walking on busy sidewalks. It might not be safe for this particular logical analysis. Just warning out there. Hopefully everybody is in a safe location. Because judging by the way he came out of the gate hard with circular reasoning, fallacies, false premises, endless presuppositions, I mean, this is going to be a doozy.
Hundreds of responses, and much to my chagrin, though should not have been to my surprise, the vast majority of the comments were from people who deny that the moon landing exists. In fact, I basically got ratioed on.
And so, of course, that's also shifting the burden of proof logic fallacy, because the burden of proof is on positive claims. The burden is not on people saying, oh, they didn't go. The burden is on those who claim they went. For example, if I say I went to Pluto yesterday, it's not up to you to disprove it. It's not up to you to try to GPS track my phone or find CCTV footage of my comings and goings or toll booth videos of me traveling in a car somewhere proving that I didn't go to Pluto. If I say, well, I have the telemetry data, I have thousands of reels, oh, oops, I lost them, but I had them at one point, you should believe anyway. And I brought this rock back from Pluto. It's a Pluto rock. Who cares that they tested it and it came back as petrified wood from Arizona? The burden of proof should be on those on those trying to prove I didn't go, right, Matt Walsh? I mean, the level of silliness here. I mean, Matt Walsh is kind of propped up as this intellectual by the Daily Wire. And to be fair, in the limited amount of interactions and clips I've seen of him, he does appear to be pretty logical. I haven't seen him humiliate himself in any way, let alone like this. Like this. I mean, this is pretty astounding for me. Because I would say, I don't even know if I'm 100% neutral, because everything I've seen on Matt Walsh up to this video was him coming off logical and positive and sound-minded. So I actually came into this with, I guess, I might have had a slight bias to him being a logical individual. I mean, of course, if he knows what a woman is, I mean, because a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't even know that. So he entered the equation already on the positive side for me. But he's quickly squandering, he's very quickly squandering any type of positive bias I may have had. Of course, I try to be as objective, logical, and neutral as possible, but like I said, everything I've seen thus far, he was pretty logical, pretty based, as they like to say. But it seems like all of that has now been completely squandered. I mean, he's coming out of the gate fast with fallacies. Will he end up being a contender for the solo Dunning-Kruger championship crown?
Twitter for saying that the moon landing happened. That's how bad things have gotten. Now,
again, presupposing that it's bad based on the presupposition in the House of Cards that it was already true. And not only that, but his own subjective opinion that it would be bad to be critical of something, even if it were true. How would that be bad? Because if they really did go, any scientific person would want people to be scientifically skeptical. Because if they really did go, they would welcome the opportunity to bring forth the evidence to prove so that nobody would doubt it. Because when you're proud of something and you did it for real, you don't hate people who want evidence. You'll be happy to provide overwhelming evidence so that they can share in your joy of a legitimate accomplishment. Is that what we're seeing here with the moon landing? Now, to be clear, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. I'm not claiming the landing did or didn't happen. This is just a logical, objective analysis on Matt Walsh's argumentation. How many fallacies is he committing? And how fast is he committing them? Because we have a lot of metrics now.
I'd like to think that my Twitter comments are not representative of the general public, but polling...
As if appeal to popularity is valid anyway. I mean, come on. Is Matt Walsh really this silly? I mean, this is insane. He thinks polling or popular opinion is representative of fact in any way. And if he doesn't, why is he bringing it up here? So again, if we're saying he is this high-level intellectual who's really smart, is he intentionally grasping at fallacies to try to deceive gullible people? Is that what's going on here? Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure.
Says otherwise. The most recent survey I've seen, conducted in 2019, found that only about 60% of the public strongly disagrees with the theory that the moon landing was fake. And that leaves about 40% who do not strongly disagree with the theory that the moon landing is fake. 5% strongly agree with the theory. Another 6 or 7% agree with it less strongly. And the rest are, at least to some degree, apparently open to the idea that the moon landing never happened and was all set up on a soundstage somewhere in Hollywood, I guess.
Presupposing, again, all these false dichotomy, fallacy, circular reasoning, as if it's fake, it could have only happened at a soundstage in Hollywood. As if it couldn't happen anywhere else. I mean, the level of goofery here, though, is that Matt Walsh, you could also say this is a misuse of statistics logical fallacy, as if being open to something is a bad thing, which he presupposed already, as that's how bad things have gotten. I mean, is this goof just this triggered? And if he is, you gotta give him credit, because he has a pretty poker face. Triggered, not triggered. Just from his face alone, I mean, he kind of looks ashamed here. I mean, is he just some kind of disinfo shill and he actually is ashamed to be peddling this? I mean, I don't know. I didn't intentionally pause on this frame, but he appears to be highly ashamed here. I mean, that's just the micro expression reading I'm getting. Is he really second guessing the fact that he might have taken so much money just to shill a conspiracy that he might think is valid, not valid, regardless of his own opinions on it? But the level of goofery on display, I mean, we're just out of the gate. He's already racked up 19 fallacies and a fallacy combo.
Now, the very first thing that you should ask yourself when evaluating any conspiracy theory, because there are plenty of conspiracy theories that have turned out to be true, right? That doesn't mean that they're all true, though.
And who would say they are? Appeal to extremes, logical fallacy. Like, isn't that obvious? Like, why would he actually say that? Like, that's the question. You know, saying something that's true could still be a logical fallacy. For people that are new to fallacies, first of all, just because he's committing a fallacy doesn't mean he's wrong. That's the fallacy. Also, you can make a completely true statement that is still logically fallacious if it's not in line with a valid argument of a point that he's trying to make. So, is this, I mean, I can't figure out here why he would even say that. Doesn't mean they're all true. Who thinks they're all true? And even if there are people that think that, whatever small minority that every single conspiracy ever is true, I mean, this blatant appeal to extremes, logical fallacy, I mean, it's kind of pathetic. Even for a non-intellectual, who would be that pathetic to actually say what he just said? I mean, this is insane. I mean, again, I don't know. That could possibly be a super fallacy. But again, for the people that are new and new system, we are going to be erring in favor of the individual here, of the so-called player vying for the Dunning-Kruger championship. So if something's on the fence, I'm not necessarily going to give it to him. That could possibly be a super fallacy, but I'm not counting it.
So reflexively dismissing every conspiracy theory is very low IQ. But reflexively believing all of them is also low IQ. And so we want to be critical thinkers, and we want to take them on a case-by-case basis, which I think most people do. So, looking at a conspiracy theory.
Really? Most people take conspiracies on a case-by-case basis? The average indoctrinated Dunning-Kruger goof coincidence theorist authority-worshipping cultist. I mean, these goofs don't evaluate conspiracies on a case-by-case basis. Who is going to actually evaluate? Like, let's say Bigfoot came down from a UFO and visited your mother last night. How many people are actually going to evaluate that? Or are they just going to write it off because it sounds silly? So, I mean, again, Matt Walsh here. I mean, I didn't know he was going to be vying this hard. I mean, this guy's a contender. I mean, we're just getting started, but I think Matt Walsh has firmly established that he's not here just, for no reason. I mean, he's here to win championships. I mean, this guy is serious. He's coming out hard, and he is serious, and it looks like he really wants his Dunning-Kruger championship.
Very first thing you should ask yourself is how many people would need to be involved for it to work? And if the answer is...
Oh, man, that's definitely a super fallacy. I mean... Yes, Rune Thorson. I mean, he's getting serious here. He didn't come to play around, man. This guy's serious. He wants his title, and he's making a good case. He's starting off making a good case. So, according to Matt Walsh, whether a conspiracy is true or not depends on how many people would have to be in on it. So, I mean, this level of gopher, because all of the successfully covered up conspiracies that we don't know about, we would have no idea how many people were in on it, not to mention a lot of people can support a conspiracy without knowing it, so they're not knowingly in on it, which theoretically could be millions of people. Because if most people, especially indoctrinated through government indoctrination facilities, they tend to just believe authorities, or in the military. You get an order from high command. If it's part of some kind of conspiracy or not, you have no clue. You're following the order. There are conspiracies we're just learning about from World War I and World War II that were successfully covered up. They were top secret. Nobody knew about them. So these hallucinatory, imaginary metrics that Matt Walsh is pathetically grasping for. I mean, again, if his goal here is to make the most ludicrous, fallacious defense of the moon landing, if his goal here is to create the most amount of moon landing skeptics possible, then we have to give this guy credit. I mean, he's succeeding quite well here. He's doing really well, if that's his goal.
Is that a relatively small number of high-level, powerful people would have to be involved? Then your theory at least has a chance of passing the initial smell test. But if the answer is that the conspiracy would necessitate the close cooperation and secrecy of thousands of people across multiple agencies and institutions, then you're going to have to meet a very, very high evidentiary bar to make your theory even slightly credible. The one thing we know about...
Again, I mean, this guy's rolling hard. This guy came out swinging hard. So, I mean, look at his face here. I mean, is this guy being serious? Is this guy being serious? He thinks it would have to be a multiple. Like, where is he pulling these false dichotomy fallacies out of? The conspiracy could only be true if there were multiple agency involvement, and there had to be few people. Based on what? Where are these hallucinations coming from? Like, what is the basis of anything? I mean, is he practicing like a stand-up routine? Yeah, Matt's getting high scores here. I mean, this is just the beginning. We're just getting started here. I mean, he's really going to put this new system to the test.
Human beings in general, and human beings in government especially, is that they are very bad at keeping secrets.
Wait, what? People in government are bad at keeping secrets? So people specifically hired in the high levels of CIA and the military, he thinks they're just going around telling everybody about their top secret operation? I mean, this clueless goof. I mean, he's spamming false dichotomies, circular reasoning, hasty generalization fallacies out the wazoo, hallucinating that all people are bad at keeping secrets. Even people specifically hired for clandestine espionage operation. Oh man! I mean, is Matt Walsh coming for Craig's crown? I mean, is he trying to pull a Craig here? I mean, is he seriously trying to go full retard? I mean, with a straight face? Look at his face! He's delivering this with a straight face. So he thinks that all top secret operatives, literally all spies, all military generals, the top levels of the CIA, NSA, they're all so horrible at keeping secrets? Is this guy just on a lot of drugs? Like, what's going on here? He thinks especially people in government can't keep secrets? I mean, what is wrong with this guy? I mean, we're just getting declassified documents now from 2-3 generations ago.
And the chance of the secret being kept drops exponentially as you add more people to it. We all understand this. I mean, you tell one person.
Wait, we all understand this? Again, is he hallucinating? Making this massive false equivalency logical fallacies about people gossiping around a about civilian goofs gossiping around a water cooler at the office or at lunch in high school? Is he equating that with military or espionage operatives who would literally die? They would literally die if they can't keep secrets. I mean, the level of goofery on display here. I mean, Matt Walsh is coming for the title hard. If anybody was doubting Matt Walsh's ability to compete for Dunning-Kruger championships, I think he shut a lot of people up here. For anyone doubting the goofery of Matt Walsh, I mean, we can doubt no more. We can doubt no more.
The secret, it's very hard to get them to keep it. Tell 10 people, and it's extremely difficult to get them to keep it. 1,000 is basically impossible. So, what about the fake moon landing?
I mean, again, is he talking about, him sitting around at lunchtime with his middle school buddies about who likes who in school? Is he equating that with people's literal jobs, not just NDAs, as Mr. DeWan pointed out? Forget about NDAs. CIA operatives, their life depends on them keeping secrets. All up through the chain of command. Same thing in the military. All the way up through the chain of command, their lives are depending on these secrets kept. And this goof is hallucinating that they have the same psychology. So these highly trained military personnel on salary, he's hallucinating they have the same psychology as him and his middle school buddies in the lunchroom, or some people gossiping around a water cooler. The level of gophery on display. Awesome Town Matt says, Matt Walsh is giving me tons of ideas for movies like What is an Idiot? Like I said, I hope nobody's driving while listening to this or even walking on a busy sidewalk. I mean, this logical analysis is definitely for someone in a safe, controlled space, because my sides are already hurting and we're just getting started. I was not expecting Matt Walsh to come out this hard. I mean, he's having like a Buster Douglas moment here.
Well, this would require the coordination and absolute secrecy of the astronauts who are on these fake missions, and also everybody at mission control. It would also have to either involve everybody at NASA or a portion of people at NASA. And
wow, what a genius. Where is he hallucinating? It would have to involve everybody. Like, is it also going to involve the janitor? The janitor who cleans the bathrooms at some kind of NASA office? It would have to involve him? Like, I mean, I don't understand. Like, is Matt Walsh just receiving so much money that he doesn't care that he's humiliating himself to this level? Or is he actually legitimately unaware? I mean, has he even watched his own video back yet? I know some people never watch their own videos. Some people have said that. They don't go back and watch it. I would love to see Matt Walsh not only have a camera on his face as you watch the playback of his own video, but this logical analysis. So according to Matt Walsh, this genius, this intellectual powerhouse, either everyone at NASA would have to be in on it, or a portion of people at NASA. I mean, what a genius. Who could have thought of that? I mean, it's either everybody or it's not everybody. Not to mention, where is he hallucinating that everybody in mission control would have to be on it? If they're watching a screen at Houston, how would they even know that it was fake? If the feed was coming either pre-recorded, or if they really did have some kind of live or delayed live feed from wherever they filmed it, if it's fake, why is he hallucinating that everybody at mission control would have to be in on it? Why would you have them in on it? That seems kind of risky. If the conspiracy is true, why would you have them all in it? It's just so bizarre. I mean, the level of gopher here. I mean, I would postulate Matt Walsh might have a mental disability, but I actually don't think he does. I don't think he does. He comes off so astute in these other topics. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's like a strange type of Asperger's, or I don't know. Maybe he's an idiot savant and he's just savant at so many other things that it's not noticeable. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is wild. This is wild. I mean, where are these hallucinations coming from, Matt Walsh?
Latter is even more incredible, because that would mean that the secret was being kept from a bunch of people at NASA by other people at NASA.
You mean like every secret ever kept in every agency or military unit? I mean, like, what? He thinks it's incredible for people on the top of the food chain to keep things from people on the bottom. I mean, this level of goof, I mean, this is really something else. I mean, that might have actually been a super dinger. I didn't count it, but he thinks that people in high levels of the command or the top of a food chain can't keep things from people in the bottom within the same company. I mean, has he never heard of any company ever? Particularly government. Government's everything's need to know. I mean, even the president actually doesn't even have the highest security clearances. I mean, there's above top secret clearances. I mean, there's all different types of clearances. I mean, does he even not know what a clearance is? So he doesn't know anything about the way the government works. He's a political commentator. I mean, this goof's a political commentator. And he doesn't understand chain of command? He doesn't understand clearance levels? I mean, forget the government. I mean, take even a small mom and pop shop. They're not going to tell the janitor if they have some kind of top secret sale going on. They're not going to tell the janitor their strategy, their online marketing strategies. I mean, even the salesman, they might not know that corporate is advertising on Facebook. They might not know about it. Why would they be told about it? They have a particular job. The people at the top of the food chain have a particular job. I can't believe I even had to go over that. That's what's so mind-shocking. The fact that Matt Walsh is this utterly clueless, not just about generic chain of commands, but clearance levels within government. This guy's a political commentator. Like, what is going on? I mean, is he acting? I mean, I don't know. No
matter what, that's a very dubious proposition. It goes beyond that. Of course, now...
It's a dubious proposition for people at the top level to not tell grunts what's going on. It's a dubious proposition for a CEO not to tell some random interns what their top secret development strategies are. That's a dubious proposition. What is he smoking? I mean, that I think is a super dinger. Maybe I'm being too nice to Matt Walsh here. I mean, it's a dubious proposition for some random grunt not to know the top secret operations that the generals are approving. I mean, that's Matt Walsh's argument here? Wow. I was not expecting this. You got to give Matt Walsh credit. I mean, he wants that title. He wants that title bad. He wants it bad.
Knowledge of this conspiracy would have to go up the ranks in government. Not everybody in the Pentagon and White House had to know, but some of them would have had to know. And
wait, based on what? I mean, if there was some kind of a conspiracy, so there, I mean, there's so many different theories here. Again, Matt Walsh is so utterly clueless. Obviously, he can't consider different theories. I mean, he's so committed to this false dichotomy, black and white logical fallacy of if there's a conspiracy, it has to only be this, or there's no conspiracy. I mean, what if whatever, a few guys didn't want to lose their job at NASA and they staged it without telling anybody in the White House? I mean, supposedly NASA engineers and physicists, they're really smart people. Would they not be able to fool the White House? According to Matt Walsh, the White House knows everything about everything. I mean, the level of goofery on display here. I mean, this is truly astonishing. I mean, I am mind shocked, even if this wasn't Matt Walsh. The fact that it's Matt Walsh, I mean, supposedly he's got the basics down, but maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, man, it's crazy. Neil Williams says, when I found out Santa was not real, I was like, everyone is in on it. I mean, that's an interesting parallel, yeah. Awesome Town Matt said, this Matt Walsh video may be the best evidence that logic goes out the window when you are emotionally connected to something. Or he's shilling. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to make the claim that Matt Walsh doesn't believe it was faked. I mean, who knows what's going on with the shillery here.
Already we have multiple governmental entities working together on this.
Wait, where is he hallucinating that from? Does the NSA work with the CIA and the FBI on every single operation? Like, where are these hallucinations coming from? I mean, these false dichotomy, circular reasoning, false premise, fallacy stacks are insane. I mean, he's already up to 57 fallacies, 3 super fallacies, and 7 fallacy combos, and we're just getting started.
And keeping the secret for decades.
Like any other secret kept for decades. Again, I mean, there's some really interesting documents coming out right now, like declassified operations from World War I, World War II that nobody ever knew about. They're really fascinating. Yeah, they were kept for decades, of course.
Without a single leak.
And again, false premise right there, Mr. Matt Walsh. So this clueless goof, he couldn't even go on Google for 2 seconds. For 2 seconds to find the so-called leaks and whistleblowers. So, for those that don't know, there was a confession. This is Project Slam Dunk. Actually, let me scratch that. That seems to have been highly censored from Google. You're going to have to use a non-Google search engine to find it. Because apparently you can't find it anymore on Google. So my bad, Matt Walsh. But didn't Matt Walsh himself, didn't he himself have these exposés on Google and Facebook censoring? So if he did, I mean, I don't get any of this. Because if he's claiming here that there's not a single whistleblower, and he does, like, it's my bad. It's not a Google search, because Google, you won't find this on Google. Huh. Let me get the link, though, because I do have it here. It's on the screen. Project Slam Dunk exposed. NASA insider confesses on deathbed. I filmed a fake moon landing in 1969. I think I might have touched upon this on the MINDSHOCK Apollo missions series, where we went over... Okay, yeah, these are going to be some censored websites, so you're going to have to go on an uncensored search engine to find this. Let me get this guy's name. Okay, so Gene Gilmore filmed a video in 2020. He died February 13th, 2022. He made arrangements for the video to be released upon his death. Coincidentally, the video was posted on September 11th, 2022. And so basically, he explains that his father gave him a deathbed confession of Project Slam Dunk, an enormous logistical project by select military personnel to create a movie set in the New Mexico desert at or near Cannon Air Force Base. Presuming this is a true account, his most important point of all was that President Johnson attended the first day of this event, obviously to get the point across about the provenance of this very high security top secret operation. Everyone there had been warned to never say anything about what went on, and that nearly every one of them abided by that until the end of their lives. Probably numerous others are no doubt still alive, still living in fear for speaking out. Gilmore's father apparently took it very seriously, and obviously so did the son, keeping the secret until his death and then allowing the video to be released. Gilmore supposedly was a sincere man, someone who detested brazen lies as much as his father did. Obviously, the son, whose possession of these mementos of his father, photos, military medals, and his MP badge, proves the lineage, and that imbues credibility to his testimony. The video describes the most pertinent points of his father's deathbed confession. So it states that the time of the event, June 1st through 3rd, 1968. So Lyndon B. Johnson Library and Mausoleum actually has Johnson's diary. That's curious. So, wow, okay. Johnson's numerous deceitful and treacherous acts and related cover-ups, it is no surprise that there is no mention of his trip to Cannon Air Force Base in Clovis, New Mexico on any of those days. According to Gilmore's story, as passed on to him by his father, LBJ appeared on the first day of filming. That was June 1st, where his diary indicates he spent the better part of the day driving various people around the ranch and nearby towns, including his daughter Lucy, whose search for a new roll of camera film took 3 stops at Johnson City stores before she purportedly found one. The contrast between such an inane entry, one of many, on that day compared to others, which generally described more notable events, such as those for the other 2 days, is to say the least notable. The diary entries for that Saturday, June 1st, mostly consist of arcane references to the exact times he spent driving on Main Ranch area, driving east on Ranch 1 through Rocky Creek. While the pedantry was a general pattern of entries made, especially during his time on the ranch, it was much more prominent on that day. Practically the entire day was purportedly spent just driving around the ranch and on various roads, meeting neighbors and friends, including Judge A.W. Moorsund, for lunch, a longtime friend and business partner who eventually terminated that association for reasons he never explained. However, the story being told now might have something to do with it. Lyndon's well-documented penchant for deception and cover-ups might explain those ambiguous entries. As cover for several hours, while he left the ranch on the Air Force Jetstar parked on the runway behind the ranch house, he apparently left for a 90-minute flight, 450 miles, to Cannon Air Force Base. So Johnson had a personal government-issued Jetstar. He would not bother to spend very many hours there, just enough to make the point. Altogether, it would not require more than an hour or so for his appearance there, for perhaps 3 hours of flight time round trip, for a total of 4 to 5 hours minimum. The diary's mention of the dinner guests that evening included his Hollywood friends, Arthur Krim, Ed Weisel, Lou Wasserman, and special guests Gregory Peck and Henry Ford II. So keep in mind, this is his diary entry. This isn't part of the whistleblower video. So this is his own admission in his diary. Possibly actually occurred would have been unaffected by Johnson's possible presence between, say, 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. So close that they had become, with Johnson, Krim, and Wasserman, probably knew all about his trip, possibly even acted as facilitators to recruit Stanley Kubrick into the global scam back in 64 or 65, which is undoubtedly when Project Slam Dunk itself began, the building of the huge hangars which were described in the video as a movie set, obviously had to have started about the same time. Lyndon B. Johnson's presence at Cannon Air Force Base was not essential, of course, at least in the sense of supervising, micromanaging such an operation. His purpose in making such a midday trip would have been merely to be seen and heard by all the screen participants to signal the need for absolute secrecy, ensuring that such a brazen fraud would never be exposed. He probably did not need to personally elaborate on the severity of penalties that would be dealt to any whistleblowers, although doing so was certainly within his nature. Other Air Force brass would have already explained the nuances of the penalties to be exacted for anyone with loose lips. And given the inability to empathize with others or tell truths about anything, he would not concern himself about his orders to be kept silent, and outrageous actions ruined many lives throughout the force of government edict to keep such a major fraud pinned up forever. A sidebar: how military secret orders are delivered. Given the circumstances, it is fair to presume that the warnings were probably delivered along the lines of what Admiral Isaac Kidd, 2 or 3 days after the attack, told the USS Liberty survivors. In groups of 4 or 5 by rank, in low and sincere tones, he stated that he was just one of the guys, while taking off the 2 pairs of stars, both collars, and throwing them into a tin bowl to get their attention. After each surviving sailor or officer, many of whom were very seriously injured and on a hospital ship, also including sailors from other ships who saw the damage firsthand, explained in detail what he had experienced, Kidd returned back to the bowl to collect the stars and return them to the well-worn pinholes on his collar. It was at this point that his tone dramatically changed, suddenly, as he began delivering the following words in terse, passionate, and emphatic staccato-style delivery. Okay, fellas, I'm an admiral again, and I want each and every one of you to understand something. We're talking about national security here, not your personal feelings, not what you did or did not do. I could really give an expletive about any of that. You listen to me once, because this is the only time you're ever going to hear it. You are never to repeat what you just told me to anyone, not your mother, your father, your wife, anyone, including your shipmates. You are not to discuss this with anyone, and especially not with the media, or you will end up in prison or worse. So this is what Rear Admiral Isaac Kidd Jr. told to the USS Liberty survivors. So again, Matt Walsh just utterly clueless about how anything works in government or clearance levels or anything shielded under the guise of national security. And so I guess he doesn't know about this guy. Again, I mean, why not do some basic research? Why not do some basic research? It is kind of tough, though, to find even these accounts. But him hallucinating that there are 0 accounts, obviously there are some. Awesome Town Matt said, the irony is Walsh most likely told his researchers to Google responses to Moon and they just brought the script up. Dr. Jimmy Gold II. Hey, Bruce, are we going to get an Oklahoma City bombing series? It's difficult to find a comprehensive breakdown of the theories and assumptions behind the event. Yes, I've actually been working I've been working on the Oklahoma City bombing for actually a few years now, so you can imagine how comprehensive that podcast will be. All right, let's continue here.
But it's not contained just to government. If this was filmed on a sound stage, then the film crew, sound engineers, the guys who built the props, the studio or company that owned whatever sound stage they used, and so on, all these people would either have to be in on it or would have to be involved without knowing that they're in on it, which is even less likely. So,
wait, what? How is that less likely? Would it be more likely? Okay, hold on a second. So now he's hallucinating that nobody in NASA, so NASA somehow magically, they don't have any camera operators. They don't have anybody that can make props. They don't have anybody that could run a sound stage, even though you could actually see their own, I don't know if they would call it a sound stage, in their testing and prep work. I mean, they're in warehouses, they're filming their tests, yet somehow magically they have to go to an outside Hollywood company? I mean, what level of goofery is this? I mean, it's almost like Matt Walsh was intentionally trying to find the dumbest arguments possible. I mean, is it possible to think of something dumber than this? I mean, this is insane. I mean, this is absolutely insane.
now we have multiple government agencies and
Wait, how do we have multiple government agencies? wait. His house of cards is getting out of control.
dozens, if not hundreds of bureaucrats all working together seamlessly.
Wait, and where are all the bureaucrats coming from? If one or two guys made a decision at the top of the command and then other people executed, there's no hundreds of and dozens of bureaucrats. Where are these hallucinations coming from? What? I mean, his false premise and circular reasoning and false dichotomy stacks are getting out of control here. I mean, this guy's almost at 100 fallacies, and we're just a few minutes in.
Alongside multiple civilians, some of whom work in the film industry.
Wait, what? Why would civilians in the film industry have to be involved? So all the guys filming the NASA, the moon landing tests in their warehouses and all that, is he under the impression they had to hire Hollywood people to film their own tests of testing the equipment to go to the moon? I mean, this is wild. This is absolutely wild. I really didn't know that Matt Walsh, like, even if Matt Walsh understands the level that he's humiliating himself, I mean, who would have thought that he'd be willing to stoop to this level of goofery? I mean, I mean, it's almost like he's trying to go full retard here. I don't get it. I mean, these are the arguments he's using? That if it was faked, they had to hire Hollywood people? I mean, maybe they hired Kubrick. Why would they hire random civilians? I mean, what is he smoking?
These are the two gossipy, least tight-lipped worlds in existence, Hollywood and government.
What? So maybe Hollywood, but not really, because out of all the Hollywood satanic abuse going on, how much of it was really leaked decades ago? It actually was covered up half decent. I mean, people knew it was going on. I mean, just look at the whole, what's his name? No, I totally blanked on that scumbag's name. Oh, Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein. There were people who were actually shocked at that, especially people outside of Hollywood. I mean, was Weinstein specifically named? I mean, before the whistle was so-called blown on him a few years ago, did the average person on the street know about that going on in Hollywood? I mean, there were whispers and rumors, but there are certain things that are covered up. Now, this goof is hallucinating that government is the most gossipy. And again, this is also a false dichotomy, hasty generalization, because he's hallucinating all government employees are the same. There's a huge difference with the top command in government, with the highest levels of the NSA, the CIA, the FBI. I mean, there's a difference between the people at the top and random workers at the bottom level who don't have any clearances and don't even have access to the information. Because there are obvious tests that people go through before they get these promotions, especially with psychological operations. They don't just put anybody at the top. Obviously, these are specifically hand-picked people. Keeping secrets is their job. This is what they do. All these leaks are either from people coming from the bottom or people hacking systems. They're not coming from gossip. From the NSA director himself is not standing around the water cooler telling all of the interns about their top secret NSA operations. A lot of people don't even know that the NSA exists. I mean, that's the level of goofery Matt Walsh is propagating here. I mean, this is insane. This is absolutely insane. I didn't think that he would be coming for the Dunning-Kruger title this hard. At this rate, I mean, we might as well crown Matt Walsh the solo Dunning-Kruger champ right now.
And yet, after 6 decades, nobody in either world has ever breathed a single word about this.
So, first of all, we have multiple people breathing a word about this. And then also, depending on what you believe, Stanley Kubrick making The Shining, would that classify as breathing a word about it by leaving so much symbolism? Now, maybe he was just screwing around. Maybe he was. But if he wasn't, that would classify as breathing a word. I mean, the guy turned into an absolute recluse after in the years after. So, I mean, could have been for another reason, obviously. But to hallucinate that nobody is breathing a word of it when there are literal deathbed confessions. Now, I'm not claiming the confessions are real in any way. I'm just pointing out the complete goofery. I mean, look at Matt Walsh's face here. I mean, he's coming for that Dunning-Kruger crown. I mean, he's coming. He's coming, he wants it, and he's probably going to get it.
Ever. But it's even more fantastical than that. You may be aware that the moon landing occurred, or was fake supposedly, in the middle of the Cold War. And that's largely why it was faked, according to the theory. But the Soviets...
According to which theory? I mean, there's so many different theories. Again, he's hallucinating. There's only one theory. I mean, that's the level of silliness we're dealing with here.
We're monitoring our space program just as closely as we were monitoring theirs.
Wait, he has all the high-level clearances to know exactly how closely the allegedly competing space programs were monitoring each other? Like, how would he know, like, the CIA is monitoring the KGB is monitoring the CIA, whatever, but why is he hallucinating to know the exact level of closeness of monitoring? I mean, even the highest people in there wouldn't necessarily know, because how would you compare unless you had all the top-level clearances on both sides? But apparently, I mean, I don't know. This guy's going full retard. It's kind of crazy. It's wild. I was not expecting this.
Inconceivable that we could have planned, set up, and executed a fake moon landing and pulled this ruse over on the public without the Soviets being fully aware of what we'd done. And yet, they never accused us of faking the landing.
Well, I mean, all these false dichotomies. First of all, how does he know they weren't aware? And what connection is there of making a public accusation, even if they were aware? I mean, this guy's a political commentator. I mean, is he that absolutely clueless? He thinks every government blows the whistle on every action of every other government, even if they know about it? What? I mean, that would have probably been a super dinger, too. I think I'm being way too nice to Matt Walsh. I think I'm just being way too nice to this guy. But, of course, Russians did claim that the landing was faked. Again, just Matt Walsh, apparently, and this is definitely on Google. You don't need to go to the uncensored search engines for this.
The Soviet Union never denied the legitimacy of the landing one time.
Multiple times.
In fact, at this point, there are over 70 space agencies around the globe. Many of them have their own satellites, their own probes and telescopes and so on. If the most famous space-related achievement in history was completely fake, then it would seem nearly certain that at least some of the people and at least some of those other global space agencies would know it, or at least suspect it.
And how does he know they don't? Like, Where's this hallucination that everybody who knows or suspects something has to go public with it? I mean, the level of goofery here. The level of goofery on display here. I mean, I don't know. Matt Walsh is coming for that title. I don't think he can be stopped. I mean, look at his pace here. His pace is impressive. I mean, he's cleared 100 fallacies. He's hit 3 fallacies with 12 fallacy combos. I mean, this guy's coming for the title hard. I don't know if he can be denied. I mean, his willpower to grasp that Dunning-Kruger title, I mean, his willpower here is just something to behold. I mean, the stream of fallacies here. I mean, again, it's like you have multiple churches in different countries, right? Are they all blowing the whistle on abusive priests? Of course not. Makes them look bad. So people in the so-called, if this is all a conspiracy and so-called space agencies are just grifts, why would they blow the whistle on their fellow grifters? I mean, the level of gophery coming from Matt Walsh, I mean, it's absolutely insane. It's like him expecting mafias to blow the whistle on each other. Why would they do that if it threatens their own grift, if it threatens their money train? It's just absolutely bizarre. Not to mention if there are string pullers above, if there is some kind of Illuminati, some kind of the Vatican, whatever, that are controlling these people in this government, and part of the scam is to fake the missions. Obviously, they wouldn't have their own people blow the whistle on each other. I mean, the fact that Matt Walsh can't even grasp this basic concept, I'm not saying it's true, but the fact that he can't even grasp the concept tells you all you need to know about Matt Walsh here, at least on this subject.
Yet no accusations have ever been made by anybody who would be in a position to actually know anything about this, which means either that many dozens or hundreds of conspirators in NASA, the White House, the Pentagon, and Hollywood were so brilliant and devious that they tricked even the Soviet spies who were monitoring them, along with every other global space agency, or these other agencies are in on it, which brings the conspiracy to thousands of people across dozens of countries and 6 decades. Now, this is all complicated by the fact that, according to the conspiracy theorists, the plot actually wasn't well executed at all. According to them, NASA did a shoddy job of pulling it off, made a number of extremely obvious mistakes. Mistakes that were so boneheaded that a bunch of people on Twitter can easily spot them just by a cursory glance at the photos.
Well, I mean, it's not that hard to see a wire pulling up an astronaut in an alleged video. I mean, look at this guy's face. Does he even believe what he's saying? I mean, who thinks he actually believes what he's saying? Or is he just reading from a script? He couldn't care less if his handlers are correct about what's in the script. I mean, look at this guy's face. I mean, what does he believe what he's saying? He just hallucinated they would have to include all these people, which 1, obviously it didn't. 2, even if it did, if they're all peddling the same grift, obviously not going to blow the whistle on each other. Like, what is going on? Does he actually think this is a good defense? I mean, this is possibly worse than Neil deGrasse Tyson's defense of the moon landing.
So this was a brilliant scheme pulled off by the most powerful entities in human history that anyone on Twitter...
Wait. He thinks that NASA, a couple people at NASA are the most powerful entities in human history? What? He thinks they're more powerful than Roman emperors, Genghis Khan, all these random kings and queens. I mean, heck, even random generals have more power than a couple of guys at NASA. Wait, is Matt Walsh actually serious here? He thinks a couple of so-called scientists, a couple of eggheads at NASA are the most powerful humans in history? How does he say that with a straight face? I mean, maybe he's struggling here. I don't know. Look at his face. It looks like maybe we're seeing the first sign of struggle of him trying to get this out with a straight face. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. This is bonkers.
Could look at the photo for 5 seconds and go, that was fake. Yep, totally fake. Now we'll get to those alleged mistakes.
again, with the shifting burden of proof fallacy. You could look at a bunch of Bigfoot photos. Oh, that's fake. Totally fake. You could. Maybe it's fake, maybe it's not, but obviously that has nothing to do with validity. I mean, this goof, it's like he's allergic to logic here. It's weird. Well, it's not just about NASA. Like, just think about the argumentation here. He hallucinates it's impossible to see that to call something fake from a photo. Now, the photo looks fake. Maybe it's not fake, but random people on Twitter, that includes PhDs, that includes photographers, that includes engineers, it includes everybody. I mean, and again, without falling for this credentials fallacy, it doesn't really matter, or genetics logical fallacy, it doesn't matter who it is. And again, he's spinning this all through the shifting the burden of proof logical fallacy, as if the burden is on the people to prove that it's fake.
Moment, but you see the problem here, I hope. In order for this theory to work, the conspiracy would need to be the most brilliant and well-coordinated and devious hoax of all time, and also the dumbest and clumsiest and most obvious. It would need to be both of those things simultaneously, which it can't be. And all of this means that before we even look at the supposed evidence, we already have a fake moon landing that is far more complicated and difficult and implausible than actually just landing on the moon. Hadouken! We have...
That was impressive. That was impressive. Wow. He just strung together some of the most fallacious arguments ever even attempted on any topic in history ever. That's like saying a serial killer who got away. That's a super dinger, baby. That's like saying any serial killer who's really, really smart, but he made stupid mistakes, therefore he really didn't kill all those people, and he really wasn't caught, even though he was. What? I mean, the level of goofery here. Obviously, it wouldn't simultaneously have to be both, although there are obvious holes. And what he doesn't consider, it's kind of like, again, the serial killer calling the police station, or the serial killer who wants to get caught. They could be intentionally making mistakes because they want to get caught. Or if this illuminated... Yes, Craig came out there with a toasty. For people watching the screen. I hope you guys are not just listening but watching, because I do have some cool graphics here. Awesome Town Matt said, Walsh is going to give you carpal tunnel. And trying to keep track with the fallacies, yes. I mean, Walsh, he's coming for the title hard. He's coming hard. I mean, you gotta admire the gumption. You gotta admire the tenacity of Matt Walsh's fallacy spewing. I mean, he's coming for that Dunning-Kruger crown hard. He's coming hard. I don't know if he can be denied here. I mean, he's on such a roll. I mean, he's pulling out the most fallacious arguments ever attempted. I mean, this is incredible. So again, obviously, if there is a revelation of the method or whatever, or just powers that be screwing around and leaving these Easter eggs on how obviously dumb anybody who believes this would be, or what Walsh, again, I don't know how clueless Walsh is, but there weren't people with high definition computers able to do frame by frame analysis when the moon landing was aired on television in the 60s, where, again, a lot of people didn't even have color TV back then. A lot of people were still on black and white. So, and very low res, fuzzy image on the screen. So obviously it's a lot harder to tell anything in those fuzzy images. And this goof is hallucinating. He's equating that as if now maybe the powers that be did foresee that everybody would be frame by framing high-res, high-def footage and exposing it, and they don't care. They seem to not care in the case of, again, 9/11 or whatever. There's some very, paper passports surviving what fireproof steel couldn't survive. But, I mean, it could be on purpose or not. That doesn't mean it wasn't fake. But he's so utterly clueless. I mean, just look at his face. He's so utterly clueless, he can't even fathom the possibility that there's multiple different reasons for any of this, even if it was fake.
An alternative theory that is by far and away more convoluted and far-fetched than the official narrative that it seeks to debunk. So Occam, with his razor, is spinning in his grave right now. So
Really? Another miss. Is anybody surprised he doesn't understand Occam's razor? Occam's razor only applies when there are two equal explanations for something. They're never equal. Even according to Matt Walsh, they aren't equal, because he thinks the side that's claiming that it's a hoax has nothing, and the actual explanation has everything. So already it's not an equal explanation, even according to Matt Walsh. So he thinks Occam is spinning in his grave while not even understanding Occam's razor. No surprise here. Yes, kill the bank. He must have watched Craig and said, "Hold my beer." Well, to be fair, he's still not going 10 stacks. He hasn't stacked more than, I think, 3 or 4 fallacies in a single statement.
what is the evidence that can overcome this enormous logical deficit?
The logical deficit is that he doesn't understand what shifting the burden of proof fallacy is. I mean, just look at his face. He doesn't seem to understand anything. I mean, just look at this guy's mug. Is there anything that he does understand when it comes to the moon landing? Or is he just that invested that his logic switch got so completely turned off?
Proof is there that the moon landing was fake. Well, let's take a look at the 3 big pieces of evidence that the deniers offer, and that have been all over my mentions on Twitter all weekend long. So first, moon landing deniers point to what they consider to be anomalies in the photographs taken on the moon. And they point out how you can't see any stars in the sky, right? And you should be able to, because they were in space. They say that the shadows are coming in at weird angles rather than straight and parallel, as they should be if all the shadows are cast by a single light source, which would be the sun. They point to the picture of the American flag appearing to wave as it stands planted in the lunar surface. They say that this makes no sense because there wouldn't have been any wind on the moon to cause the flag to wave. And finally, they say that footage of the lunar module taking off from the moon's surface is clearly fake because there wouldn't have been any cameraman left behind to take the footage. Now, of course, all of these points are very easily explained. The flag was not waving. There was a horizontal bar at the top of the flag. So there's the flag pole and then a horizontal bar with the flag unfurling underneath it. And
that's actually the first legitimate point he's made. I mean, look at his face. Is he accidentally making a legit point? Yeah, that was a good point, because there is a bar. Now, some of the footage still could be anomalous based on how long it was after they let go of it. But again, he's cherry picking these points while ignoring all of the, obviously, the mountain of evidence of fakery.
You can see this in the picture if you look at it. The stars aren't visible in the sky because they landed during the lunar daytime.
Again, circular reasoning fallacy, presupposing that they are already landing instead of providing proof of the landing. And with the star situation, this isn't that hard. First of all, some of the astronauts said that you could see the stars. Some of them said that you couldn't. So that's kind of weird. They didn't get their story straight. So again, I'm not claiming they did or didn't go, but it is kind of weird. You would think that they would be on the same page because you'd see them. Now, if the surface of the moon is that bright, though, and you would need to adjust for exposure so much, I mean, how would you see once you adjust for exposure? Like, you could actually do this if you take a flashlight or a glowing orb or some kind of lamp, and you put something on the lamp, you won't, like a tiny little figurine or whatever representing an astronaut, you won't be able to see the astronaut once you adjust the exposure level that you need to. So there's massive inconsistency here regarding on how bright the surface should be and what that means for everything else, not just the stars. But of course, he won't be talking about any of that.
Moon does have day and nighttime. You might not have known that. It does. And that's when the sun's light reflects brightly off the surface, making it so that you can't see the stars in the photo. And as for the shadows, there is absolutely nothing strange about the fact that they come in at different angles. Go outside on a sunny day and take a picture, and you will see exactly the same phenomena. The uneven surface, the angle of the lens, the perspective from where you take the picture, all will cause the shadows to appear that way. Again, anyone could go outside right at this very moment and confirm this point yourself. And how did they get the footage of the lunar module taking off? Well, that footage is from Apollo 17, not Apollo 11. They left behind a camera that was controlled remotely from Earth, and the reason why we didn't get that footage until Apollo 17.
Is there any evidence of that, the so-called remote control working across that vast distance? Because, I mean, what kind of a radio transmission tower would you have to build? I mean, there's one engineer that claimed it would be taller than the tallest skyscraper on Earth in order to transmit the signal. Again, I'm not saying he's wrong or right, but I mean, where's the evidence of the transmission?
Because they tried it on 2 or 3 other moon missions and it didn't work because it's sort of difficult to pull off a remote-controlled selfie on the moon. These are the easy, common sense, accurate explanations for what you see in the photographs. And these explanations make significantly more sense than the alternative theory. Okay, if they were going to go through all this trouble to fake the pictures, why would they neglect to add stars to the sky? Like, wouldn't that be the first thing you do if you were faking a picture?
Wait, first of all, okay, if the goal, because we're talking about 1960s here, so who's going to have a high-resolution display? Would you even see the stars, even if they were visible in high def? Would they be visible on some old black and white fuzzy TV box? I mean, I don't know, maybe. Maybe they would be, I don't know. But think about the manpower and the man-hours it would take to artificially add the stars. So he's thinking that if it was fake, they definitely would have put in the time instead of thinking, oh, people are stupid. They're either not going to know about it, or they could just say, oh, it was an exposure setting and not have to deal with countless thousands or tens of thousands of hours required to edit in the stars. I mean, this isn't rocket science, Matt Walsh. I mean, look at his face. He can't seem to grasp anything regarding the subject of the moon landing. Other things, maybe. When it comes to, I don't know, where is he on the climate grift? It seems he understands the climate grift, right? So he can apply logic there, but he just can't apply even 1% of the logic that he applies in other areas. He can't apply it to the moon landings.
Of outer space? Why would they pretend the moon has wind? Like the moon land.
That's a dinger. That's a dinger. He thinks. So he's making the false equivalency straw man that, like, if they're filming this in the desert somewhere, or at Devon Island, or in Antarctica, whatever, he thinks that instead of it being a mistake that there was wind and they would hope nobody would notice in the fuzzy black and white transmission, that they intentionally made the flag look like it was rustling in the wind. I mean, the level of gophery here. I mean, the level of gophery.
Deniers are the ones who bring up these supposed anomalies in the photos, except that their theory makes less sense of the anomalies than the story they're trying to refute.
But he doesn't even know what their theory is. Because you gotta understand their theory first, Matt Walsh, which he clearly doesn't, which he just proved.
Because the anomalies are not anomalies. They are very easily explained, and there is nothing mysterious or strange about them. Grand Canyon University is an affordable, private Christian university based in Phoenix, Arizona. They're dedicated to making education fit into your busy schedule, which is why they offer 270 of their academic programs online. From scholarships to academic support, GCU's graduation team provides you with the personal support you need to obtain your goals. GCU's online programs offer you the freedom to earn your degree on your own time from wherever you are. GCU is praised for its culture of community, giving, and impact. They integrate the free market system and a welcoming Christian worldview into all of their academic programs. Achieve your goals with a personalized plan and a supportive team behind you. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University, private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu. That's gcu.edu.
I just wanted to leave that in there so you can see how it sounds when somebody's talking without making a ton of logically fallacious statements.
The second bit of evidence presented by moon landing deniers is the existence of something called the Van Allen belt, which is a zone surrounding the planet inside the Earth's magnetic field that contains high levels of radiation.
Again, just a ton of circular reasoning, logical fallacies without anything to substantiate them. I mean, where's evidence of any of that? First of all. Second of all, Mario, are you referring to the ad he just read? This part might be true. Okay. Yeah, so maybe the Van Allen belt is real. Some conspiracy theorists believe it, some don't. So again, he's hallucinating that everyone only has a single theory of the moon landing being fake.
And the deniers say that astronauts would be killed if they tried to pass through it. Now, this certainly would be a devastating point if it was true, but it isn't. The Van Allen belt does exist, and there is radiation.
I mean, just the spew of circular reasoning fallacy. I mean, look at this guy's face. It's like he's addicted to fallacies. I mean, this guy got hooked on fallacies. He forgot to study hooked on phonics. He's hooked on fallacies. And of course, even if you go to nasa.gov, I mean, clearly, radiation is a major issue. I mean, this is right from the NASA.gov article, Artemis 1 Space Radiation Research to Help Moon and Mars Explorers. Scientists are working to understand space radiation as NASA prepares to take astronauts beyond Earth's protective atmosphere and magnetic field to the moon and beyond. So in February 23rd, 2022, NASA is preparing to take astronauts to the moon. So I don't know what you want to read into that, whether they did before or they didn't. Regardless, NASA's own scientists are admitting that they are working to understand space radiation, but maybe they should just ask Matt Walsh, because apparently he's got it all figured out already. Well, why are they still studying space radiation in 2022 when Matt Walsh apparently knows about all the exact amounts, the amount of time traveling through, all the danger levels? Why don't they just get Matt Walsh on the phone? Why are they investing all these billions of dollars into trying to understand space radiation if Matt Walsh already figured it all out?
But the spacecraft passes through it very quickly. It's going very fast. And that minimizes the radiation exposure. And ultimately, the amount of radiation they're exposed to isn't much more than a couple of chest x-rays. So it's, you can be exposed to radiation without being killed on the spot.
Wait, is he under the impression that there are people who think that you can't get an x-ray without being killed on the spot? What is he even talking about? I mean, can anybody figure this out? I mean, I don't even know what he's talking about. Who's arguing that you're going to drop dead on the spot from a chest x-ray? Like, what is he talking about? And apparently he knows the exact amounts of radiation and how fast you travel through it. NASA doesn't. They're still studying. They're still working hard to understand as of February 23rd, 2022. But Matt Walsh doesn't need to work to understand because he already knows it all. He knows the exact amounts of radiation. He knows the exact shielding required, the exact timing to go through. He knows everything. NASA doesn't. They're still studying. They're still working to understand. But Matt Walsh has it all figured out already. I mean, the level of goofery on display here. And he thinks it's necessary. Like, who thinks that you're going to drop dead from a tiny dose of radiation? I mean, this is just insane. He's coming for the Dunning-Kruger title hard.
Radiation is mitigated and minimized. Third, and perhaps most commonly cited piece of evidence to support moon landing denialism is that we haven't gone back. As many people have argued to me over the weekend, if we really landed on the moon, then why haven't we ever gone back? Well, the first answer is that we did. We went back 5 additional times. So if you deny that we've landed on the moon, you are actually claiming 6 moon hoaxes. You are saying that this whole vast conspiracy...
Well, I actually missed the fallacy there. Again, another false dichotomy. There are some conspiracy theories that claim the first one was faked, and then they figured out how to go for real, and then they went for real later. But again, this goof, just the mental capacity is not there to comprehend that there could be several different conspiracy theories.
Was spun up and planned and executed 6 times in a row. So why didn't we keep going to the moon in reality? Well, how many times do you think we should have gone? I mean, would you find the story more credible if we went 10 times, 20 times? If you deny the first 6 times, will you suddenly believe it if we go another 6 times? Like, it's completely arbitrary. Well, we only went 6 times. How many times should we have gone? I don't know. 17.
I mean, the goof is just this utterly clueless. It has nothing to do with the claims of how many times you go. Although, comparatively, there have been hundreds and hundreds of so-called spacewalks. Now, maybe the spacewalks are fake, maybe they're not. But there's hundreds of them. And it has nothing to do with how many claims. It's what evidence is being presented. So if you claim 10 and you provide conclusive evidence of 1, then people might agree that you went 1. If you provide irrefutable evidence of 1 and you claim 10, people might only believe 1. So again, I mean, this is also a diversion fallacy and a red herring fallacy, because he's spinning all these other fallacies to make it appear that people wouldn't believe if there wasn't overwhelming evidence. Where's the overwhelming evidence? Why hasn't Matt brought it up?
The real reason we stopped going to the moon is that it's expensive.
Whoa. Let's stop this right now. It's expensive. I mean, it's expensive to go to Antarctica, but they kept going. Then all these other countries went. Then they started building bases on Antarctica. The NASA budget for the last 10 years combined is already the same amount as the moon mission budget. They're doing even more expensive things. The United States spent $25.8 billion on Project Apollo between 60 and 73, or approximately $257 billion when adjusted for inflation to 2020 dollars. Adding Project Gemini and the robotic lunar program, both of which enabled Apollo, the U.S. spent a total of $28 billion or $280 billion adjusted. So, yeah, I mean, this is wild. I mean, these claims are, I mean, it's like Matt Walsh is intentionally trying to come up with the absolute dumbest arguments possible. So if he's arguing they're trying to save money, they're still spending more money than ever before. So clearly, that's not an issue. And not to mention that they've invested so much money in going back to the moon anyway. There have been so many proposed moon missions to return to the moon. I mean, there have been many different rockets developed. I mean, they're supposedly going to go next year, right? I mean, that's the plan. They're always kind of saying that. But they already allocated the budget to already go again. Many times, every few years, they've already allocated the budget. So clearly, it's not because it's expensive or not expensive. That's not a factor. So what's kind of bonkers is this goof. He doesn't even have the basic budget numbers. I mean, this guy is so utterly clueless about the basic budget numbers. Furthermore, SpaceX, according to Weinsler and Sarang, 2021, on NASA's COTS-CRS program, SpaceX is 10 times cheaper with 30 times lower cost overrun than NASA. So 10 times cheaper with 30 times lower cost overrun. So they should already have bases on Mars if it's just a simple budget issue. Furthermore, is it possible Matt Walsh is this utterly clueless? He doesn't know what Moore's law is. Moore posited a log linear relationship between device complexity, higher circuit density, at reduced cost and time. In a 2015 interview, Moore noted of the 65 articles, so the Moore's law was known well into the 60s and before. I just did a wild extrapolation saying it's going to continue to double every year for the next 10 years. One historian of the law cites Stigler's law of epinomy to introduce the fact that the regular doubling of components was known many to working in the field. So higher circuit density at reduced cost. So not only is it cheaper, all of the circuitry is cheaper. all computer tech is cheaper than ever before. So first of all, NASA's budget, they have the money. They've already invested the money. It's already been budgeted. It's already done. So the money is already out of the question. It's already, that question has been answered. They have the money. And everything is so much cheaper now. For example, look at a basic smartphone today is so many times cheaper than it was 10 years ago, just like a regular computer. This isn't rocket science. I mean, literally, it's not rocket science. Yet this goof thinks they didn't go back because it's expensive? I mean, they're supposedly landing rovers on Mars. Not to mention, SpaceX operates at 10 or 30 times cheaper. I mean, just the level of goof. Can you imagine, like, how is he not embarrassed to even bring this up? But let's continue.
And it's complicated.
It's complicated. Wow. Because sending rovers to Mars, that's not complicated at all.
And it's dangerous. Now,
and there's the first 10 and 100x multiplier. Walsh just hit the 100x multiplier. It's expensive, complicated, and dangerous. So going to Antarctica is expensive, complicated, and dangerous. And instead of stopping, they sent more people than ever before and then put bases on Antarctica. So the level of goofery on display here, I'm actually, like, I don't know. I mean, Matt Walsh is going for all-time great status here. I mean, he's trying to get in the history books for Dunning-Kruger Championship here. I mean, it's expensive, complicated, and dangerous. As if it wasn't the first time, if they really went. All human progress is built on cost, complexity, and danger. I mean, just look, I mean, even in basic sports, they're constantly breaking world records. I mean, was the Red Bull jump, whatever, not expensive, complicated, and dangerous? I mean, the level of, literally all human progress has always been built on expense, complication, and danger, and continues to be in literally every field. I mean, is anybody else in complete disbelief that Matt Walsh is sinking to this level of goof? I mean, this is beyond full retard. This is full vegetable. I mean, he's going full vegetable status. I mean, he's going more of a full vegetable than Craig. I don't know if Craig would make these silly arguments this silly.
It's not as complicated as pulling off a moon landing hoax 6 times.
He thinks it's more complicated to film some kind of Hollywood-type movie, but not even as good, not even near as good. Some kind of crappy film is more complicated than going to the actual moon 6 times. Oh, man. Wow. I mean, if Matt Walsh is going to be this dedicated to going for the Dunning-Kruger title, I mean, maybe he might be unbeatable. I mean, he's entered the conversation to be among the Mount Rushmore of Dunning-Kruger greats. I mean, people thought Craig had this on lockdown. Matt Walsh has entered the chat.
But it's still, it's complicated. People died to get the Apollo program off the ground.
People died to explore every single place ever explored and continue to die. People die playing sports almost every day. Are they just going to stop playing because people die? I mean, think about the level of goofery Matt Walsh is exhibiting here. I mean, I really didn't think he might actually be vying for top Dunning-Kruger champ. This might be the worst defense of anything on any subject ever in the history of humanity. And Matt Walsh is the one doing it.
Space travel is fraught with risk. And as a country, we have lost the will to endure the cost and take the risk. It's true that, if you were alive in 1970, you probably...
Wait, lost the will to endure the cost and the risk? What are you talking about? NASA's budget is going up almost every year. I mean, they're literally funneling hundreds of billions of dollars into all of this. Wow. I mean, they're literally planning moon missions right now. Right now. I mean, what is he smoking? I mean, NASA, the Artemis program, is planning to land people on the moon right now within the next year or so. That's their plan. That's already been budgeted. The risk has already been established, and they already approved the program and are already moving forward with it. And yet he's saying that they lost the will for the cost and risk. The cost has already been paid for. The taxpayers have already been extorted. It's already done. Cost has already been paid. And they're already training to land on the moon right now. So the not just the Artemis program. I mean, do we really have to go through all the I mean, I think we do. I think we do. We owe Matt Walsh this. Oh, they just pushed it to 2026. Well, that's crazy. When I looked at this, I don't know, maybe weeks ago, they pushed it to 2025. Now, Artemis 3 2026 is planned to be the first crewed lunar landing. So the plans are already there. They already built all the equipment. They're already testing it. The will is there. The budget is already there. So what is Matt Walsh smoking? I mean, this is insane. And I mean, you could go on, there's various government websites. I mean, there were even 5, I mean, some of these are fun to look at. 5 lunar missions were planned for 2023. I mean, literally every year there are plans for further moon landings. They already extort the taxpayers, so the money's already stolen. They claim it's going into Program A or Program B for the moon landings. So let's look at this. I mean, there were so many moon missions budgeted and planned since the first alleged mission. And I guess Matt Walsh is just so utterly clueless. He couldn't even do a quick, again, this is Google. These aren't censored. All of these were openly admitted plans. I think there was even a Wikipedia article. Yeah, list of missions to the moon. So let's look here. It looks like they removed a lot of them because now they're all in the 2020s. Again, already all budgeted. A lot of them also apparently got canceled at a certain point, but they already got funded and planned. So there was no loss of interest, there was no lack of budget, nobody cared about the risks. So literally everything Matt Walsh is saying here is demonstrably false. I mean, the level of goofery here is so stratospheric. I mean, it's insane. I'm trying to find the official list because there were quite a few funded missions that they ended up not making it. But again, the budget was there, the desire was there, they already assumed the risk. Okay, here we go. So space, oh, this was interesting. So the Space Exploration Initiative had, the plan was to establish a permanent moon base by 2010 and landing a crew on Mars. So these were the plans. These were at least partially budgeted because they always say they need a certain amount of money, then they say they need more. The risk was already assumed. The interest was there. Countless man hours put into this. The Space Exploration Initiative was a 1989-1993 space public policy initiative of George H.W. Bush. On July 20th, 89, the 20th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing, U.S. President George H.W. Bush announced plans for what would be known as the Space Exploration Initiative, the SEI. In a speech on the steps of the National Air and Space Museum, he described plans calling for the construction of Space Station Freedom, sending humans back to the moon to stay, and ultimately sending astronauts to explore Mars. He proposed not a 10-year Apollo-style plan, but a long-range continuing commitment based on the three above elements, with a journey into tomorrow, a journey to another planet, a manned mission to Mars. So again, this is what it would have looked like if it was legit, even according to Moore's law. This is what it would have looked like. So if they went in the late 60s, early 70s, so then yeah, this looks about right. So late 80s, early 90s, there would be a moon base. By 2010, a permanent moon base and landing on Mars. Yeah, this plan looks pretty. It looks pretty reasonable. And so Matt Walsh is this utterly clueless? He didn't even know about all these other planned missions and planned bases? I mean, this is bonkers. I mean, he's this utterly clueless he can't check Wikipedia for 5 minutes? I mean, this is on Wikipedia. I mean, the level of gopher. This is just look up Space Exploration Initiative, and this is one of many. There were actually a whole bunch of other ones also. So, from the George W. Bush White House archives, so this is his son. This is the 2004 release. Our second goal is to develop and test a new spacecraft, the Crew Exploration Vehicle, by 2008, and to conduct the first manned mission no later than 2014. And you can go to, this is georgebush-whitehouse.archives.gov. So this is the January 14th, 2004 Office of Press Secretary release. President Bush announces new vision for space exploration program. So all these programs were already in place and budgeted, at least partially budgeted. So the interest was there. The budget was there. The assumption of risk was there. So, I mean, is it possible to make dumber arguments than Matt Walsh just made? I mean, he's up to 5 super dingers.
Probably would have assumed that by the year 2024, we'd be landing humans on the moons of Jupiter, right by now. But just watch any science fiction film from the 60s and 70s to get an idea of where people thought we'd be.
Well, do you need to watch a sci-fi movie? Why not just look at these NASA press releases?
By the 2000s. We didn't get there. Why? Well, because we lost interest.
Nobody lost interest. I just read through all of there's a bunch of programs that were budgeted, planned, countless hours of research and development. What is he smoking? There was no loss of interest. Not to mention, I mean, here's a couple other ones. Space.com, NASA's first Mars rover touchdown 25 years ago. The Sojourner touchdown July 4th, 97. So all of these space exploration plans all continued, real or fake. Here's another release here from Space.com. NASA has early plans to send astronauts to Mars for 30 days. So there was no loss of interest. I mean, there's so many different programs that were budgeted and planned. What is this loss of interest he's hallucinating?
And we slipped into decadence and boredom and
decadence and boredom? Loss of interest, decadence, and boredom. Now, by decadence, what decline is he talking about? Civilization has made these giant leaps in technology. Internet tech, computer tech, even rocketry, even for those that don't believe anything is exiting the Earth's atmosphere, just here on Earth, flat or not, just the advancements of tech. What decadence is he talking about? What is he smoking? I mean, maybe morally, but technologically? Like, what is this guy smoking? I mean, this is insane. I mean, he just went back to back to back super dingers. I mean, I thought Craig was the only one who could do these. I mean, this guy just hit a 10x and 100x fallacy combo multiplier. He just went 3 super zingers back to back, and this is his second time doing 3 super zingers back to back. Craig still has the record with 4, and he topped off the 4th one with an 11 fallacy stack. Obviously, you know, Walsh isn't quite at that level, but he's still hitting 100x multipliers. I mean, this is astounding. This is astounding. Boredom? He cited boredom as a reason to not going back to the moon. So, ignoring all of the planned moon missions and moon bases, clearly they weren't bored. They were actually budgeting for moon bases and planning them, going through all of this work to get them done. Now, they didn't get it done, but it clearly wasn't because of a loss of interest, decadence, or boredom. I mean, can anybody think of dumber reasons than that? I mean, I really can't. We gotta hand Matt Walsh's, yeah, his baseline's off the charts. He's going crazy on the baseline. He's racking it up like crazy. Keep in mind, fallacies, 25 fallacies is +5. Super fallacy +5, dinger +5, super dinger +10, fallacy, every 10 fallacy combos +5. But he keeps hitting these 10x, 100x multipliers. I mean, this is bunk. Can anybody think of dumber reasons? Not just dumber reasons, but clearly false dumber. I mean, this is false premises out the wazoo. I mean, I just went through all of the plans and budgeting. I mean, clearly it was not because of a lack of money or boredom or decadent. He cited decadence for not returning to the moon. I mean, if this goof believes that they're landing rovers on Mars, he's claiming decadence while simultaneously believing they're landing rovers on Mars? Like, what kind of a goof is this? I mean, this is a unique goof. We have to hand it to him. He's a unique goof. He really is.
Now, to top it all off, IQ scores are declining. And
IQ scores are declining. Okay. Wow. Wow. I mean, this is bonkers. So this would be a red herring, diversion, false dichotomy, logical fallacy stack. That's a super fallacy. I didn't give it to him here, but wow. So here's the thing. IQ scores are declining for the bottom, let's say 99%. But the top 1%, the ones that are driving every single field, the ones that are allegedly landing rovers on Mars and planning all this, theirs are not declining, and they're the ones driving the industry up. So this is completely non-applicable. So this is a red herring and diversion fallacy. I mean, it's also one of the most extreme ones I've ever seen. That's like saying the average human is getting slower. Even though Usain Bolt is breaking world records, it is accurate to say that humans are getting slower. They're getting fatter and slower. But that doesn't mean that Usain Bolt and other people aren't shattering world records being the fastest humans in history. So the level of goofery on display here, I mean, it's astounding. Just like the strongest power lifters just breaking records, lifting the greatest weights, while the average human is getting weaker. Both of those are true statements. But is Matt Walsh just bored? I mean, is he really this much of a vegetable that he can't understand that the bottom 99% whose IQ scores are declining, they're not the ones in the field of space exploration. So it doesn't matter. Just like the bottom 99% of humans getting slower and weaker, that's irrelevant because people are still setting records in speed and strength. Just like if the moon landings were legitimate, according to Moore's law anyway, there'd already be bases on the moon and Mars.
People are generally becoming less competent and less skilled. In 1970, we were...
Again, less competent and less skilled. Yes, the average person, which has nothing to do with pioneers of every field. Just like computers are getting faster and cheaper, even though people are getting dumber. What's the connection?
Sending rockets to the moon. That's true. Do you know what else we were doing? We were flying commercial supersonic passenger jets that could make it from New York to London in 3 hours. And if you were on one of those jets 50 years ago, you would have assumed that by 2024, we'd have the technology to go from New York to London in 3 minutes. Right?
No, not right. Not 3 minutes, but way faster. And there are records being shattered all the time. I mean, is this goof really hallucinating that technology went backward just because they retired the Concorde? This is a real, I mean, at this point, I'm not surprised that he brought this up. But I mean, there are literal records being made here. So supposedly, Virgin Galactic is launching suborbital commercial space flights in 2023. And is he this clueless he doesn't know about Virgin Galactic? I mean, this is a political commentator talking about the news. Is he this utterly clueless? He doesn't know that there have been commercial so-called space flights. I mean, obviously, some people are disputing exactly how high they went, whatever. But, I mean, supposedly it was clocked at these incredible speeds. I mean, let's look at the exact speed here. While Matt Walsh hallucinates, progress has not been made in commercial flights. So space.com here, November 2nd, 2023. Galactic 05 was the company's 6th space mission in as many months. Altitude 44,701 feet. Space plane reached a top speed of Mach 2.96, nearly 3 times the speed of sound. Supposedly, the max speed of the Concorde was Mach 2.04. So, marked improvement in speed. So, commercial flights getting faster and faster. Just because the Concorde doesn't exist doesn't mean that records aren't being smashed. Space.com, NASA's Parker Solar Probe smashes record for fastest human-made object, October 18, 2023. NASA's Parker Solar Probe has reached a record-breaking speed as it gets a gravitational assist from Venus to fall closer to the sun's scorching surface. Previous speed record was 364,660, November 2021. September 27th, it reached 394,736. So some people think that's all fake, which is fine. But Matt Walsh is a true believer. So according to his own religion of scientism, according to his Church of NASA, they're smashing records. So he's hallucinating that they're not? Yes, kill the bank. I would like to see Steven Seagal confront Matt Walsh and his goofery here. Like, I just don't understand what he's smoking. So because the Concorde is they retired the Concorde, he thinks technology went backwards when it demonstrably went forwards, even according to his own Church of NASA?
Instead, we went the other way. The fastest passenger jet today that's operational will get you there in about 7 hours.
So this is a cherry-picking logical fallacy because he's only looking at the distance between New York to London on a regular passenger flight. He's not looking at all this other incredible technology like Virgin Galactic and just all of this new rocket technology. I mean, just the progress that has been made since then is insane. But he's obsessed with hallucinating that this cherry-picking fallacy at only looking at a regular commercial flight between New York and London or whatever, regular commercial flights, he's only looking at those few flights and using that as a metric to hallucinate that somehow technology went backwards here on Earth. What? I mean, I have to appreciate his ability to seemingly get dumber and dumber.
Okay, our technology seems to have regressed.
By regressed, he means all these new records? Does he even know what the word regressed means? To go backward. So he has this one cherry-picked example, this one anecdotal logical fallacy. And he's hallucinating that means all technology went backward? What? Does he not know? I mean, he believes in NASA, so does he not know about all their new record speeds, record technology advancements that he supposedly he would believe if he believes in NASA? I mean, is anybody surprised that this goof doesn't even have logical consistency? I mean, this is insane. He doesn't even have basic consistency. But NASA aside, I mean, Virgin Galactic is doing commercial space flights now. And all he can mention is the one Concorde flight?
Is that proof that the Concorde never existed? Does that mean that supersonic air travel was a hoax? No.
What? He just compared the Concorde, which had 50,000 flights, with 2.5 million passengers over 27 years, with countless empirically verifiable evidence and documentation, with 12 guys that allegedly walked on the moon between 1969 and 1972 for 6 missions. So this goof just equated almost 50,000 flights, 2.5 million passengers, 2.5 million empirically verifiable documented passengers, with 6 alleged moon missions and 12 guys, while strawmanning that people are saying that commercial, that they, what? I mean, wow. All I could say is wow. I mean, this guy's going to have the solo title, and he's going to deserve it. Now, the question is, does anybody think someone can make dumber arguments as quickly as Matt Walsh just did here? He just racked up 240 fallacies like it was nothing. 11 super dingers. I mean, he's firmly entered Craig territory. I mean, this is wild. This is wild. Did anybody else anticipate this level of goofery? Who's denying supersonic travel? I mean, if you're of a certain age, you probably knew people that took the Concorde. I mean, even took videos of it while they were on it. I mean, who's denying that? I mean, he just compared 2.5 million people to 12. I mean, the level of goofery here. I mean, I didn't anticipate this. I mean, hats off to Matt Walsh. Hats off here. I mean, this is his Buster Douglas moment.
Oh, it just means that the supersonic air travel was, again, expensive and difficult and cumbersome.
Cumbersome? What? The Concorde was smaller and more nimble than an average airliner. I mean, right from the press release here, unlike its subsonic predecessors, the Concorde does not require heavy investment by the airports in runway extensions and improved terminal facilities. The Concorde's modest size have ensured virtually total compatibility with existing equipment. So, this is the opposite of cumbersome. Does this goof not know what the word? He doesn't know what the word cumbersome means. I mean, what? Was anybody else expecting Matt Walsh to go this? I mean, this is beyond full retard. He's going full vegetable. He's going full vegetable over the Concorde. I mean, I was possibly expecting some kind of wild antics over some kind of space claims. He's going full vegetable over the Concorde. Does he not even know the size of the Concorde? I mean, this is bonkers. I mean, this guy's going on the Mount Rushmore of Dunning-Kruger.
And it came with extra risks.
Well, actually, how do you know it came with extra risks if the average risk assessment, I think, is based on 100,000 flights and the Concorde never made 100,000. So if it continued to fly and didn't have any other issue, if that was a one-off issue, it could have possibly been safer than a 747. I mean, we don't know because it never made the amount of missions, the amount of flights to know that. Because 740, plenty more people have died on 747s than Concorde. Now, that doesn't mean it's safer or not safer, because there's not enough of a sample size. That's a question mark on whether or not it was riskier. They decided to not take the risk to find out if it's riskier. That's a completely separate issue. But again, I mean, Matt Walsh it seems like he's completely forfeited the use of all logic and reason because of this subject.
One crash of a Concorde jet, which eventually happened, was all it took. And the whole supersonic air travel industry was thrown on the scrap pile, and that is where it has stayed up until now.
What? It was never put on the scrap. What? Oh, man. Wow. All right, well, again, I mean, just a couple minutes on Wikipedia would have saved this goof so much humiliation. Let's look at supersonic transport. By the way, the Concorde wasn't even the only one of its kind. The desire for second-generation supersonic aircraft has remained within some elements of the aviation industry. Several concepts have emerged since the retirement of the Concorde. According to Aviation Week, the market for supersonic airlines costing $200 million could be $1,300 over a 10-year period, worth $260 billion. Development and certification is probably $4 billion operation. I mean, that's a really good margin there. Previous concepts: in November 2003, EADS, the parent company of Airbus, announced that it was considering working with Japanese companies to develop a larger, faster replacement for the Concorde. So pretty much immediately as it was retired, there were already plans going. So what scrap pile is Matt Walsh hallucinating? In October 2005, JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, undertook aerodynamic testing of a scale model of an airliner designed to carry 300 passengers at Mach 2. It pursued to commercial deployment. It would be expected to be in service around 2020 to 2025, so they're still working on it. Again, there's no scrap pile. They've been actively working on it since 2005. In May 2008, it was reported that the Air Corporation had $3 billion of pre-order sales. So they already had $3 billion of. I mean, if that's not the complete opposite of scrap pile, I don't know. I mean, we're not just talking about concepts. We're talking about this is already getting funded. This was on the Ariane SBJ supersonic business jet. In late 2010, the project continued with a testbed flight of a section of the wing. The Ariane AS-2 was proposed as a 12-tier trijet with a range of 4,750 miles. Or 5,470 miles, rather, at Mach 1.4, or 6,100 miles, Mach 0.95 over land. Although boomless, Mach 1.1 flight was claimed to be possible. Backed by Airbus with 20 launch orders from FlexJet, the first deliveries were pushed back from 2023 by 2 years when GE Aviation was selected May 2017 for a joint engine study. In May 2021, the company announced that they would be ceasing operations due to inability to raise capital. So again, there's no scrap pile. They actively are trying to do this. Now, in this one particular company couldn't get it done, but they tried and they put a ton of money into it first. I mean, that's not a scrap pile. The SAI Quiet Supersonic Transport is a 12-passenger design from Lockheed Martin that is to cruise at Mach 1.6 and create a sonic boom only 1% as strong as that generated by the Concorde. I mean, that's definitely a step back. The supersonic Tupolev Tu-444 or Gulfstream X-54 have also been proposed. 26 to present, March 26 boom. 2016 Boom Technology revealed that it is in the development phases of building a 40-passenger supersonic jet capable of flying Mach 1.7, claiming that the design simulation shows that it'll be quieter and 30% more efficient than the Concorde, and will be able to fly LA to Sydney in 6 hours, planned to go into service 2029. For its economic viability, NASA research since 2006 has focused on reducing the sonic boom to allow supersonic flight over land. So again, it's not a black and white issue like Matt Walsh is hallucinating, because it's getting more and more efficient, and they want to be able to travel over land.
In 2016, NASA announced it had signed a contract for the design of a modern low-noise SST prototype. The designing team is led by Lockheed Martin Aeronautics. NASA should fly a low-boom demonstrator in 2019, reduced from double bangs to soft thumps by airframe shaping to inquire community response in support of a prospective FAA and ICAO ban lift in the early 2020s. So again, the other thing is there have been all of this oversight and bureaucracy that has been holding back some of this tech. That's another thing Matt Walsh is too clueless to understand. There's many different variables here. And this is, of course, would be a reductive logical fallacy, pretending and hallucinating all these variables don't exist, so he can just hand wave, oh, people got dumber, or whatever he's trying to claim here. The Lockheed Martin Q-59 QUE-SST X-plane will mimic the shockwave signature of Mach 1.6 to 1.8, 80 to 100 seat airliner for 75 PNLDB compared with 105 for the Concorde. The TSAGI exhibited at the 2017 MAKS Air Show in Moscow a scale model of its supersonic business jet commercial jet, which should produce a low sonic boom permitting supersonic flight over land optimized for 1,300 miles per hour cruise and 5,300 mile range. The scientific research aims to optimize for both Mach 0.8 to 0.9 transonic and Mach 1.5 to 2.0 supersonic speeds. A similar design is tested in a wind tunnel, while the engines are conceptualized at the Central Institute of Aviation Motors and Design are studied by Avia Dvigatel and NPO Saturn. So again, I mean, it's not just about the flight. They're constantly trying to make it more efficient while also dealing with restrictions from bureaucracies. So, I mean, Matt Walsh is this utterly clueless. He's hallucinating we went the other way, backward scrap pile, when literally the complete opposite happened. There are more and more efficient designs being researched and developed constantly since even before, during, and after the Concorde. I mean, just the level of goofery of Matt Walsh here. October 2017 NBAA convention in Las Vegas with NASA supporting only research. Various companies faced engineering challenges to propose aircraft with no engine available, variable top speed and operating models. Okay, so there's all these different designs and models. Of the 4 billion air passengers in 2017, over 650 million flew long haul between 2,000 and 7,000 miles, including 72 million in business and first class, reaching 128 million by 2025. Spike projects 13 million would be interested in supersonic transport then. October 2018, the reauthorization of the FAA planned noise standards for supersonic transports, giving developers a regulatory certainty for their designs, mostly their engine choice. So that's another thing Matt Walsh is too clueless to realize. Again, while spamming these reductive logical fallacies, I mean, these developers, they have to deal with noise standards that the Concorde apparently didn't have to deal with when it was first instituted. And that might have also played a role in its decommission, not just the crash. So there's all these different challenges, just like in other fields. That doesn't apply to going to the moon because there's no regulatory agency on the moon saying you're not allowed to land on the moon. I mean, this is the level of goofery we're dealing with Matt Walsh here. So, okay. Rules for supersonic flight testing authorization in the U.S. and noise certification will be proposed by the FAA by early 2019. The FAA should make a proposition for landing and takeoff noise before March 31st, 2020, and a rule for after 2022. For overland sonic boom, the end of 2020, while NASA plans to fly the Lockheed Martin X-59 low boom flight demonstrator from 2021 for ICAO standards in 2025. So all these different designs have to keep that in mind, as well as they're trying to be more efficient with the fuel. So again, technology always moving forward according to Moore's law, despite the hallucinations and the demonstrably false statements and logical fallacy spewings of Matt Walsh. I mean, a whole bunch of companies developing contracts. I mean, they're putting billions and billions of dollars into this. That's not a scrap pile. That's the opposite of a scrap pile. Furthermore, hypersonic transport is under development. While conventional turbo and ramjet engines are able to remain reasonably efficient up to Mach 5.5, some ideas for very high-speed flight above Mach 6 are also sometimes discussed with the aim of reducing travel times down to 1 to 2 hours anywhere in the world. I mean, that'd be convenient, especially beyond the Antarctic ice wall. These vehicle proposals very typically use either rocket or scramjet engines. Pulse detonation engines have also been proposed. There are many difficulties with such flight, both technical and economic. At the June 2011 Paris Air Show, EADS unveiled its ZEHST concept, cruising at Mach 4 at 105,000 feet and attracting Japanese interest. The German Spaceliner is a suborbital hypersonic winged passenger spaceplane project under preliminary development. So not only is there all this active development of supersonic transport, there's also hypersonic transport being developed as early as 2011, and I'm sure before that as well. The British company Reaction Engines Limited, with 50% EU money, has been engaged in a research program called LAPCAT, which examined a design for a hydrogen-fueled plane carrying 300 passengers called the A2, potentially capable of flying at Mach 5 plus, non-stop from Brussels to Sydney in 4.6 hours. The follow-on research effort, LAPCAT 2, began in 2008. So not only have they been constantly developing supersonic, but also hypersonic. But I guess Matt Walsh is just too utterly clueless to just spend a few minutes researching this. He just needs to humiliate himself reading these scripts put together by his handlers. I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, there's a whole bunch. I mean, Boeing 2018 conference, Mach 6 passenger airliner, crossing Atlantic in 2 hours, Pacific in 3. Same day return flights. Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is wild. Mach 6 constantly being developed. So again, if these go into service, let's say in the 2030s as proposed, or even the 2040s for the hypersonics, I mean, it's just such a mass increase from the Concorde, it would all line up, unlike going to the moon or Mars. I just wanted to spend some time on that just to demonstrate the complete and utter goofery that Matt Walsh is spewing. Matt Walsh would have you believe they haven't always been developing supersonic and even hypersonic planes. I mean, insane, just insane. I mean, they're dumping billions upon billions of dollars into research and development for this. There's no scrap pile.
We did not build off of it.
Well, clearly we did. I just went over that.
We didn't continue in that direction. We just went backwards.
Well, not only continue in that direction, but even faster in that direction with the hypersonics on the way.
It's a sad story. It's a story of societal paralysis and decay, but it is not evidence that one of the most well-documented events in human history never happened. In fact, there is no evidence that the moon landing never happened. There is, again, zero evidence of this elaborate cinematic hoax.
So by no evidence, he means just ignoring all the evidence. I mean, this is what Matt Walsh is going with now. So obviously, EMF extraction is very interesting. I went over this on the Apollo series on MindShock. where according to EMF extraction, it looks like it's all artificial lighting in the alleged moon landing footage. Now, furthermore, you have a literal whistleblower that Matt Walsh, I guess, is too clueless to know about. 1 to 2 or even 3 whistleblowers. You have the obviously fake footage with all the wires that you can clearly see. You can see the astronauts being pulled up. You have the supposed moon rocks turning out to be petrified wood from Arizona. You have NASA admitting that they lost thousands of reels of telemetry data. You have the actual alleged raw video where the communication time delay doesn't even line up. You have actual simulations of what it would look like to walk or jump on the moon with 1/6 gravity, and you have what the purported moon footage is, which looks exactly like it was filmed on Earth at a different frame rate. And yet Matt Walsh is hallucinating that none of this exists. I mean, that's the level of goofery we're dealing with here. Not that it proves that they didn't go, but there's a mountain of evidence of fraud.
Now, I said that I was responding to their evidence, but what you may have noticed about their evidence is that it is not evidence. What the denialists have is a few easily debunked qualms with the generally accepted narrative. They have absolutely no positive evidence for their own narrative. Not one single piece of evidence. Not one witness, not one whistleblower with direct knowledge of the conspiracy, not one photo or video of this hoax being staged. Nothing. They found some holes in the moon landing story, holes that are totally imaginary, it turns out. And inside those holes, they have stuffed this whole story that they invented out of thin air, which is a problem because the moon landing hoax theory is not just a denial of something that happened, right? I'm not asking that you prove a negative. I'm not asking you to prove we never went to the moon. What proof is there that the moon landing was fake? What proof is there that the moon landing was fake? What proof is there that the moon landing was fake? The moon landing hoax is an assertion of an entirely different event that they claim did happen.
Again, fundamental misunderstanding of the shifting of the burden of proof fallacy. Because, first of all, there's a whole bunch of different conspiracies regarding the moon landing. But the most basic one, I mean, the starting position, one is not called upon to prove a negative. So if Matt Walsh is claiming that the moon landing is real, the burden is on him, not on somebody else. And I guess he just doesn't have the mental capacity to grasp that. I mean, I don't know.
And so what I'm saying is, where is your evidence that any of that happened? You have no evidence to indicate that this event occurred. None at all. Zero. Now, the moon landing on the other...
If only the screen was bigger, I could put even another mountain more. But there's already such a mountain of evidence. A bigger question, a better question would be, how much more evidence of a hoax could there be? I mean, do you need dozens and dozens of whistleblowers? I mean, how much more evidence could there be? Because if it was successfully pulled off, you wouldn't have that many people blowing the whistle. If it was really done that well, or just... See, going back to the 60s, you would think it probably would be easier to maintain a conspiracy, unlike today. Even with 9/11, even in 2001, I mean, there were people immediately jumping on the anomalies and coincidences, but for the most part, the masses were at least a few years off. But now, post 2020, I mean, pretty much every major event, there's people looking at it critically. But back in the 60s, not so much. So it's a whole different thing to say that there would definitely be tons of whistleblowers. But how much more evidence could there be of some kind of funny business? That's a question for Matt Walsh.
On the other hand, has reams and reams and reams of evidence. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of photos and videos from the surface, interviews with the astronauts who went there, footage from other lunar probes that have gone to the moon or orbited it. There's even a laser reflector that was left on the surface. You can bounce a laser off of it today.
Okay, so one step at a time. He's talking about reams and reams of evidence of the moon landing. What evidence? The thousands of reels of telemetry data that disappeared? The fake moon rocks? I mean, what evidence is he talking about? I mean, the footage that's clearly at a different frame rate that doesn't match 1/6 gravity? The wires you can see in the footage? I mean, what is he talking about? Regarding again, this would be a false cause logical fallacy and a reductive logical fallacy because they were bouncing lasers off the moon before any alleged moon mission. So again, if Matt Walsh is familiar with the scientific method, I'm not sure he is. How would you know whether you're bouncing it off the surface of the moon or off a reflector? Furthermore, if the moon can be landed on, obviously they could have landed a reflector there without a manned moon mission. Again, Matt Walsh just loves these false dichotomies. I mean, when you're going full vegetable, you gotta commit to the false dichotomy logical fallacies.
This is a real experiment that can be conducted right now today to confirm that the reflector was left there. Now, it'll take much more sophisticated equipment than the average person has laying around, but many people with the equipment have done the experiment because it measures the distance between the Earth and the Moon at any given time, and have confirmed this. Are they all in on it too? Has the conspiracy grown even larger now? Now, if all of this is not enough to believe that we landed on the Moon, then fine. But that means you also have to deny pretty much every historical event that has ever occurred.
Wow. That is totally a super dinger. So Matt Walsh thinks that if you deny the moon landing, you have to deny every single human event in history, all of the empirical verifiable events on Earth. You have to deny them if you deny the moon landing. I mean, this is beyond full vegetable now. He went full retard, then he went full vegetable. I mean, he's beyond full vegetable status now. I mean, this is insane. I've actually never heard a dumber argument than, I mean, he makes Neil Tyson look smart with this defense of the moon landing. I mean, this is just insane. According to Matt Walsh, so this straw man false equivalency, that you have to deny every major event in human history if you deny the moon landing. I mean, that if we had a super dinger, should we have super duper dingers? Is Matt Walsh going to necessitate super duper dingers? I mean, wow. Wow. This is bonkers. I mean, this is absolutely bonkers. I mean, is anybody in this much disbelief as me? I mean, this is just wow. Wow. If you deny something that allegedly happened on the moon, you have to deny every major event here on Earth, including all those with empirical, verifiable, definitive evidence. I mean, I'm truly mind shocked here. I mean, Matt Walsh has truly cemented a case for himself in the pantheon of Dunning-Kruger greats. I mean, this guy's going down all time.
There is more direct evidence of the moon landing than there is of almost any event that happened prior to the mid-20th century. We have more direct evidence of the moon landing than we do that George Washington existed. And yet, if I claim that George Washington's existence was a hoax, you would expect me to present extremely compelling, direct, positive evidence of the hoax.
Did he actually say that on purpose? Because there is a conspiracy theory that Adam Weishaupt of the founder of the Bavarian Illuminati, actually took George Washington's identity. And there's maybe I'll do a podcast on that. There's actually quite a bit of evidence for that based on at a certain year, I forgot the exact year, George Washington's paintings he has a completely different face. So supposedly the guy on the dollar bill is Adam Weishaupt and not George Washington. But anyway, again, here Matt Walsh is here proving that he doesn't understand the burden of proof logical fallacy. Whoever's claiming that George Washington was real, the burden is on them. I'll give this example one more time. If someone claims there's an invisible flying spaghetti monster in the sky and we have to pay taxes to the invisible flying spaghetti monster or we'll all be destroyed, it's not up to anybody to prove that the invisible flying spaghetti monster doesn't exist. It's up to whoever is peddling the positive claim. It's up to them to prove it. Yeah, I'll actually do a podcast on that. It's quite fascinating. Supposedly Thomas Jefferson and was George Washington's wife Martha Washington? I don't remember. Supposedly they knew about it too. So that'll be an interesting podcast. But anyway, if Matt Walsh is a shill, did he throw that in there on purpose?
And if I had none at all, you would laugh in my face, and deservedly so. Skepticism is healthy, but flatly denying a historical event in favor of a pet theory that has infinitely less evidence to support it than the event you're denying is not skepticism. It is dogmatism, which is the opposite of skepticism.
Wow, solid psychological projection from Matt Walsh. I mean, Matt Walsh, his subconscious accurately revealed his dogmatism, because no matter how much evidence is presented, it seems like he'll always keep the faith that the moon landing was real. I mean, no matter how much evidence, no matter how many thousands of reels of telemetry data are lost, no matter how many moon rocks are tested and found to be petrified wood from Arizona, no matter how many EMF extraction images people bring forth showing artificial lighting, no matter how many inconsistencies in the footage, no matter how many wires clearly sighted, no matter how many unnatural movements, no matter how much, just literally anything presented, Matt Walsh is going to dismiss it because his psychological projection here is on point. On point. Yeah, his baseline's getting crazy.
And that's why there is no evidence of the moon landing that will ever convince the deniers.
There's no evidence of it being hoaxed that will convince the true believers, like Matt Walsh, the NASA cultists, the NASA dogmatists, as he accurately psychologically projected.
No matter what you show them, they can explain it away with some totally ad hoc, arbitrary wave of the hand.
Man, his projection is so accurate. He clearly described what he did this entire video.
Photos won't convince them. Video won't convince them. First-hand testimony won't convince them. Eyewitnesses won't convince them. Lasers bouncing off of freaking reflectors planted on the moon's surface won't convince them. Nothing will. They have chosen to deny everything ahead of time. And in this case, what's being denied is one of the greatest achievements in human history. An achievement claimed by Americans for America.
Well, at least he got that right. Claimed. An achievement claimed. But yeah, his fallacy spew is impressive. Is anybody else impressed by his combo points? He's at 403 combo points. He hit the 10x and 100x multiplier a couple times. He's pretty impressive. I'm impressed. I didn't think he was going to be coming for the title this hard. He came hard.
The history of the West is constantly being rewritten by bored, spoiled people so as to diminish the accomplishments of our ancestors and deny their many incredible contributions to mankind. And in the end, This is all part of that agenda.
Again, circular reasoning, fallacy, false premise. But here's the issue with all of that. I mean, what he said is true. History is always being rewritten, but how does he know that the moon landing being faked wasn't part of the false history? Hallucinations? Blind faith in the corrupt? I mean, again, very silly, Matt Walsh, but he finished strong here. His psychological projection very accurately exposed him.
If there's any conspiracy going on here, there it is. And that is why the moon landing deniers are, with a great vengeance, canceled.
The final score is tabulated based on a weighted average. The baseline score counts for 40%. The fallacy per minute rate, 40%. The FPM rate is calculated based on the total amount of fallacies committed throughout the entire duration of the debate. Super fallacies count for 10%. Regular fallacies, 5%. Fallacy combos, 5%. The weighted average determines the final score. Highest score wins.
Wow. So his score, his FPM was a staggering 19.22 fallacies per minute. I mean, absolutely staggering. I mean, this is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. I mean, he completely shattered Sartain's record. 19.22 fallacies per minute. Sartain's was 6.69. Now, this is the solo division, so it's not apples to apples. It's not apples to apples, because Sartain was debating with other debaters. So that's the debate division. Sartain is the champion of the debate division with 6.69. Now, Matt Walsh is our new champion. He's our new Dunning-Kruger champion of the solo division. So when it's not an official debate and it's just a single person making a case about something, this is the solo division. And I don't know if we'll ever see anybody break 19.22 fallacies per minute. I mean, that is staggering. Also, his non-fallacy streak, his longest time without a fallacy was 54 seconds. So out of over 18 minutes, in over 18-minute presentation, the longest he went without a fallacy was 54 seconds. I mean, we got a new contender. I mean, he's in the running for all-time great with this one. I mean, this has truly elevated him into the top echelon of Dunning-Kruger champions. I mean, this is truly impressive. I So that his I didn't do a fallacy per second, but it would be 0.32 fallacies per second. Yes, one fallacy every 3 seconds. Well, also, I allowed him to keep that advertisement for that Christian college in there, which was probably close to a minute. If we actually took that out, this would be even worse. And the 54-second streak was not the ad. So, because I didn't count the ad as his streak. His streak was in his active presentation on the moon landing. So he got 13 super dingers in 18 minutes. I mean, that's impressive. So he got 346 fallacies in 18 minutes, 19 super fallacies, 21 dingers, and 403 fallacy combo points. Yeah, let's give a round of applause. Let's give a round of applause for Matt Walsh. I mean, this was impressive. I mean, he came hard for this title. And he deserves it. I mean, anybody working this hard, I mean, his effort, you can't deny his tenacity. His tenacity in coming for this Dunning-Kruger title. I mean, he went full retard, he went full vegetable, he went beyond full vegetable for some of his arguments. Kill the Bank says we're going to have to do a solo 1v1, 2v1, 3v3 division. Oh, man, I don't know about... That's too many divisions. I think we should just do debate and solo. But, I mean, you're right. It would be more fair, but... I mean, I don't know. That's too many divisions. I mean, I guess we could do 1v1 and then more than 1v1. So 2v1 or more division. So we could have 3 divisions. Maybe. I don't know. Jules says Craig will beat this guy. I mean, so far, nobody's stacked higher than, I think, 4 fallacies at once other than Craig. Craig did an 11 stack in a single statement. The weird thing is Matt Walsh is actually fairly intelligent. If you watch any other... I've never seen him humiliate himself even a little bit. I mean, this video was just complete demolition of himself. But he actually looks pretty good in other debates. Mr. One-to-One said, Craig solo will destroy him. I mean, look at his baseline score. I actually never even thought anybody would be clearing maybe 200. But, I mean, Walsh hit that multiplier a number of times. I mean, I thought Craig would be the only guy hitting multipliers. But, I mean, Matt Walsh hit some multipliers. I mean, it was impressive. Impressive. I mean, absolutely impressive. So what are the final thoughts here? He also managed 0 zingers. I mean, 0. That's kind of astonishing. I actually thought he probably would get a couple of zingers in there. He's usually pretty good at those. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this was just bonkers. This was just absolutely bonkers. Dave Scott said, clearly shilling, he's usually very articulate. I mean, at the beginning, there was definitely, looked like there was some looks of shame on his face, but maybe he just got better into character. Mr. One-to-One said, Craig tying his shoelace deserves some recognition. Oh, man, Craig is truly one of a kind, but we have to appreciate Matt Walsh here. I mean, this 287 score, I mean, it's just astonishing. I mean, I could bring up Sartain's estimated score based on the new system. I didn't have an actual... Because this is the first time the new system was implemented. But let me look at Sartain's estimated score from his debate with Flat Earth Dave and Jeranism, where he earned his Dunning-Kruger title. So his estimated final score would have been 167.776. But that was not solo. And that would have been with a baseline of 215. Craig's estimate would have been 618 baseline with a total score of 298. And that was in debate. That was non-solo. So who knows? I mean, we'll see. We have to implement this. Yeah, well, so as of right now, Matt Walsh is the solo champ, and we'll probably, yeah. I mean, I'll have to, maybe I'll redo some of the old ones with the new system, but for right now, I'm gonna be doing some new debates with the new system. A lot of people requested Austin Whitsitt, so we'll have to do a lot of Austin Whitsitt debates. I do have 2 or 3 other debates that I almost finished going through that I might not use the new system for just because they were almost done anyway. So we'll see what happens there. But I don't know. Based on the weighted averages, I think this is a good metric. And I think most people will never be hitting that 100x multiplier anywhere near as much as the Matt Walshes and Craigs of the world. But who knows? Some people think PhD Tony or that Leo goof from Modern Day Debate or even T-Jump. I mean, and Destiny, of course. I mean, those guys could probably all give Matt Walsh and Craig a run for their money. So we'll see. We'll have to see. And of course, the reigning, defending, undisputed Dunning-Kruger champion, Michael Sartain. So that's it for now. Plenty more to come. Hope everybody found another edition of the MindShock podcast interesting and informative. If you want to help support the channel, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to Mind Shock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and we are tackling the recent Joe Rogan experience. Episode 2000. Wow. You really got far here. 2204. Matt Walsh and Joe Rogan. We're not going to go over the full podcast because they talk about political crap and all that stuff. We're going to be focusing on the moon landing segment to see if Matt Walsh has learned anything from his rant, rant on the moon landing, where he might have racked up more fallacies than any human in the history of existence. I mean, wow. And we're going to see what Rogan brings to the table. Now, Rogan has long been known as a flip-flopper on many issues. A lot of times, he just takes the contrarian position. I mean, I don't know if he's just trolling for the sake of trolling. Because sometimes he just takes the opposite position, even. I mean, I don't know what his position on so-called climate change is, but for example, when Candace Owens was on, he just took the opposite position of everything she said just for the sake of it. I might actually do a logical analysis on that one, because that was pretty embarrassing for Rogan. But who knows how many of these are Illuminati humiliation rituals for Rogan, and even Matt Walsh. I mean, Matt Walsh was once seen as this beacon of logic and reason with his documentary, What is a Woman? Where supposedly he could utilize logic and reason, and then we got his meltdown in his rant on the moon landing, where it appears he threw all logic and reason out the window. I mean, he used worse arguments than people claiming men can be women by sheer force of will and imagination. So it was quite interesting. As always, if you find the MindShock podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal, help support the podcast, help support logic and reason returning to a world where it's quickly going extinct, as is evident whenever Matt Walsh talks about the moon landing. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. Okay. If you're not getting notifications, like and comment more, and you can also sign up for the free tier on Patreon, and you'll get updates that way, because obviously YouTube does not do a good job with that. So let's just listen to a clip from my analysis on Matt Walsh. I actually played this on a live, and I forgot how funny this was. But let's, I'm just going to play this real quick. And it seems, I mean, I don't know, I skipped through it, so it's not completely a blind first-time listen, but it appeared Walsh did not watch this MindShock video, or he did. And he just doesn't really care about the truth, and he just wants to push his religion of scientism. Which is quite curious, because in other areas pertaining to, let's say, the FDA or the CDC, he actually wants to use logic and reason and critical thinking. But when it comes to NASA, he's just incapable. It's quite curiosity. Should we just start calling it the NASA blind spot? Because a lot of, I mean, apparently a lot of logical people who are aware of conspiracies, they have a NASA blind spot. Where all the other government agencies need to be scrutinized, and skepticism and logic and reason and the scientific method need to be used. But when it comes to NASA, blind faith is fine. When it comes to an organization literally named after deception, importing Nazis from Operation Paperclip, when it comes to that particular organization, everybody should just blindly trust. Everybody should just blindly trust this organization named after deception. Importing Nazis from World War II. They don't need to be scrutinized. There should be no logical scrutiny for this organization. All right, so check this out. For those, has anyone here not seen my logical analysis with the new logical analysis system on Matt Walsh? I'll just play through a few segments here. Ding.
But if the answer is that the conspiracy would necessitate the close cooperation and secrecy of thousands of people across multiple agencies and institutions, then you're going to have to meet a very, very high evidentiary bar to make your theory even slightly credible. The one thing we know about human beings in general, and human beings in government especially, is that they are very bad at keeping secrets. And the chance of the secret being kept drops exponentially as you add more people to it. We all understand this. I mean, you tell one person a secret, it's very hard to get them to keep it. Tell 10 people, and it's extremely difficult to get them to keep it. 1,000 is basically impossible. So, what about the fake moon landing? Well, this would require the coordination and absolute secrecy of the astronauts who are on these fake missions, and also everybody at mission control. It would also have to either involve everybody at NASA or a portion of people at NASA, and the latter is even more incredible because that would mean that the secret was being kept from a bunch of people at NASA by other people at NASA. No matter what, that's a very dubious proposition. It goes beyond that. Of course, knowledge of this conspiracy would have to go up the ranks in government. Not everybody in the Pentagon and White House had to know, but some of them would have had to know. And already we have multiple governmental entities working together on this and keeping the secret for decades without a single leak. But it's not contained just to government. If this was filmed on a sound stage, then the film crew, sound engineers, the guys who built the props, the studio or company that owned whatever sound stage they used, and so on, all these people would either have to be in on it or would have to be involved without knowing that they're in on it, which is even less likely. So now we have multiple government agencies and dozens, if not hundreds of bureaucrats all working together seamlessly alongside multiple civilians, some of whom work in the film industry. These are the two gossipy, least tight-lipped worlds in existence, Hollywood and government. And yet, after 6 decades, nobody in either world has ever breathed a single word about this, ever. But it's even more fantastical than that. You may be aware that the moon landing occurred, or was fake supposedly, in the middle of the Cold War, and that's largely why it was faked, according to the theory. But the Soviets were monitoring our space program just as closely as we were monitoring theirs. It's inconceivable that we could have planned, set up, and executed a fake moon landing and pulled this ruse over on the public without the Soviets being fully aware of what we'd done. And yet, they never accused us of faking the landing. The Soviet Union never denied the legitimacy of the landing one time. In fact, at this point, there are over 70 space agencies around the globe. Many of them have their own satellites, their own probes and telescopes and so on. If the most famous space-related achievement in history was completely fake, then it would seem nearly certain that at least some of the people and at least some of those other global space agencies would know it, or at least suspect it. Yet no accusations have ever been made by anybody who would be in a position to actually know anything about this. Which means either that many dozens or hundreds of conspirators in NASA, the White House, the Pentagon, and Hollywood were so brilliant and devious that they tricked even the Soviet spies who were monitoring them, along with every other global space agency, or these other agencies are in on it, which brings the conspiracy to thousands of people across dozens of countries and 6 decades. Now, this is all complicated by the fact that, according to the conspiracy theorists, the plot actually wasn't well executed at all. According to them, NASA did a shoddy job of pulling it off, made a number of extremely obvious mistakes. Mistakes that were so boneheaded that a bunch of people on Twitter can easily spot them just by a cursory glance at the photos. So this was a brilliant scheme pulled off by the most powerful entities in human history that anyone on Twitter could look at the photo for 5 seconds and go, that was fake. Yep, totally fake. Now, we'll get to those alleged mistakes in a moment, but you see the problem here, I hope. In order for this theory to work, the conspiracy would need to be the most brilliant and well-coordinated and devious hoax of all time, and also the dumbest and clumsiest and most obvious. It would need to be both of those things simultaneously, which it can't be. And all of this means that before we even look at the supposed evidence, we already have a fake moon landing that is far more complicated and difficult and implausible than actually just landing on the moon. Hadouken! We have an alternative theory that is by far and away more convoluted and far-fetched than the official narrative that it seeks to debunk. So Occam, with his razor, is spinning in his grave right now. So what is the evidence that can overcome this enormous logical deficit? What proof is there that the moon landing was fake? Well, let's take a look at the 3 big pieces of evidence that the deniers offer and that have been all over my mentions on Twitter all weekend long. So first, moon landing deniers point to what they consider to be anomalies in the photographs taken on the moon. And they point out how you can't see any stars in the sky, right? And you should be able to because they were in space. They say that the shadows are coming in at weird angles rather than straight and parallel as they should be if all the shadows are cast by a single light source, which would be the sun. They point to the picture of the American flag appearing to wave as it stands planted in the lunar surface. They say that this makes no sense because there wouldn't have been any wind on the moon to cause the flag to wave. And finally, they say that footage of the lunar module taking off from the moon's surface is clearly fake because there wouldn't have been any cameraman left behind to take the footage. Now, of course, all of these points are very easily explained. The flag was not waving. There was a horizontal bar at the top of one could go outside. Absolutely nothing strange about the fact that they come in at different angles. Go outside on a sunny day and take a picture, and you will see exactly the same phenomena. The uneven surface, the angle of the lens, the perspective from where you take the picture, all will cause the shadows to appear that way. Again, anyone could go outside right at this very moment and confirm this point yourself. And how did they get the footage of the lunar module taking off? Well, that footage is from Apollo 17, not Apollo 11. They left behind a camera that was controlled remotely from Earth, and the reason why we didn't get that footage until Apollo 17 is because they tried it on 2 or 3 other moon missions and it didn't work because it's sort of difficult to pull off a remote-controlled selfie on the moon. These are the easy, common sense, accurate explanations for what you see in the photographs. And these explanations make significantly more sense than the alternative theory. Okay, if they were going to go through all this trouble to fake the pictures, why would they neglect to add stars to the sky? Like, wouldn't that be the first thing you do if you were faking a picture of outer space? Why would they pretend the moon has wind? Like, the moon landing deniers are the ones who bring up these supposed anomalies in the photos, except that their theory makes less sense of the anomalies than the story they're trying to refute. Because the anomalies are not anomalies. They are very easily explained, and there's nothing mysterious or strange about them. Grand Canyon University is an affordable, private Christian university. They're exposed to the surrounding the planet inside the Earth's magnetic field that contains high levels of radiation. And the deniers say that astronauts would be killed if they tried to pass through it. Now, this certainly would be a devastating point if it was true, but it isn't. The Van Allen belt does exist, there is radiation, but the spacecraft passes through it very quickly. It's going very fast. And that minimizes the radiation exposure. And ultimately, the amount of radiation they're exposed to isn't much more than a couple of chest x-rays. So it's, you can be exposed to radiation without being killed on the spot. It's just if the radiation is mitigated and minimized. Third, and perhaps most commonly cited piece of evidence to support moon landing denialism is that we haven't gone back. As many people have argued to me over the weekend, if we really landed on the moon, then why haven't we ever gone back? Well, the first answer is that we did. We went back 5 additional times. So if you deny that we've landed on the moon, you are actually claiming 6 moon hoaxes. You are saying that this whole vast conspiracy was spun up and planned and executed 6 times in a row. So why didn't we keep going to the moon in reality? Well, how many times do you think we should have gone? I mean, would you find the story more credible if we went 10 times, 20 times? If you deny the first 6 times, will you suddenly believe it if we go another 6 times? Like, it's completely arbitrary. Well, we only went 6 times. How many times should we have gone? I don't know. 17. The real reason we stopped going to the moon is that it's expensive. And it's complicated. And it's dangerous. Now, it's not as complicated as pulling off a moon landing hoax 6 times. But it's still, it's complicated. People died to get the Apollo program off the ground. Space travel is fraught with risk. And as a country, we have lost the will to endure the cost and take the risk. It's true that, if you were alive in 1970, you probably would have assumed that by the year 2024, we'd be landing humans on the moons of Jupiter, right, by now. But just watch any any science fiction film from the 60s and 70s to get an idea of where people thought we'd be by the 2000s. We didn't get there. Why? Well, because we lost interest. And we slipped into decadence and boredom. And now, to top it all off, IQ scores are declining and people are generally becoming less competent and less skilled. In 1970, we were sending rockets to the moon. That's true. Do you know what else we were doing? We were flying commercial supersonic passenger jets that could make it from New York to London in 3 hours. And if you were on one of those jets 50 years ago, You would have assumed that by 2024, we'd have the technology to go from New York to London in 3 minutes, right? Instead, we went the other way. The fastest passenger jet today that's operational will get you there in about 7 hours. Okay? Our technology seems to have regressed. Is that proof that the Concorde never existed? Does that mean that supersonic air travel was a hoax? No, it just means that the supersonic air travel was, again, expensive and difficult and cumbersome. And it came with extra risks. One crash of a Concorde jet, which eventually happened, was all it took. And the whole supersonic air travel industry was thrown on the scrap pile, and that is where it has stayed up until now. We did not build off of it. We didn't continue in that direction. We just went backwards. It's a sad story. It's a story.
And for those that can't read the screenshot, I can't believe he went to the Concorde. That's like saying because some random smart car comes out that's so much slower than a Ferrari or a Bugatti, that means technology is going backwards. And I mean, it's mind-shocking that he's this brain dead. He couldn't spend 2 minutes, or his handlers or his team or whatever, searching hypersonic. I mean, they're smashing airplane speed records all the time. I mean, shattering them by huge amounts. I mean, the technology is just going straight forward, like with everything. And I mean, just the goofery of picking that just because mass air transit is not using hypersonic planes doesn't mean the technology isn't flying forward with in incredible leaps and breaking speed records all the time. I mean, just the level of goofery here. I'm almost done here. I just wanted to play this before we get to the Joe Rogan segment.
Of societal paralysis and decay, but it is not evidence that one of the most well-documented events in human history never happened. In fact, there is no evidence that the moon landing never happened. There is, again, zero evidence of this elaborate cinematic hoax. Now, I said that I was responding to their evidence, but what you may have noticed about their evidence is that it is not evidence.
And for those new to the subject, I mean, is there any of it? Obviously, he's shifting the burden of proof here. One is not called upon to prove a negative. Burden of proof is always on positive claims, but you still could go a ways to proving a negative. For example, the moon rocks are petrified wood from Arizona that have been independently tested. You have the EMF extraction. I did a whole episode on that in the Apollo series on MINDSHOCK, where it looks like it's artificial light in all of the footage. You can literally see the wires. There's no dust kick-ups. I mean, NASA's own simulation and basic common sense would tell you, if the moon really is 1/6 gravity, everybody should be jumping 6 times higher. Now, the life support pack, that adds a little bit of weight, so it wouldn't be a full 6 times. It would be a little less. But it wouldn't look like it was literally shot on Earth in slow motion. You change the frame rate, and it looks like it was shot exactly on Earth. You have whistleblowers. You have Russia did come out and claim the moon landing was fake. Again, Walsh is just... I guess he's too dumb to use Google. I mean, that's kind of weird. I mean, I think it was on a bunch of The Buzz. I mean, a bunch of mainstream sources. I mean, you have the time delay and the raw audio transmission not matching up. You have, they still haven't explained how they were able to transmit 3 different color signals for live feed video in the 60s. Apparently they can't do that today for the alleged recent landing in 2024. They couldn't do that. They couldn't send any signal, not even a black and white signal. So, I mean, there's a mountain of evidence of fakery. He just pretends it doesn't exist, or he doesn't know about it. All he can do is point to the waving of the flag, which, I mean, who thinks that that's the definitive? I mean, who uses that? I mean, I know the Fox special on the moon landing conspiracy brought that up. I'm not sure what to think about it, because you can see the bar at the top, but at the same time, it also does waver. But, I mean, who cares about that when there's not even a dust kick up in the lander? I mean, there's nothing. You'd have you'd have these particles moving in slow motion, or at least there'd be some kind of a crater for the sheer amount of force exerted with the land. I mean, it's just basic energy transference. I mean, you'd have to ignore all these basic laws of physics. I mean, it's crazy. Like, how much more evidence could there be? They lost all of the evidence that would prove the landing happened. They lost all the reels of telemetry data, thousands and thousands of reels. They say they lost the technology. I mean, when someone says my dog ate my homework, I mean, maybe they're not lying and maybe they really did their homework, but is there any reason to believe it when all they have is my dog ate my homework excuse? I mean, how much more evidence of the landings being faked do you need? As Matt Walsh accurately psychologically projected, would he believe any amount of evidence that it was faked?
Analysts have is a few easily debunked qualms with the generally accepted narrative. They have absolutely no positive evidence for their own narrative. Not one single piece of evidence. Not one witness, not one whistleblower with direct knowledge of the conspiracy, not one photo or video of this hoax being staged. Nothing. They found some holes in the moon landing story, holes that are totally imaginary, it turns out. And inside those holes, they have stuffed this whole story that they invented out of thin air. Which is a problem because the moon landing hoax theory is not just a denial of something that happened, right? I'm not asking that you prove a negative. I'm not asking you to prove we never went to the moon. What proof is there that the moon landing was fake? What proof is there that the moon landing was fake? What proof is there that the moon landing was fake? The moon landing hoax is an assertion of an entirely different event that they claim did happen. And so what I'm saying is, where is your evidence that any of that happened? You have no evidence to indicate that this event occurred. None at all. Zero. Now, the moon landing, on the other hand, has reams and reams and reams of evidence. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of photos and videos from the surface, interviews with the astronauts who went there, footage from other lunar probes that have gone to the moon or orbited it. There's even a laser reflector that was left on the surface. You can bounce a laser off of it today. This is a real experiment that can be conducted right now today to confirm that the reflector was left there. Now, it'll take much more sophisticated equipment than the average person has laying around, but many people with the equipment have done the experiment, because it measures the distance between the Earth and the Moon at any given time, and have confirmed this. Are they all in on it too? Has the conspiracy grown even larger now? Now, if all of this is not enough to believe that we landed on the moon, then fine. But that means you also have to deny pretty much every historical event that has ever occurred. There is more direct evidence of the moon landing than there is of almost any event that happened prior to the mid-20th century. We have more direct evidence of the moon landing than we do that George Washington existed. And yet, if I claim that George Washington's existence was a hoax, you would expect me to present extremely compelling, direct, positive evidence of the hoax. And if I had none at all, you would laugh in my face, and deservedly so. Skepticism is healthy, but flatly denying a historical event in favor of a pet theory that has infinitely less evidence to support it than the event you're denying is not skepticism. It is dogmatism, which is the opposite of skepticism. And that's why there is no evidence of the moon landing that will ever convince the deniers.
We do have to give Matt Walsh's subconscious credit here, because his psychological projection is so accurate. Because there's so much evidence that they faked it. I mean, he's so clueless, he doesn't know that they were bouncing lasers off the moon prior to the moon missions. Like, he's this utterly clueless about just basic history of alleged moon exploration. Now, obviously, we don't know what exactly they were bouncing off of, but even according to the official narrative that he believes, the official narrative is that they were bouncing lasers off the moon prior to any manned moon missions, first of all. Second of all, if the moon is a solid object that can be landed on, you don't need humans to send if the probes are legit. I'm not claiming they are, but he's claiming they are. The NASA fanboys and the scientism cultists, they claim that probes are legit. So they could easily have sent probes to leave the reflectors on the moon. That's not evidence of a manned mission. But I mean, he's such a zealot. As he accurately projected, this is dogmatism, because it's his dogma, it's his religion that the moon landing had to have happened. So he will not accept any evidence, no matter how many moon rocks are tested and found to be petrified wood from Arizona. No matter how many wires are in the moon footage. No matter how many thousands of telemetry data reels are lost. No matter how many manned moon missions that are supposed to happen get canceled. No matter how many whistleblowers come forward, like there's Project Slam Dunk. I went over that. There was a whistleblower on the faked mission. Russia did claim the moon landings were fake. No matter how much footage doesn't line up to the simulations of 1/6 gravity. No matter how many EMF extraction comparisons are showing artificial lights in the moon landing footage. No matter how many laws of violation of the laws of physics there are regarding the audio transmissions timing, regardless of no matter how much evidence of the fakery is presented, he will never accept it because of his dogmatism.
No matter what you show them, they can explain it away with some totally ad hoc, arbitrary wave of the hand.
Like he just did.
Photos won't convince them. Video won't convince them. First-hand testimony won't convince them. Eyewitnesses won't convince them. Lasers bouncing off of freaking reflectors planted on the moon's surface won't convince them. Nothing will. They have chosen to deny everything ahead of time. And in this case, what's being denied is one of the greatest achievements in human history. An achievement claimed by Americans for America. The history of the West is constantly being rewritten by bored, spoiled people so as to diminish the accomplishments of our ancestors and deny their many incredible contributions to mankind. And in the end, this is all part of that agenda. If there's any conspiracy going on here, there it is. And that is why the moon landing deniers are, with a great vengeance, canceled.
The final score is tabulated based on a weighted average. The baseline score counts for 40%. The fallacy per minute rate, 40%. The FPM rate is calculated based on the total amount of fallacies committed throughout the entire duration of the debate. Super fallacies count for 10%. Regular fallacies, 5%. Fallacy combos, 5%. The weighted average determines the final score. Highest score wins.
So this is quite astonishing. Matt Walsh scored 287. And he has his fallacy per minute rate is 19.22. So that's almost 10 fallacies every 30 seconds. So that's almost one fallacy every 3 seconds. The longest time without a fallacy was 54 seconds. He couldn't manage more than 54 seconds without a fallacy. I mean, these are astonishing. He's putting up huge numbers here. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, let me just go over a couple of comments that were kind of hilarious. Awesome Town Matt says, Walsh acts like the lefties he makes fun of when it comes to emotional issues. Ironic. Hypocritical, also. Awesome Town Matt also asks, did Rogan address that he was a denier, then not, denier again, or act like he was always a denier? I don't think he ever talks about that. Some people talking about concave Earth in the chat. I do have a whole folder on concave Earth. I was going to do a podcast on that at some point. Awesome Town Matt says, Bruce, didn't you hear Matt? There is zero evidence, so stop showing evidence. I mean, it's just kind of astonishing how supposed... I would like to actually hear like guys like Ben Shapiro. I wonder what... If somebody told Ben Shapiro to make a video in support of the moon landing, I would actually be surprised if he used arguments this dumb. I'm kind of curious as to what arguments he would use, though. Because even in his pro-injection stance, I mean, he uses dumb arguments, but nothing this flatlined like Matt Walsh. The Greater Earth asks, wait, he has beaten Craig in amount of fallacies. So this is the first solo video I did a logical analysis on, so he does have a higher FPM. But in, when there's multiple people involved in a debate, one person can't talk the whole time. And it's kind of too difficult to calculate only their talking time, and that wouldn't be fair either because one person talks more than the other. So it's kind of difficult. I believe, and also the length of the rant would matter. So we'd have to, we'd have to get apple to apple comparisons. Greater Earth says, is this the final boss of fallacious reasoning? I'm not sure. I don't know whether it should be him, Craig, Sartain. I mean, Soy Lodge just doesn't make the cut because he's just, his brain just doesn't work. And he's not even good. He can't even talk fast enough to commit enough fallacies. Greater Earth says, he doesn't seem like a dumb guy. I think he's just lying. But here's the thing, like, would he really be this willing to humiliate himself? I mean, shouldn't he come up with better lies? I mean, these are worse than bottom of the barrel. Like, the bottom of the barrel broke and it spilled into the sewer, and he's, like, licking it off the sewer for his arguments. I mean, this is way below bottom of the barrel. Lazarus says, Matt is the worst kind of goon, a blind patriot. They actually ensure that we don't progress because they uphold the convenient fantasy of the American dream. The Greater Earth says, there's no way Matt is as dense as Craig. It's suspicious to use this many fallacies and still be breathing. Oh, man. Okay, hold on a second. It's possible Craig is a super genius who's just the greatest actor ever. and he's the only actor who can successfully go full retard. It's possible. I'm just throwing it out there. Let's not dismiss that possibility. Because if he was just too good of an actor for Hollywood, and there are just some deep pockets here to promote Flat Earth, so they want to create as many Flat Earthers as possible, why wouldn't they hire a guy like Craig? Because if he's just that good at going full retard, I mean, Craig is going to create more Flat Earthers than anybody out there. So if there is some kind of concerted effort to sow strife and discord to facilitate a one world government, a new world order coming on the heels of some kind of societal collapse where people don't trust any government entities at all, did they call upon the one and only Craig of Fight the Flat Earth for their cause? All right, let's get into the Joe Rogan segment here. What everybody's been waiting for. But that's the background here. So we'll see if Walsh doubles down on his goofery or not. Greater Earth says Craig is partying at Bohemian Grove. You know what would be hilarious? If a video came out of Craig, Alex Jones, and Joe Rogan partying at Bohemian Grove. Would anybody be surprised at this point? Maybe Trump's with him, maybe he's not.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out!
Get a computer that keeps making new accounts, and you run a program. It's not the most difficult thing to do. For people that know how to actually code operating systems, you don't think there's someone out there that can code a computer program that can operate millions of different Twitter accounts, and you run it through some sort of AI that you've developed, some large language model on things to say about MAGA, or things to say about abortion, or things to say about conservatives, or things to say about liberals, and you put a fucking American flag in your little bio, or you put a pronoun thing, he, her, Zer, whatever it is. And then you just flood the internet with fake anger and fake discourse. And you lie about people, and you, anytime there's a post about anything controversial, you insert something in there that gets people even more riled up. You could get people, you could swing the vote. You could swing the vote in one way or another, especially with fence sitters, with people that are not sure, like, I don't know, is Trump really the answer? And then you get online and you see all this hateful shit, or you might get on a MAGA forum and you go, oh, they are eating cats. He was telling the truth. ABC's biased. And you could swing it one way or the other. And I think they're all trying to manipulate it. All these foreign governments, and I think internally in the United States, I'm sure there are groups that are doing it too, that are manipulating things in one way or the other in a disingenuous way because it's available. And I don't know how to stop it. I think the only way for you to not personally be really affected by it is you have to understand that it exists, and then you have to recognize that, you know, some of these takes are not even real human beings. So instead of saying, Jesus Christ, people really think that way, go, maybe not. Like, maybe this isn't, maybe there's a few people that think that way, but you're being led to believe that it's a huge movement of people when it might not be. But the problem is when even if it's fake, people are so stupid that even if it's a fake thing that becomes a bit of a movement online with fake, dumb people will jump in there, and then it'll become a real thing. Yeah. Like, you aware of the free bleeding movement that 4chan pushed?
Yeah, I think I heard of that. But then it became kind of real, didn't it?
It became real. That's what I'm saying. Or flat Earth is the same thing. It became a joke. If people were fucking around at first, we've known the Earth has not been flat for a long-ass time. And then...
But now that's totally real.
Now it's totally real. Now there's massive groups of people.
I mean, look at this goof. I mean, just look at this goof. You know what's funny, though? What's really funny is in Rogan's deranged mind, unless he's also like a bad actor in this situation, some people think he's a flat earther, and he actually wants to increase flat earth membership by talking down on flat earth and with such horrible arguments, like Matt Walsh did with the moon landing. If you haven't checked out Joe Rogan vs. Eddie Bravo, I did a I don't know, was that 6 hours or something, dissecting all of Rogan's horrible arguments. I mean, the level of goofery is astounding. I mean, Rogan borders on mental disability for that entire conversation. So, for him to rope this in here and pretend that flat earthers jumped on something fake, let's say it was fake, though. Let's say the people that pushed it out, and that's actually a fascinating topic on how it was so-called let out of the bag. I actually talked to, I talked to Whitsit about it in his chat, on one of his streams in the chat at one point, and he had some interesting thoughts about how it was all let out of the bag. Not that it's relevant in terms of a logical physics perspective, but I find it interesting. I think, I mean, anybody who's curious about conspiracies and government and all of that, on how it was supposedly let out of the bag. And either way, whether it's true or not, let's say it was fake. Let's say people thought it was fake and they released it as fake. But if it's real, which again, you have people out there doing infrared, you have people out there doing laser tests, you have people going out there doing all sorts of things. So even if the people that released it thinking it was fake for the lulz, that doesn't mean it's fake. But obviously, Rogan's deranged feeble mind, I said female mind. Oh, wow. Was that a Freudian slip on my part? I assure you, listeners, I do not know anything about Rogan's true gender. I don't know how he identifies. I don't know how he was born. That was not a Freudian slip. I just misspoke. That doesn't happen often, does it? But yeah, no, I assure you, I have no insider knowledge if Rogan's gender is truly female or not. Thanks, Tara Jackson, for the support, by the way. I just saw that. Okay. So, yeah, he obviously couldn't consider the possibility that even if it was released by people who thought it was fake, that doesn't mean it's fake. Like people making intentionally fake Bigfoot or ghost videos. If Bigfoot or ghosts really are real and people go and find the evidence, even a person who thinks it's fake, releasing it as fake, that wouldn't be relevant to whether it's fake or not. But obviously, yeah, the mental capacity's just not there. Just look at this goof's face.
People to think the Earth is flat.
Which isn't, I can't.
I can.
I don't know how that, yeah.
Yeah, you can't. But the thing is, that's how dumb people are. That you can have a fake thing and say it enough times, and enough people will jump in and be on board with it, and then it becomes a real thing.
Kind of like the moon landing.
And then you don't even have to like use propaganda anymore. These morons are doing it for you.
The thing that gets me about the flat Earth thing is because I didn't realize that it was a real thing until, I don't know, a few years ago. I posted something about it, and all these comments from real people what gets me is, well, you get the people that say, yeah, I think the Earth's flat, and that's you're just really stupid. But what I was more fascinated by the like 80% of people who. 80% of the flat Earth crowd, 80% of them, their take was, well, I'm not saying the Earth is flat, but I'm open to it. So I'm open to the possibility. How are you? I get it if you're just completely stupid and you got sucked into this cult thing, but what I don't get is how can you be on the fence about the shape of the Earth?
It's very telling that Matt Walsh doesn't get how people could be logical, objective, neutral, scientific. The mark of an educated mind is the ability to consider a concept or idea as true without believing in it. Clearly, he can't. All he has is childish ad homs here. You're stupid. That's his only argument. You're stupid. That's all he has. I mean, this is 5-year-old mentality. I mean, I'm actually insulting 5-year-olds here. There's plenty of 5-year-olds who are smart enough to not use that argument. I mean, the goofery here. I mean, look at this goof's face. I mean, he's mentally gone when it comes to some of these topics. Like, it just does not look like there's any mental processing. Wes F.E. says, Matt Walsh was that petty dumb smart person or pretty dumb smart person? Well, it's a blind spot. If you guys haven't checked out my podcast on blind spots, I actually describe this. It's not really a phenomena. I mean, there are very, very intelligent people. Like Ben Shapiro is a great example, because Ben Shapiro is a lot smarter than Matt Walsh, but he has these huge blind spots too, like injections or some of these other topics. But the majority of topics he speaks on, he speaks with much higher intelligence than Matt Walsh on any of the topics Matt Walsh speaks. I mean, this is a low bar to know the difference between a man and a woman and being credited for it as some kind of high-level intellectual. That's a low bar. At least Ben Shapiro, I mean, he's got a decent kind of bar, you know, a mid to high level bar on most of the topics he discussed. Most is not all. But his blind spots, it's like there's no mental function. It's like mental retardation when it comes to the blind spots, because those blind spots render him unable to actually utilize intellectual ability. So yeah, all he has is these pathetic ad homs, and he criticizes people that are truly scientific. Being open to ideas is the very nature of science. As he psychologically projected in his rant against the moon landing conspiracy, he's such a dogmatist. He's so hopelessly indoctrinated into his cult, the cult of NASA, that he'll never see any of this stuff, the cult of NASA and scientism, but only certain parts of scientism. Apparently, he can utilize logic and reason and skepticism when it comes to injection. I believe he did. Did he do a piece on injections? I think it was him, or was it somebody else? Or at least, you know, whatever, social distancing. I think he did a piece on all that, on how illogical all that nonsense pushed by the WHO, the CDC, the FDA was. So the gophery on display here by Matt Walsh is kind of astounding. He's criticizing anybody who's being scientific, open to ideas, open to have evidence presented. Condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. So Matt Walsh here exhibiting the height of ignorance.
Well, it's just people that really are not educated. That's number one.
And no surprise, Joe Rogan's so utterly clueless, he doesn't know the difference between schooling and education, between indoctrination and education. Because he's that utterly clueless. He's that much of an authority-worshipping cultist in general. It's Rogan's actually the opposite. Rogan's like this clueless. He's got like reverse blind spots, where everything's a blind spot, but he's almost like an idiot savant in certain topics. Because when he argued 9/11 or the moon landing in the past, he was actually pretty apt. Like relatively high functioning debater, relatively logical. I mean, nothing astounding, but pretty impressive for a meathead. Pretty impressive for a bro type of guy. But I think those are the only two topics that he was ever impressive on. And even other things, if he happened to be accidentally correct about them, he couldn't really argue them well. But it's kind of interesting.
And people that believe that there's a collusion that's so large that all of the space agencies from Japan, from China, from Russia, all of them are liars. That all of them are colluding together to hide the true shape of the Earth, because if we really knew the Earth is flat, then it always is connected to some sort of a Bible thing.
Which is also not true. Quite a few number of flat earthers or people considering and discussing flat earth who are not claiming the Bible is true, myself included. I don't claim the Bible is false either. I mean, clearly a lot of it seems to be true, but I'm not claiming it is. I'm not claiming it's the Word of God either. I mean, it was printed. I'm clearly not going to put blind faith in King James for his version and the removal of all these other texts, the Apocrypha. I mean, so many books removed, like the Book of Enoch. I mean, all of these incredible books with a lot of knowledge removed. So clearly I'm not claiming any of that. But the goofery here, I mean, is it possible Rogan is this dumb? We need to do a poll. We need to do a poll. Because I'm not sure, is it really possible Rogan is this utterly clueless, or is he acting? Let's do a poll. I'm curious as to what everybody thinks here. So, yes is clueless, no is acting. What do we got, people? 'Cause, I mean, it's so hard. It's so hard to determine whether he's genuinely this dumb or he's acting. So far, 33% yes, he's the 63% no, 5% too triggered to answer. Very understandable. Very understandable. Those that are too triggered to make a determination. 26. Okay, 29% yes, 67% no. Wes FE says Matt has potential if he remains honest. Well, you think Matt Walsh is really this clueless as well? We need to do one on... Well, at the end, we'll do one on Matt Walsh. The Greater Earth said Rogan was on top of things until deGrasse turned him. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGoof Tyson, one of the goofiest bastards in the history of scientism, in my opinion. Wouldn't it be hilarious if Neil deGrasse Tyson was on this podcast with them? I think Rogan would have been too terrified to bring this topic up, though, if Tyson was on. Groupthink Skeptic says he's like a windsock and goes with the wind. He doesn't remember past positions. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I mean, he might have some kind of brain damage from all the drugs he used. That's a viable position. That's a viable position. Alan J with very difficult question. Who's dumber, Joe Rogan or Matt Walsh? That's a tough one, my friend. Oh, that's a tough one. Beastly in the chat says Rogan knows it's flat. Just look how stressed he gets when Bravo brings it. Well, I think that's because first, Rogan knows that Bravo would beat him up. Secondly, which Eddie Bravo's so nice. He should have choked out Rogan a long time ago for the level of disrespect that Rogan spits on the podcast. But I think he gets stressed out because he knows he's too dumb to argue with Eddie Bravo. Regardless of whether the true shape is, regardless of whether Rogan believes one or the other, Rogan knows he's too dumb and he looks horrible whenever engaging with Eddie Bravo. I think that's why he gets stressed. Haley in the chat, welcome back. I don't think I've seen you in a little bit. Also, quite a few people in here who've been absent from a number of lives. There was someone earlier here I hadn't seen in a bit. Oh, that was... Let me just scroll to the top here. Okay, so I'm going to close the poll here. 24% think Rogan is genuinely clueless, or 25%. 73% no, he's acting dumb, and 3% too triggered to answer. South to West in the chat. South to West. I haven't seen South to West in a bit. Blue Unicorn saying, I've stood on the bluff at Cape Perpetua and you can visibly see the curve. I've been 30,000 feet in an airplane and you can see the curve. It's plain to see if you just look. Blue Unicorn, was that like a satirical post? Because nobody claims that you can see the curve at that height in an airplane, because that would be too close to the surface. And you're also looking through curved windows. there's cameras mounted on 100,000 plus feet hot air balloons where there's zero curvature, first of all. Second of all, the true horizon is not the apparent horizon. So what, even whether it showed a curve or not, that wouldn't prove anything because that's not the true horizon. Just like you can see train tracks touch in the distance. Have you ever stood in between train tracks and looked towards the horizon? You can see them touch, right? They touch because you can see them touch. You realize how silly that kind of an argument is? Blue Unicorn says, who are you to tell me what I can't see? Are you God? So you see train tracks touch, right? I'm not saying... If you look, everybody sees train tracks touch. Does that mean they touch, though? It's called convergence. Also, you can see boats floating above the horizon at certain points, or the apparent horizon, not the true horizon. Blue Unicorn, if you're interested in the topic, check out the logical analysis I did with Bryant Myers. Because he brought up most of the usual arguments, and then I brought up why they wouldn't prove a globe either. Or the globe is just incredibly larger. But Blue Unicorn, you didn't answer me regarding the train tracks. You see train tracks touch in the distance, right? I've seen them touch in the distance. I'm not arguing they actually touch, though. I did see them touch, though. I think everybody's seen train tracks touch. That doesn't mean they touch. So what you see doesn't mean that that's what reality is. I think a lot of people see it's convergence. It's the same thing. Just instead of horizontal, it's vertical. But a lot of people can see a slight curve in the through the curved window. Just like if you ever wear a helmet or something, depending on the visor, everything will look slightly curved, and it'll exaggerate the perspective. But yeah, if you take a video of from the top of whatever mountain, you could even take a 360 video, and if you put the lens corrector, the perspective corrector on it to remove the any kind of lens effect, like in 360 mode, it will fisheye, and it'll do all sorts of weird perspective things. But there's a corrector. I think even the GoPro software has that built into the software, where it removes all those effects to give you the natural view. And people have done this, so you can do it pretty easily. It'll still show 180 degrees. Now, the argument, that doesn't prove a flat Earth, obviously. It could theoretically still look like that on a globe Earth, because you always see in a circle, right? Because let's say, for the sake of argument, if you can only see 1 mile in every direction, that would map a circle around you. Yes, Blue Unicorn, lenses are not flat. Yeah, that's why you can... They will make things... That's why convergence is a thing. Even your eyes are not flat, right? Okay, let's continue here. But yeah, if you're really interested in the topic, check out the Bryant Myers. It's 9 hours of analyzing all the arguments.
Like it's the firmament, and they believe that we're hiding the fact that God is real, and somehow there's some mass conspiracy that all these world governments and every person that ever was involved in the space agencies, they've all hid from us.
Yeah, and the moon landing. You're not you believe in the moon landing, right?
I used to believe in the moon landing.
You don't anymore?
I had a joke in my act about it, that before COVID, I would have told you vaccine's the most important invention in human history, and after COVID, I'm like, I don't think we went to the moon.
Yeah, I know that was in your... But
Yeah.
you actually think that?
I think there is a less than zero possibility that we did not go to the moon.
Oh, my gosh.
I know. Why do you went to the moon?
This is exactly what you just said about... Well, there's a lot of reasons, but
the main thing is what you just said about the Earth. The vastness of the conspiracy that would be required.
I mean, this level of gopher here. The conspiracy is as if there's a conspiracy. If the conspiracy is true, the vastness is whatever it is. So that wouldn't preclude it. So these circular reasoning, logical fallacies, and false premises, because he doesn't even really know what would necessitate the conspiracy, even if it were true. If there's a good enough reason. I mean, look at the conspiracy of thinking governments are required. And look at all the people in on it, thinking that governments are necessary and everybody needs to pay taxes, despite all the evidence to the contrary, or at least income tax. I mean, maybe other taxes to, have infrastructure. But to think that income taxes are required. So the level of goofer here, the only real, and it's very telling that that he goes to this argument first. It really shows how weak his position is. Because if he can only appeal to incredulity stacked on a circular reasoning fallacy, stacked on a false premise, I mean, how solid is his argument? And this kind of presupposition and assumption that all these other conspiracies, all the conspiracies that you don't know about, that are executed by the amount of people involved that he's alleging, cross countries, etc. If they're successfully carried out and nobody knows about them, how can he appeal to incredulity here? Because nobody knows how many secrets are truly kept. You can only keep track of the ones that are broken. I mean, this is logic 101, but Walsh just can't grasp it, which is very interesting. Appeal to ignorance as well. And he's going to go appeal to invincible ignorance later on.
To fake that, it's so vast that it's a lot more incredible to believe that we faked it than to believe that we just went and going to the moon. It's a massive achievement, but I think the greatest human achievement of all time. But even so, to fake it would be even more massive.
I really think he stole this argument from Neil deGrasse Tyson, because Neil Tyson's the first person I've heard to make the argument, and I literally laughed out loud. I did a blind reaction video to Neil Tyson on a few different conspiracies, and if you just go to the MINDSHOCK channel, you can look up Neil deGrasse Tyson Logical Analysis, or Dunning-Kruger Champions Neil deGrasse Tyson. His arguments are just so ludicrous. It's easier to go than to fake it. So my question is this. If that's true, why don't they shoot Ghosts of Mars on location? Or is it only easier to fake going to the moon and it's not easier to fake going to Mars? But in that case, why don't they shoot all of the movies set on the moon? Like that Superman movie, what was that? Superman 4? The Quest for Peace? Do they fight on the moon? I'm not a big fan of the Superman movies. I don't remember. Does anybody in the chat know? Is Superman 4 The Quest for Peace the one where they fight on the moon? Why didn't they shoot that on location if it's so much easier to go than to fake it? Nobody knows? No Superman fans in the chat? Which Superman movie do they fight on the moon? Superman is dead? Okay, am I gonna have to look this up? Okay, it was Superman 4. Yeah. So why didn't they just shoot it on location if it's so much easier to do it for real?
Because not only would you need all of these space agencies and all the different whatever people in American institutions to be colluding, but you'd also need foreign governments, including adversarial foreign governments, who at this point certainly would know we faked it. And for some reason haven't blown the lid on it. So they're letting us like take this achievement that they know. Like, why haven't the Russians come out and said
all those things you're saying are true?
Right.
I don't argue with any of the things you're saying. But one of the things that I think you have to consider was, if it's not possible for human beings to safely go through the Van Allen radiation belts and out into deep space without much protection, and face the temperatures that are on the surface of the moon, which get up to 250 degrees and 250 degrees below zero in the shadows. There's no environment there. It's hostile beyond belief. Micrometeorites are flying into the moon all the time. They're flying through space all the time. We've never had a single biological organism go out into deep space, past the Van Allen radiation belts, and then come back to Earth and come back alive, except human beings during the Apollo missions. Every single space station mission, every single space shuttle mission, all of them are inside 350 miles from the Earth's surface. The only time human beings have ever been past that and through the Van Allen radiation belts was the Apollo missions. And we were the only humans that were ever able to do that. The Russians never figured out how to do it. No one else figured out how to do it but the Apollo astronauts. And we did it 7 times, 6 successfully, from 1969 to 1972. If you said to me, do you think that they could fake the moon landing today? I would say no. I would say no. People are going to be able to track it. It's very easy. They have satellites.
So, okay. I mean, the level of gopher here. They have satellite. Who has satellites? What private civilian has satellites? NASA has satellites. And most of the goofs like Walsh, they're going to believe whatever they say the satellite data shows. They're going to believe whatever images are produced. So does Rogan... So does Rogan think that the February 2024 remote landing that allegedly happened, that for some reason they couldn't get the live feed working, so he thinks that's real? So I'm guessing he thinks all non-manned missions are real. So he thinks all the Mars stuff is real, and I'm assuming, because he's saying that they would get caught faking it.
They're going to know everything. But in 1969, the technology was so crude that when they first showed the Apollo 11 landing, they didn't even show a direct feed to the networks. So like if you're on CBS News, you don't get a direct feed. What you do is you point a camera at a projection screen. So that's why
You know what's kind of hilarious? Even when Rogan is technically on the logical side of something, he's still wrong about all the details. There were multiple feeds, including a microwave transfer. Some of them actually went to Australia and London, I believe. So I actually went over this on the latest episode in the Apollo series on what they claimed was transferred. And again, imagine the size of the tower. Like, look at all the equipment you need just to broadcast a news clip down the street. Like, they have a huge van with all these countless cables and antennas. And then the news station has huge antennas. radio towers, broadcast towers, all the huge dishes just to broadcast. And on the moon, they just had this tiny little spiel of gold wire. Again, I went over all of this on the last episode. I'm not going to go over all of it here. But they allegedly, I mean, it was just weird. But anyway, Rogan's completely wrong about this. There were multiple broadcasts, and there was also a microwave one.
Film looks so shitty. The camera is pointed to a projection screen where you see the astronauts jumping around on the moon. And you see this weird, grainy, third generation image, right? And we did it, and we have never done it since. And we've always said we're going to do it, and no one's ever even come close. No one's ever even gone into deep space since 1972.
We also haven't been trying.
We haven't been trying.
Now, this level of goofery is also demonstrably false. There have been multiple proposed and planned and budgeted missions, including a base on Mars. On the moon, actually. And Mars, too, but... I mean, actually, check this out. There's even plans for a city on Mars. I mean, we all know how quickly that's gonna happen. But there were so many proposed moon landing program and fully budgeted. That's what this goof is so clueless about. They have been trying and planning. I actually went over this. Which episode did I go over this on? So again, the level of goofer here, Matt Walsh is so dumb. He can't even go to Wikipedia. So they've actually already budgeted the 2025 Artemis program, crewed mission to the moon, and a sustained presence by 2028. Now, what's funny is that as early as 1958, they actually had a 21-person underground Air Force base on the moon, $7.5 billion by 1968. Here, I'm just going to put this all on the screen just to make it funnier on how utterly clueless Matt Walsh is. I mean, like, how is he not embarrassed to be claiming they haven't been trying when not only, I mean, all the plans were made and they even got budgeted to do all this. And he's saying nobody was trying? Like, what the level of goofery required here to say what he's saying with a straight face? Like, how is he not humiliated to look this dumb? Like, why would he is he really just being paid that much that he doesn't care if he looks this stupid? Like, what does everybody think about this? They actually launched actual satellites that were part of the program in the 90s to make all these. So they not only was everything planned and budgeted, but they actually executed stages of these missions. Now, ultimately, it doesn't look like they got anywhere, but the level of goofery here in him thinking they weren't trying, they were actively trying. And this is all public information. None of this was top secret. I mean, to be this utterly clueless. Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna put this all on the screen, just so everybody can see how dumb Matt Walsh is. I mean, this is all very, very easily verified. I mean, a lot of these projects can go on the NASA website, look at them, like they have all the concepts, they have all of this information there. None of this is top secret. It's all easily verifiable. All throughout the 90s, early 2000s, or even 80s. It's actually, there have been all these planned missions and that got budgeted. I mean, where'd that money go? All throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. So imagine how utterly clueless you have to be to hallucinate that they weren't trying as some kind of a cope to justify it. Because every other technology has moved forward. And his cope is he has to pretend they weren't trying. I mean, this is like a kindergarten article, right? Or argument. They're like, yeah, I can do it. I don't feel like it. I don't wanna. I can, but I don't wanna. If they could, they would. All right, so here are all the receipts. Again, I mean, this is so easy to verify quite quickly. We have here the 58 Lunex project. That was the Air Force plan. 59 Project Horizon. U.S. Army's plan to establish a fort on the moon by 1967. June 8th, 59, U.S. Army's Ballistic Missile Agency organized the task force called Project Horizon to assess the feasibility of constructing a military base on the moon. So they've been trying for a very long time to put a base on the moon. Not just get humans up, but an actual base they were trying. So Matt Walsh's hallucinatory cope here. I mean, this is some of the most humiliating arguments ever mounted. Then there was the 1984 Johnson Space Center Lunar Outpost. In 1984, with the space shuttle in service, a team based at Johnson Space Center made a feasibility study for NASA's return to the moon. It anticipated later studies in using NASA's planned infrastructure, the shuttle, a shuttle-derived heavy lift vehicle, a space station, and an orbital transfer vehicle to build a permanent 18-crew moon base sometime between 2005 and 2015. So they were trying pretty hard. Design details. I mean, I'm not going to go through all of this, but clearly there's a lot of work here. NASA was to have launched a lunar orbiting space station in 2008-2009 to support the creation of a permanently crewed moon base by 2009-2010. Whatever happened to that? The operational surface base would have contained an expanded mining facility. Lunar surface would have grown to an 18-crew advanced base in 2013-2014. Ultimate goal would be a self-sustaining moon base by 2017-2018. The following were the names of vehicles or mission steps associated with the JSC moon base. So they had all these satellites, all 90s, early 2000s, all the way into the 2000s dates. And let's continue here. I mean, look at all this trying. Look at all this trying. I mean, that's a lot of work. I mean, we're talking thousands, tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of man-hours of trying not to just go back to the moon, but to establish a base there. And Matt Walsh, so utterly clueless and ignorant of all of this. There was also the 1989 Space Exploration Initiative, 90-day study on human exploration of the moon and Mars. So they're also trying to go to Mars, not just the moon. They're trying to get manned missions to Mars, not just the moon. There was also the 1992-1993 first lunar outpost proposal. part of George H.W. Bush's space exploration initiative. Although it did not gather much mainstream attention, NASA dedicated much time to assembling a detailed and thorough proposal. Then we have the 1993-1994 International Lunar Resources Exploration concept. On the 20th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing, George H.W. Bush, then the President of the United States, announced plans for what came to be known as the Space Exploration Initiative. And, I mean, you could read all about this, all the plans here. I mean, look at all this work they put in. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, not just the U.S. I mean, you have Russian contribution with rockets. I mean, they did all of this work. They were trying pretty hard. Then you have the 2005 Exploration Systems Architecture Study. The official title of a large-scale system-level study released by NASA in November 2005. The goal of returning astronauts to the moon and eventually Mars. I mean, look at all this work done. Just countless people working countless hours trying so hard. Then there was the 2006 Reference Architecture. I'm a little behind on putting all this on the screen. Oopsies. Yeah, so I was just reading all those. It's on the screen now. I was a little slow on getting the images on the screen. Again, anybody can look all this stuff up. None of this is top secret. It's all on Wikipedia, all on NASA's own website. But imagine thinking of a dumber argument than they didn't want to go back. I mean, all this empirically verifiable evidence that they're putting all of these resources into going back. So the 2006 Reference Architecture, December 4, 2006, NASA announced the conclusion of its Global Exploration Strategy and Lunar Architecture Study. The Lunar Architecture Study's purpose was to define a series of lunar missions, constituting NASA's lunar campaign to fulfill the lunar exploration elements of the vision for space exploration. The result was a basic plan for a lunar outpost near one of the poles of the moon, which would permanently house astronauts in 6 months shifts. I mean, these are very detailed. Reference architecture was established for this outpost based on the location of the rim of the Shackleton crater, located in the immense South Pole Aitken Basin near the moon's south pole. I'm not going to go through all of this, but I mean, clearly, they designed all and developed all of this. Furthermore, there's so that was 2006. Now in 2008, there was another concept study. I mean, it's just like the work never stopped. So they never stopped trying to go back and stopped trying to put bases on the moon. So in 2008 here, there's the 2008 concept study, part of the Lunar Surface Systems concept study. Proposals selected and so they're even awarding contracts for all this. A lot of money changing hands here. Then there was the 2010-2011 Surface System Concept Review, studying lunar surface systems such as habitation systems, ISRU, rovers, power production and storage, systems to meet science and exploration objectives, and safety systems. The LSSPO was expected to conduct a surface system concept review in 2010 or 2011. And then, of course, there's the Artemis program. There was also the lunar... there's so many more. I'm not even going to go through all these. These are all more recent. So, again, Matt Walsh completely humiliating himself here by being so utterly clueless as to not know about all of these missions planned, outposts planned. They never stopped trying. They just, for whatever reason, didn't go again.
But we always talk about going back, including Herbert Walker Bush talked about going back. George W. talked about going back. They all talk about going back. But
again, not just talk. I mean, they're funneling billions and billions of dollars into research and development of full-time outposts, etc.
Nobody ever gets anywhere.
Well, I think that's because we lost the spirit and hunger for discovery.
We didn't just
Wow. Lost the hunger for discovery? At which point was it lost? Through all these decades and billions of dollars of developing permanent bases on the moon and Mars? At which point was it lost? This goof believes they're sending rovers to Mars. Where was it lost?
just lose that. We lost all the technology from the Saturn V rocket. They don't even have that anymore. In fact, they don't even have the original film. They erased all the original footage of the Apollo missions. So you just have copies of everything.
You could develop the technology again. You can do all that.
Sure you could. If you can get through the Van Allen radiation belts into deep space with human beings and have them safely come back.
But I think what you're describing to me, all that does is highlight how incredible the achievement was.
If they did it. Right, if they did it.
But I don't, well, here's the main point.
Look how uncomfortable the goof is getting. This is hilarious. Like, as much of a goof that Rogan is, it's hilarious that he's holding this goof's feet to the fire here because he's so uncomfortable because he knows he can't defend his position. I think subconsciously, at least, he knows how dumb he looks and how dumb he sounds. I mean, like, he's getting shifty here. He starts stumbling on his words. He doesn't know what to say because Rogan's really coming at him hard. I'm not sure anybody's ever pushed back on this goof regarding this subject. It looks like he's never actually had any kind of real debate or discussion on this. That's what it looks like. Because he just keeps spamming these circular reasoning logical fallacies and hand-waving away anything that doesn't match his dogma, his blind faith in the Church of NASA. And again, this goof if this goof believes they're sending rovers to Mars, and even the Artemis mission that supposedly landed on the moon, even though there's no video or there was no live video feed, rather, in February 2024. So clearly there was a will and a desire and the budget, not to mention every decade there's billions being poured into developing technology for permanent moon bases. This goof is this clueless he doesn't know that? Like, is it possible to have a worse argument? Like, I'm having trouble here. Can anybody think of a worse argument than something this easily debunked and empirically verifiable about the billions of NASA, the budget into developing permanent moon bases and returning to the moon? They never stopped trying. They allegedly literally did it with an unmanned mission in 2024 in February. Like, could you think of a worse argument? Can anybody in the chat think of a worse argument than what Matt Walsh is spewing here? But it is kind of hilarious. So Rogan flip-flopped again. So, I mean, it's just weird.
There's no evidence, because saying that it was a hoax is an assertion of it's not you're not just denying an event, you're asserting a whole other event.
Okay, it looks like this was a script because he has no new material. It's like I don't know was he MK Ultra'd? Because it seems like his brain is not capable of even having a intellectually honest conversation. The moon landing deniers are not necessarily asserting a conspiracy. They're asking for proof, and all he's doing is shifting the burden of proof, which is a logical fallacy. Not all there's plenty of moon landing skeptics who are not specifically asserting, I mean, theoretically, if we're going to take Joe Rogan at his word, he's a skeptic. He's not really believing either side. He just thinks it's weird the way it went down, regardless of whether it's real or not. So, I mean, Has anybody heard anyone argue in favor of the moon landing worse than Matt Walsh? I mean, I don't think I have. They weren't trying to go where obviously they were, over the decades pouring countless billions and countless man hours and engineering hours into planning manned missions and permanent moon bases. So clearly wrong. He couldn't be more wrong on that. And then now he's just shifting the burden of proof. And it's also a hasty generalization and cherry-picking logical fallacy because he's talking about certain conspiracy. He's avoiding providing evidence for the landing and focusing only on a small group of people, not just the regular skeptics. He's focusing only on the group of people that are saying, oh, the government faked it, which even if that were their position, once again, logic 101, the burden of proof is on the one making a positive claim. One is not called upon to prove a negative that they didn't go. So even if the conspiracy claiming it didn't happen is not a positive assertion, imagine being this brain dead. I mean, Matt Walsh is heralded as this some kind of logical intellectual. He doesn't know what a shifting the burden of proof logic about. Saying something didn't happen is not a positive claim. That is a negative claim, and one is not called upon to prove a negative. Saying it was faked is a positive claim, but that's not a true claim because they're saying the real claim, the base root claim, is that the moon landing didn't happen because he's saying it did happen. Even if the conspiracy theorist is asserting that the NASA faked it, that's not a real positive claim. This is also a diversion fallacy and technically a semantics logical fallacy as well because he wants to get lost in these muddled definitions of within the cherry-picking hasty generalization logical fallacy stack. So he wants to get lost within a fallacy stack of another fallacy stack. I mean, this is crazy.
That you say happened instead. And there is evidence that we went to the moon. Now, someone who's a skeptic might say it's not enough evidence or it's not good evidence. There's like evidence. There's eyewitness.
There's like evidence. Did he turn into Valley Girl? There's like evidence. There's not evidence. There's like evidence. He went Valley Girl, really? That's where he's going. He's going Valley Girl for this defense. Again, there's plenty of evidence for the fakery, and he's saying it's not good evidence. No matter how much there is, he's going to always say there's not good evidence. So again, NASA's own tests here show how it would look on the moon. So clearly, and you can see all the wires and the footage. I mean, there's so much evidence of the fakery, but he's just going to deny it. As he accurately projected, he's always going to deny no matter what. I mean, again, I went over all this stuff. There's EMF extraction. Whoever has check it out. Where you can see the difference, EMF radiation showing the difference between artificial light sources and the alleged moon landing. So you can see, for example, if you go to the museum, the NASA museum, take a photo, then you look at the alleged moon landing photos. We're not talking about the live feed from the projector because I'm not sure how that would read. But the raw images from NASA, they all show artificial light. I mean, there's just and that's the little that right next to his feet, right next to the astronaut's feet. That little the spool of gold wire. Supposedly that broadcast all the way to Earth. when you need something far more massive to just broadcast down the block of a news station. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy. I mean, just the amount of evidence of fakery. Not that you need the evidence of the fakery. You need evidence that they went, and that evidence is not provided. It's my dog ate my homework excuse, and goofs like Matt Walsh hallucinate that that's perfectly fine. My dog ate my homework is perfectly fine. Then, of course, you have the raw audio transmissions, which don't add up, and the amount of delay. We're talking about the raw audio. We're not talking about edited. We're talking about the raw audio directly from NASA who claim it's not edited. And then, of course, no impact crater. I mean, it's just the physics of everything. It's crazy. And then, of course, also the moon rocks that were tested are petrified wood from Arizona. So that's curious as well.
There's people that went and came back and told us. There's footage. There's a lot.
Okay.
There is evidence.
Okay,
But there's no evidence of the hoax. Like no one has come and said, here's my affirmative evidence that this hoax happened.
What? Did he miss every single documentary? Did he miss every single internet write-up? There's countless people offering evidence that it was faked, including engineers and physicists, mathematicians. I mean, there's countless people have come out and said it was faked, and here's the evidence. And there were even whistleblowers, which he pretends there weren't for some reason. Not that a whistleblower proves anything, right? The whistleblower could be lying. Project Slam Dunk. Insider confesses on deathbed regarding the moon landing hoax. And there was also a filmed confession of, I believe, the guy's son.
It's never happened, right, as far as I'm aware. No one's ever provided that evidence.
I see what you're trying to say. The evidence that they went to the moon, there's a bunch, right? There's moon rocks. That's one. There's lunar.
So, a couple issues with the moon rocks, because, first of all, again, how many moon rocks have been allowed to be independently tested? Furthermore, if the moon really is a solid object, I don't know how many people bring this up. So the moon rocks that were tested are petrified wood from Arizona. But if the moon really is a solid object, whatever pieces of the moon could have fallen to Earth in any number of ways. So how would that prove that humans collected pieces of the moon?
Reflectors that they placed on the moon. That's another. And there's a couple problems with those. First of all, the Soviets put laser reflectors on the moon as well. And also the moon itself, in many places where you shine lasers on it, it bounces back by itself. The reflective quality of the moon, the reason why the moon is so bright and white in the sky when the sun hits it, there's a certain amount of, you get a certain amount of bounce back off of different things with lasers. There's some photographs that are interesting. What was it? Was the India? What was the one where they got the most high resolution photos of the lander?
I'm looking at Wikipedia right now of all third-party evidence of the Apollo mission.
One of the things that's interesting is they gave a moon rock to, was it a prime minister of Holland? Is that what it was? Which one was the moon rock they gave that turned out to be petrified wood? So the Apollo astronauts gave a moon rock to some foreign dignitary, and it turned out to be a piece of petrified wood. They do have samples of moon rocks that came from the moon, but we also have those on Earth. And in fact, Werner von Braun in 1968, I believe, went to Antarctica. There's all these photographs of him in Antarctica. Antarctica is a great place to take moon rocks because Antarctica is just this gigantic sheet of white, and you can spot the meteorites in the ground. So this is the photo. And this is from what? What is this from? What is the... So this is an Indian Space Research Organization's, I don't know how to say that word, Chandrayaan-2 orbiter captured images of NASA's Apollo 11 and 12 landing sites and lunar modules from 100-kilometer altitude. Apollo 12 image, astronaut boots tracks are still even visible. Due to the recent interest in another post I shared, decided to download to view the raw imagery. So that looks like there's some kind of thing on the moon.
It's pretty good evidence.
It is evidence that something's on the moon. It's not evidence that human beings went to the moon. See, we have things that are on the moon. We have things on Mars right now.
Well, I think
You know what's kind of funny, though? Rogan making good points is kind of hilarious because, I mean, he's so goofy. But these goofs, they believe that there's stuff on Mars, that they sent probes to Mars. But for some reason, reflectors are proof, or even rocks, because rocks can be collected by probes, theoretically, right? So if Walsh is the type of goof that believes that the rovers are all there, how are the rocks and reflectors evidence of men walking on them? I mean, this is basic children's level logic. At least Rogan is capable here. I mean, he doesn't look very capable looking at his face, but at least the words he's using are he's capable of using just base level logic where Walsh is not. Or at least pretending not to.
Things that were, we'd shot things into space for sure.
Yeah, but it's evidence. It's not proof in and of itself, but it is evidence.
Listen, I'm not saying we didn't go to the moon. What I'm saying is the subject is complex. And it's not even a little complex. It's really complex. There's a documentary called The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. This guy, Bart Sibrel, he's been obsessed. He was a guest on the show, too. Been obsessed about this his whole life and absolutely believes that we never went to the moon. And there's enough shit that you go, okay, if he's right about any of these things, it's weird. One of the things was some of the photographs of the moon, they ran through one of those AI detectors that can tell you whether or not something's false or artificially generated. And it showed different images from, I think it was a Chinese satellite of the moon. They said this is legitimate. But then it got to these Apollo images, and they said these have been doctored. This AI decided. This AI program that
all
they
the
ran,
images or a few of them?
A few of them.
But then other ones were found to be authentic.
I don't think so. I think they only ran a few images through. See if you can find those, Jamie. Find what they did. Again, this is not saying that we didn't go to the moon. It could be, and this was a fact with the Gemini 15 program, where Michael Collins, there was a photograph of Michael Collins that they took in one of his training exercises, where he had those packs that they put on where they can move around while they're doing moon walks, or not moon walks, space walks outside of where they're connected by a tether. And he was like in this harness and manipulating this device. And what they had done is taken a photograph of him training, and then someone, probably some overzealous PR person, had taken that photograph and then blacked out the background and tried to pass it off as a really clear photograph of him out there on a spacewalk, which is probably very difficult to get, right?
Who thinks Matt Walsh is going to address what Rogan just said about NASA caught faking photos? Is Matt Walsh going to address it at all? If he is going to address it, is he going to make excuses for it? Or is he going to be logical and intellectually honest and say, well, that's not a good look. That's a point for the conspiracy theorists.
Right? You'd have to have another person at the camera, frame it right. They had this photo. They're like, look, he did it. Let's just pass this off as the real thing. Which is, you know, you're also talking about the Nixon administration, where they were just full of shit constantly.
If you remember, this is where he tried to
Yes.
claim it was from, which is a Russian video. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So there's different video where they ran it through, and they said it was real, and it was it the Chinese program? But when they ran the American ones, the American images, they said that they were doctored. Again, it doesn't mean that we didn't go to the moon, but it does mean, okay, there's that. That's weird. Have you ever seen the Apollo 11 post-flight press conference?
Yeah.
It looks like a hostage video.
Look at how unhappy this goof is right now. Rogan just destroyed this goof. Again, I'm no fan of Rogan because Rogan's a goof. But Rogan obliterating Matt Walsh's argument. I mean, small children come up with better, kindergartners can come up with better arguments than Matt Walsh. I mean, honestly, we have to give Matt Walsh the championship for the most poorly defended moon landing position. Legitimate, that NASA legitimately landed on the moon. I can't recall anyone defending the moon landing poorer than Matt Walsh. Heracles in the chat saying, this is not going at all like Walsh thought it would. Well, yeah, there's no way Walsh would have agreed to come on if he knew Rogan would be demolishing his horrible arguments here. So, again, he didn't even address the proven fakery that Rogan brought up. Like, he doesn't even want to admit, he doesn't want to admit that NASA fakes anything. Like, not like NASA is his religion. It's like his church. They can do no wrong. The Church of NASA can do no wrong in the mind of Matt Walsh. So he can't even address any instances of proven fakery and fraud. Dojo in the chat saying Matt Walsh is being made to look stupid. Well, he's kind of doing that himself. To devalue his Am I a Racist documentary. These gatekeepers are diabolical. I don't know. Because, I mean, he's making himself look stupid. If he had literally not said anything, it wouldn't have made him look that dumb. Or changed the subject. But he doubled down on his goofery, though. Or unless you're saying he's an actor and he's a part of it to make himself look stupid. Like, that's his role that he's playing. Let's see what kind of mental gymnastics and cope he spins for the press conference.
Looks like a bunch of guys who don't want to be there. They look real fucking nervous, and they look real deceptive. And if you watch that video, it's weird.
Well, but I think that's the temperament it requires to do something like that.
Could be.
It's based.
Wow. He really doubled down on pure stupidity. That's temperament? First of all, there's plenty of interviews and videos of the astronauts laughing and smiling, not to mention all of the... Because I'm assuming Matt Walsh believes in the International Space Station. I mean, if he's all about the Church of NASA, he thinks that's all legit. They're all smiling and laughing. What happened to temperament? I mean, the full conference, they do... I believe they do smile in one or two parts. They're not somber the entire time. I don't know if it's because someone made a joke. I mean, obviously the press conference is weird. But think of the cope. So, like, everyone else that defended them, they're like, oh, they're tired from the mission. I mean, yeah, maybe, right? But he's saying that's the temperament required. They're required to be zombie-like and look upset and ashamed. That's the requirement for being an astronaut. I mean, just when you think Matt Walsh can't come up with dumber arguments. I mean, wow. I mean, this goof, this is impressive. I actually didn't think he'd be able to come up with dumber arguments. Color me impressed. I'm impressed, Matt Walsh. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed here.
Basically, it's almost suicidal to go to the moon.
Right.
And so you have to be like not barely even a human psychologically to do it. So I don't. So that to me is just like, and they just went through this whole experience.
So I'm going to put an image on the screen here from the press conference. The press conference is not 100% somber and shame. So that's a mischaracterization. But here they are. According to Matt Walsh, you have to barely be human. That's his cope. So it seems like he never even watched the press conference. So we have established Matt Walsh, not only is he's extremely mentally deficient, he's apparently intellectually dishonest. Because if he actually watched the press conference, he could bring up moments where they were smiling and laughing. But instead, he pretends that you have to not even be human. I mean, can you imagine a dumber argument? I mean, yes, it's true that you have to be a risk taker, but I mean, military men are, right? Air Force or whoever. I mean, military men, any high level government officials, I mean, you're putting your life on the line. That's a given. I mean, does this clueless goof think that Marines or some of these just higher level soldiers that go on so-called suicide missions are incapable of laughing or having pleasant conversations? Like, I mean, Matt Walsh is really talented at coming up with the dumbest arguments possible. I mean, can you think of a dumber argument than saying astronauts have to barely be human? Barely even be human? I mean, what is wrong with this fool? I mean, that's kind of insulting to the astronauts, isn't it? Barely be human? He thinks these guys are barely human and their temperament is to never laugh or have fun. Is that this goof's position? I mean, that's his argument? Is that these guys aren't human? Barely human? That's his argument, is to insult the astronauts that he worships. I mean, these guys are his priests and he's insulting them.
Who knows what that does to the human psyche? To even just like be in the vastness of space, even on the space station, I can't. I feel like that would change me as a person,
But it
not
does,
necessarily
too.
for the best.
But there's actually like a psychological condition that they talk about. That this sort of understanding that we're all connected. That a lot. It's like akin to a religious experience that many astronauts get when they go up to the space station and look down at the Earth and go, "Oh my God, what are we doing? Like we're all together in this thing, and we're so alone in the universe. And for us to be fighting over these trivial differences and these stupid lines in the dirt that we draw, when we are like just clinging to this ball in the middle of everything."
So what? So then, what would you say, or someone who is a full-on believer,
I'm not a full-on believer.
someone who is a full-on believer in the moon hoax, what would they say to my other point that there is evidence we went to the moon? You can try to nitpick the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
There is zero evidence of a hoax.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't understand how anybody, let alone, because Matt Walsh is a public personality. I mean, he's got his show. I mean, does he not, is he really that dumb he doesn't understand how dumb he looks? I mean, are we going there? Just a complete lack of social awareness, lack of any kind of awareness? I mean, did he just do zero research on the subject? I mean, there's a mountain of evidence of fakery. How much more evidence is possible that they faked it? That's my question. Other than a full confession from NASA, what more evidence could there be that it was faked? There's actually even more I'm going to cover, including the orange juice spill on the outside of the supposedly contained spacesuit. But anyway. I mean, how much more evidence of fakery could there be? I mean, it's just weird. J.O. says, yes, he looks like his office is his mom's basement.
Because that's a whole other event that would have had to have happened. There is no evidence at all, not one sliver of evidence ever, of that hoax having ever happened.
But I think that's a weird way to frame it, right? Is there evidence of a hoax of the JFK assassination that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone? Do you think there's evidence?
Well, but the event itself, being that JFK was killed,
Right,
happened.
Here come the mental gymnastics. Well, some people actually think he wasn't killed and he's still alive. But yeah, I mean, this is so weird. I mean, Matt Walsh is really getting roasted, and it's kind of hilarious.
But that's not the conspiracy. So the conspiracy is, did he act alone? And is there evidence that he didn't act alone? What do you think?
I'm very skeptical that he acted alone. Yeah.
Right. But
I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened. Nobody does.
Exactly. Same exact perspective. Same exact perspective about this moon thing. Like, it may have happened, but this was a time of deep deception in the American world. This is a time after Operation Northwoods. This is a time after the Kennedy assassination. This is a time, I mean, this is a weird fucking shaky time in terms of propaganda. This is after Eisenhower warned about the military-industrial complex. This is like, there was a lot of deception. Gulf of Tonkin incident. There's a lot of open deception that the American people were being subject to. And then there's this Cold War between us and Russia, this space war for superiority. There was we wanted it so bad we brought in Nazis.
But I think, I mean, the JFK is an interesting example, but because yes, there are things that I'm skeptical of that are claimed that I don't really have evidence that the thing didn't happen or that it didn't happen the way they say, but I'm still skeptical. So I get that, but it feels different to me because the JFK.
It feels different to him. What if a man feels like he's a woman? Does that make him a woman, Matt Walsh? What if he feels like he is? Because Matt Walsh feels that the moon landing is a different conspiracy than other conspiracies. He feels it. Because who needs evidence? Who needs to think logically or rationally when you can use your emotions? Matt Walsh feels like the moon landing is a different type of a conspiracy. It couldn't have been faked. But what's his argument for a man who feels like he's a woman?
Assassination did happen. The question is, how did it happen? But if we're going to assert that a major historical event, probably the greatest, the most significant historical event in history, or one of them, did not happen at all.
Again, he keeps framing it the greatest historical event in history. That's a circular reasoning, logical fallacy, because how could it be the greatest event if it didn't happen? You have to prove that it happened. I mean, does Matt Walsh not understand basic fallacy? Has anybody heard Matt Walsh talk about fallacies? I mean, I don't really watch this guy. Sean says, feels like these two can't recognize propaganda. I mean, saying my dog ate my homework. I mean, that just seems like a weird... If the greatest event in history wouldn't have a my dog ate my homework excuse for not having evidence. Just give me a second. I was gonna bring the receipts for it. I had another video here. Yeah, so NASA admits here, straight from Reuters. So NASA admits that all of the tapes, telemetry data, and the tapes, the original footage, all got erased. So if it truly is the greatest event, wouldn't there be evidence of it? Or is Matt Walsh that utterly clueless he doesn't know that all the evidence was erased? Alleged evidence?
No one did it, then like I said, that's so what you're actually claiming is that some other thing, this they went somewhere and they pulled off this hoax and they planned it and they did, like, an event happened where they were faking it.
Right.
And so what I would want to see, has anybody come out, any whistleblower ever, to say, hey, I was involved in the shoot, or I'm in Hollywood, I talked to a guy who was there,
Well, that's not even evidence. You know, real evidence would be some sort of documentation, some sort of a way to go over, like, there's a binary code that shows the distance between the Earth and the lunar module at every stage of the journey, but that's missing. That stuff's missing. All the tracking data's, they can't find it. All the original footage is missing. And it could just be people who are really bad with historical items. That's possible.
Is that really possible for this, though? I mean, they have original copies of all these random politicians' speeches from over 100 years ago. They have George Washington's handwritten letters, allegedly, if they're his. They at least claim to. They didn't claim to lose them. You can find them in the Library of Congress. But the alleged greatest achievement in the history of mankind, like, I brought up this example. I once knew a guy who stored, I think it was Birdwatch. He stored all his stuff. I think he was a bird watcher. He had those old magnetic tape storage for computers, like back in the 90s. He still has each and every tape. We're not talking about anything major, worth billions of dollars, with, you would think, many redundancy systems set up. Like, I have redundancy for these streams, so when YouTube deletes them, like the Eyes of Cappy stream, it's actually kind of crazy. 2 of the redundancies actually failed on that stream. Crazy. Luckily, I have more than 2. And I don't have billions of dollars like NASA does. I'm not claiming to do anything that's the greatest achievement in the history of the world. Who thinks Matt Walsh is going to actually respond to that point?
But to say that faking the moon landing would be a bigger achievement than actually going to the moon, I would say only if people could actually go to the moon. So here's the question. Can we really, everyone wants to dismiss it, can we really send a biological entity into space, go through that radiation, which is thick, covering the Earth, and have it come back alive? Well, supposedly, this is the only time people had done it. And supposedly the way they did it was by going through the top area of the Earth, where the Van Allen radiation belts, it's like kind of like a donut that covers the Earth. It's not uniform, and there's an area at the top where you can go out. But according to Bart Zabrell, they didn't go that way, because you would have had to launch from Antarctica to do that. It's not really possible that happened, that they went that way. So he thinks that if they did go through that, there is no other examples of living things that have done that and come back alive. And they've known that this is an issue. They've known that this Van Allen radiation belts, which is this band of heavy radiation that covers the Earth and protects us, they've known that it's out there because they tried to blow it up once. There was a thing called Operation Starfish Prime, where they launched one of several nuclear bombs into the radiation belt to try to blow a hole through it. And unfortunately,
when did that happen?
60. God, was it?
Isn't it crazy how ignorant Matt Walsh is? He doesn't know about any of this, but he holds such a strong opinion. He keeps the faith in the Church of NASA.
67 maybe? It was Starfish Prime. But it did the opposite effect.
Why did they do that? Just for the
They wanted to see what happens.
shits and giggles?
Well, they had so much power, and you've got nuclear bombs, and you can't blow people up, but you're still doing studies. So they're doing tests all throughout Nevada, and that's what killed John Wayne. John Wayne got cancer because he was working on a set doing a western right next to where they were blowing up nuclear bombs. Like 200 people on the set got cancer. Starfish Prime high altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency, July 9th, 1962. So this is like while Kennedy was in office. They were trying to figure out we will get to the moon, not in this decade, but in the other, or whatever he said. High altitude nuclear tests. So the thing it did, unfortunately, was it supercharged the bands, and it made it have much more radiation. Not only that, it blew out power in some parts of Hawaii. I think it cooked a few satellites. Right? We talked about this the other day. It cooked a few satellites.
Okay, so can I ask this though? Do we have examples? So we're saying, well, we don't know if a human can go through the
Right.
Notice how he ignored everything else. He ignores all the confirmed fakery regarding Gemini and all the other confirmed fakery. He ignores all of the critical evidence to support the moon landing being lost. Telemetry data, original landing tapes. I mean, everything lost. He ignores the moon rocks being petrified wood from Arizona that were independently tested. I mean, obviously, Rogan's a goof, so he didn't bring up the whistleblowers or all these other things. But so Walsh ignores all of it. And he doesn't think that's strange. I mean, I'm actually kind of happy that that Rogan's blasting this goof right now. I mean, Rogan's actually being relatively polite and holding back a lot, but you can tell Walsh, like, because it's a little different to make a video calling moon landing deniers canceled when nobody's there to point out your clueless goofery. Now, Rogan's only pointing out like 1% of the goofery, but it's still hilarious.
I would say, well, we do know because they did.
If they did.
Well, but if
Listen, we know they.
I mean, this is just downright pathetic. We know they did because they did. I mean, just think about how pathetic this argument is. A man believes he's a woman, so he's really a woman because he believes he is. I mean, would Walsh accept this utter goofery? On anybody arguing any other topic? I mean, this is appeal to invincible ignorance. Nuh-uh. You know they went because they went. This is the most pathetic mounting of a moon landing defense I have ever seen. What would Walsh, think about how hard Walsh would be making fun of somebody arguing the way that he's arguing right now on any other topic.
Sent people into near Earth orbit. That's a fact. We know that.
Well, how do we know that if we don't know? I mean, maybe this space
because
station
we
isn't-
actually can see that. We can see where they launched. You can follow the trajectory. You can know about the propulsion units that they used. You know about what they were trying to accomplish, and you can watch it.
So my question is, have we tried to send humans through the radiation belt and not been able to? Has that happened?
They never even tried that. They just did it.
Right.
That's what's even crazier.
So, but how do we know? So
how do we know they did it? If the only time they
how
did
do we
it
know
was,
they can't
the
do it?
last time they did it was.
Wow, how do you know they can't do it? Again, Walsh is just so mentally deficient. I mean, this is a fundamental failure to comprehend basic logic. I mean, maybe humans can go to Mars. I mean, maybe, how do you know we can't? How do you know there's not somebody standing on Mars right now? I mean, this is so pathetic. I mean, the level, the only way I can even describe this is pathetic. This is just pathetic goofery by Walsh. Again, can you imagine Walsh's reaction to anybody arguing any other topic by just with appeal to invincible ignorance fallacies? A man believes he's a woman because he is. He's already, because he believes he is, so he's already a woman, so he doesn't, there's no other definition needed.
1972. You don't think that's a little weird?
Not really.
No. Listen.
I don't think
even
it's
if they
weird.
did go to the moon, let's say I'll say they went to the moon. It's fucking weird. Everything from 1969 is easier, cheaper, and faster to reproduce today, except the moon landing, except space travel.
I just don't think
but
there's
we
a will.
thought what?
I don't think there's a will.
Do you know how much?
I mean, this is crazy. So again, we went over all of the countless missions and bases being planned and budgeted. Clearly, there's a will. According to Walsh, there's literally rovers on Mars right now. So there's no will to develop technology to travel through space. What is he smoking? Can anybody think of a worse argument? Is it possible? Is it possible? I mean, he just keeps repeating the same thing. He has no arguments. His whole argument is his subjective viewpoint that there's no will. If he just spent 2 minutes on Wikipedia, he could see not just the will, but the budgeted. All these were they're not just proposals. A lot of this was actually budgeted. The money was already allocated. Now, obviously, they always want more money, and they don't always give the full total, but they had all the research. They're building all this stuff. I mean, the level of goofery here. I mean, this is a pathetic type of goofery. I mean, even Soy Lodge mounted more varied arguments than people didn't feel like it. Even Soy Lodge, the dumbest debater in the history of debate, even Soy Lodge had more varied arguments than that.
Fucking resources there is on the moon? Do you know how many valuable minerals there are on the moon, and trillions of dollars of things that are very difficult to find in the United States are on the moon?
I don't think the people in the 1960s, the American people cared deeply about going to the moon. I don't think that these days I think we should care about that, but most people don't care about.
If we found out that we didn't have to dig for
if nobody cared about space, how were all these Mars projects getting budgeted? Is Matt Walsh that dumb he doesn't... Wait, when did he put out his rant? Was it after Artemis? Artemis's alleged landing, non-manned landing, where they couldn't get a live feed going? So there's no will, yet they're doing a landing and they can't even get a live feed? I mean, this is crazy. I mean, just the level of goofery here. I mean, I really didn't think it was possible to sound dumber than Walsh sounded defending the moon in that one video. But Rogan just obliterating him here really illustrates the level of goofery of Matt Walsh.
lithium, that we could just go to the moon and pull giant chunks of it out and not have slave labor, and no one has to feel bad about using your iPhone. You don't think that they would do that? Of course they would do that if they could. If you could have a mining station on the moon, no problem at all, totally safe, of course they would do that.
Yeah, and I think
it only takes 2 weeks to get there. People mine in northern territories, like people mine in Canada in these horrible conditions, fucking freezing cold out. And
but it probably takes a lot of time to get to a point where you can do that consistently.
Right, but it's so valuable.
I know.
The idea that they wouldn't do that, and they haven't done anything even remotely close to that since 1972, is weird.
I agree that it's. I mean, weird makes it sound necessarily nefarious. I think it's
no. Just weird. It's very unusual. It's unusual technologically.
It's incongruent.
It's incongruent with.
Is Matt Walsh a woman? I mean, he's arguing very emotionally here, like some menopausal woman. He's so triggered he can't even admit that it's weird. The most he can muster is incongruent. I mean, I'm actually surprised he even mustered that. But look how triggered he got. He couldn't even agree that it's weird. So is he that deficient at basic English? He thinks weird means nefarious? What? What? I mean, this is crazy.
Technological progression. We have that with everything else. Everything else, phones are in your fucking pocket now, and they have more computing power than the entire cluster that they used to launch the Apollo program. The Apollo program was a fucking giant room full of computers. Your phone is significantly more powerful than that.
Yeah.
Everything else got better, except that. We thought that people were going to be going to space all the time. You ever watch that TV show Space 1999 when you were a kid?
No.
You're younger than me. There was a stupid show called Space 1999, and they thought, boy, by 1999 we'll be flying around spaceships and people will be living on the moon. Every time they've done, like in the past, like after the moon landings, every time they did any sort of like science fiction movie, it always involved like colonies already established on the moon and on Mars and people traveling, because we thought that was going to happen. Orville and Wilbur Wright, right? Think about the launch of the first airplane and then the launch of the Apollo program. It's only like 60 years. It's kind of crazy. The launch of the first airplane ever and dropping nuclear bombs out of an airplane is only like, what is it, 50 years? I think it's something like something kooky.
Yeah.
50, 60 years. That's nuts.
I agree,
But then now you have supersonic jets, like 100 years later.
Yeah.
Now you have insane capabilities of like Air Force fighter jets. Unbelievable power and maneuverability, far beyond anything anybody would have possibly imagined when Orville and Wilbur had that stupid fucking bird-looking flimsy thing. So everything progresses technologically, except
Well, but here's what I would say to that.
except traveling to other planets.
I would say two things. Number one, I think that it does take, we're kind of spoiled by the fact that there was this burst of incredible technological advancement.
In everything.
Right.
In automobiles.
It doesn't necessarily, not every facet of technology is going to continue at that pace.
What technology has it? I mean, watching Matt Walsh do all these mental gymnastics, I mean, it's like him interviewing someone who doesn't know what a woman is. I mean, anybody getting those vibes? Can we keep the chat on track with this specific interview? Because I do wanna read everybody's comments on what's going on here. I know people are arguing about whether the Earth is flat or not in the chat, but can we keep it focused at least for the next couple minutes just on Matt Walsh here, arguing the same way that people he's interviewing argued when they didn't want to give a definite, like the mental gymnastics in avoiding direct questions. I mean, how funny is this? How hilarious is this? So is Matt Walsh, now I guess Joe Rogan's so dumb he doesn't know that this is called Moore's Law. So, I mean, Moore's Law, there's plenty that's been written about it, just some basic definitions here. The number of transistors on a single chip doubles every 2 years at minimal costs. Okay, so this does apply to pretty much all technologies, because certain technologies are suppressed, particularly by governments or by corrupt corporations looking to make more money, but that doesn't change the fact that technology increases exponentially. Now, Matt Walsh's mental gymnastics here trying to pretend that it doesn't mean it would. I mean, according to Matt Walsh, there's rovers on Mars. According to Matt Walsh. There's rovers on Mars, much further than the moon. So clearly the technology has progressed. So what is he smoking here? What is he smoking?
Forever into an infinity.
And that was also a straw man and appeals to extreme logical fallacy stack. Nobody's saying it's going to increase exponentially forever, because obviously there is going to be some kind of a point somewhere where you get to a point of diminishing returns where it wouldn't be worth the amount of money to make it, you know, a little bit farther or whatever. At the far end of the spectrum, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about now. Like, for example, if they really did go to the moon, and then they really did go to Mars, that doesn't mean they would be infinitely increasing and able to go, if all these galaxies are real, they'd be able to go to the other side of the universe a lot faster, because obviously there are new variables at play. There's, you know, it does reach a point of diminishing returns at some point. But nobody's talking about that. But since Matt Walsh has no real arguments and his logical deficit is just so insane, he has to strawman and pretend and do all these mental gymnastics instead of directly addressing the point.
So I think it does take, especially if you take a historical perspective, a longer term historical perspective, it just takes a while to get from one thing to the next. It hasn't even been that long. I mean, 1969 was not.
Wow. So he's stuttering. His cope is it hasn't been that long? What? Are there rovers on Mars? How long did that take?
Not that long ago from the historical perspective, and especially if you want to do the next thing. I mean, what's the next thing? The next thing is to go to Mars. Most people agree. That's so much exponentially farther away and harder to do.
Sure.
And so if it takes decades more to figure out how to do that, that doesn't seem that crazy to me. And the second thing I'll say is that I do think
It has been decades more. So according to Walsh, humans should be on the moon by now. Like, did he even hear what he just said?
I get your point about resources on the moon. There's a reason to go back. I agree, practically speaking. But it's just true that it requires a society that deeply values exploration for its own sake and is willing to make the sacrifices, is willing to send people off to do things just for the sake of exploration, knowing that they might die. I think we have almost no appetite for that now.
What? 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 I mean, there's no shortage of volunteers to go to Mars. The most amount of astronauts was in the year 2000. They had 149 active astronauts. So way more than during the Apollo program. So decades later, there are way more willing astronauts willing to die. Like, is it possible to argue worse than Matt Walsh? I mean, again, he has the record here. He has to have the crown for worst defense of the moon landing ever.
Maybe the Challenger explosion was, you could point to that as the time when we sort of just, we have no appetite for people. We don't want people to die for this anymore.
I see what you're saying. Here's the problem with what you're saying. The American people don't get a say in whether or not we do things. Like, they don't get a say in whether or not we make a space shuttle. They don't get to decide whether or not we establish a new space station. No one talks about it. They just do it. Like, we barely get a say in how much money goes to Ukraine.
Yeah, but it's got to be funded.
Right, but how much is funded to go to Ukraine? Like, all of a sudden, they had $175 billion.
You know what's hilarious? Like, Joe Rogan has to explain the basic... Isn't Matt Walsh a political commentator? Joe Rogan has to explain how government tax dollars work to Matt Walsh. Look, Rogan's a goof, but he's intellectually beating Matt Walsh like a redheaded stepchild here. I mean, this is painful to watch.
$1 billion+ to fund this proxy war, and who decided that? But it wasn't the American people, right?
It wasn't, but unfortunately, but politicians are the ones who decide it. But people vote for those politicians, and unfortunately, there are a lot of Americans who are basically okay with sending money to Ukraine, which they shouldn't be. It's insane.
I agree with you, but what my point is that if you had a skillful politician who got on television and explained that we have found a solution to all of our energy problems, and it's mining on the moon, and through this mining on the moon, we are going to increase the overall way of life for every single human being on America's soil. We are going to raise everybody above the poverty level.
You know what's crazy? They could do that right now with all of the minerals and resources in Alaska. Or even Antarctica. But let's just say Alaska. They could do that with Alaska, but they just don't want to. But isn't it kind of weird hearing Joe Rogan make coherent, logical points? This is weird. It's been a long time since Rogan's done that.
Be no impoverished people, because we have literally found trillions of dollars in very, very valuable minerals. And by using our United States taxpayers' funds to fund this program and to finance it, we are going to allow the entire country to share in some of this wealth, and we're going to change energy distribution and consumption in this country in an incredible way. It's going to be beneficial to everybody, and it's going to make a bunch of people really rich too. But it's going to change the quality of life for every person in this country, and this is how we're going to do it. Everybody would be on board.
Yeah, but nobody's made that case, really.
Right, but you could make that case with the amount of minerals and the amount of valuable resources you can get, not just from the moon, but also from mining asteroids, which they're attempting to do now.
Walsh is like a small child. But no. But doesn't he realize that nobody making that case... Well, first of all, the case was made. I went over the literal missions that were budgeted. Or at least partially budgeted. At least the research for the missions were budgeted for mining on the moon. And does Matt Walsh not realize that no politician publicly making that case recently? Why didn't they? Does he not realize that supports the conspiracy that they didn't go because they can't go? Like, is Matt Walsh really that clueless? But he's such a mental child when it comes to this topic. All he can go is like, oh, but no. Oh, but they didn't do that. But this, no. Like, the level of Gopher here is crazy.
If you can get people out there, if you really could get people out there. So here's the question. If you couldn't do it, if they knew they couldn't do it, but they wanted to show that they could do it, could they compartmentalize things? Could they feed a computer program that is, instead of the actual binary data that shows the distance between the lunar module and the surface of the Earth at any given time, could they just calculate that out with computers? Of course they could. Yeah, that's possible. Could they, if they couldn't get human beings into deep space and have them come back alive because they couldn't figure out a way to get through the Van Allen radiation belts and survive micrometeors and all the other shit that you deal with, could they get enough people to shut the fuck up because it's in the best interest of national security? Of course they could, especially in 1969. People were fucking terrified. They had just killed the president 6 years earlier. People were absolutely terrified of getting under the sights of the intelligence agencies. And if you have top secret clearance, if you're involved in some sort of a project, like look at the Manhattan Project. People kept their fucking mouth shut. They knew they were working on something of importance that was above and beyond their need to yap about shit.
But for the moon landing, you would need way more people involved.
I don't know
more
if
institutions
you would, because you actually have a real space program. So the space program's not fake, right? So let's just assume I'm a non-believer. I would tell you that the space program was absolutely real. The Saturn V rocket was absolutely real. The modules, the way they were able to parachute down into the ocean, 100% real. They did go into space. But how far did they go? This is the real question. And Bart Sibrel, the guy who made this documentary, he asserts that they went somewhere into Earth's orbit, like, you know, in space, but not through the Van Allen radiation belts and not to the surface of the moon and back. And that they had video footage that they had done in some scenario. Some people think it's in the Nevada desert. Who knows what it is? But they had this footage of people bouncing around, and they said they got it on the moon, and then they brought this back.
Does he have any evidence of that event occurring? Would he say, well, I know they only went so far and came back because of this?
Well, he has a bunch of different things, and one of them is the one that's like very hotly debated, and it's the different light sources in the photographs. So a lot of the photographs from the surface of the moon have intersecting shadows. So you have a shadow that's going this way and another shadow that's going that way, indicating more than one light source or a close by light source that's, you know, coming in, not something that's, you know, millions of miles away like the sun. There's those. There's the photographs. There's the photographs that run through AI. He has this other video of what looks like them filming the Earth through one of the round portal windows with everything blacked out in the cabin. And then they pull down the things that were blocking off the other light sources, and the cabin floods with light, and it looks like they're in near-Earth orbit. And it's very confusing because you're like, well, what is that video? What exactly is going on there? Because if they really are in deep space and they really are filming this small image of the Earth, because that's all they can see from 200,000 miles out, well, why, when they take those things down, does it look like the whole cabin is filled with light? Why does it look exactly like they're in near Earth orbit?
But that still goes back.
Have you ever seen it?
The specific?
You want to see it?
Sure.
For shits and giggles. Yeah, because we're in the middle of this stupid conversation. It's a fun one. It's one of the most fun of all conspiracy theories. Because if they did it, wow. First of all, if they killed the president, wow. And it seems like they kind of did that. So if they did this too, like what else did they do? Like what other hoaxes were played on the American people if this is real? That's why it's fun. I'm not saying it's real, but it is a. It's not as simple as the Earth is flat. That's a stupid one. But this is a fun one. This is a fun one because you're dealing with the kind of power with complete control over the media, complete control over newspapers and what they reported, the interest of national security, the Cold War with Russia, the space war with Russia. We wanted it so bad. We brought in some of the most heinous human beings that have ever lived to run our NASA program.
Yeah. It's not as dumb as flat Earth, but it does remind. To me, it reminds me of. To me, it's in the vein of like Sandy Hook was a hoax.
To him, because he feels like it. What if a man feels like he's a woman? Would that make it? What if it's in the vein of a man feeling like he's a woman? What about that, Matt Walsh?
No.
Well, I'll tell you why it's
that's heinous. Let me show you the video. Let me show you the video.
Okay.
Jamie, you got that? Funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
I know, but I can't.
Is he hiding it?
You know what's kind of hilarious here, too? Matt Walsh is such an insecure narcissist. He can't even say, let's move on to a different topic. Like, he's willing to just sit there and humiliate himself as long as it takes because he's that triggered and he can't admit it. That's the other thing that's kind of hilarious about this.
I know it's available.
Sure. I'm not even. I have to figure out exactly what the video is I'm looking for.
Proof.
I know, and I'm digging through. I pick a video, I try to find it. It's not in there. I have to find another video. It's not like.
Okay, you'll find
I know
it.
the exact name of the video. It takes a second.
Okay, you'll find it. He'll find it once he does. Again, I'm not saying we didn't go. I'm saying this is a fun one and it's a weird one. There's a lot of weirdness to it.
Isn't it similar? Okay, because a lot of this comes from. It's such an incredible feat that's so difficult to do that it's hard to believe anyone actually did it.
Kind of like for Matt Walsh, it would be such an incredible feat to fake the landing. It's hard to believe anybody faked it. Like, Matt Walsh is such a clueless goof. Like, and there's just no self-awareness at all, unless he's acting and this is all some kind of fetish for humiliation. Like, the hypocrisy is so incredible here. Because he can't believe it was faked because it's just too incredible to fake. It's just too difficult. So he can't believe it was ever faked. Like, the same line of reasoning that he's attributing. But again, this is all a straw man anyway. Because a lot of just basic logic would dictate extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So whenever somebody says, my dog ate my homework, already, like, you have to raise an eyebrow. You're like, you did this incredible thing, but you lost the evidence that proved that you did it. Now, for Matt Walsh, who's devout, his faith in the Church of NASA, he's so devout, it doesn't matter how much evidence they lose, he's a true believer. So he's going to keep the faith no matter what.
Sure.
Which I can understand that mentality. But the thing is, you can go back in history and you can look at, for the sake of discovery and exploration, you can look at what other men have done hundreds of years ago that arguably is more impressive than going to the moon.
Like what?
I mean, you name it. Like, take any famous explorer from like the 1500s to the 1800s. and whether it's Magellan or James Cook or Christopher Columbus or any of them, what they were able to do navigating this vast ocean, going to play, having no modern technology at all, being able to go from where their starting point, hit some little tiny island somewhere, and then go around and navigating a world that they don't even know what it looks like. They have no maps. They have no GPS. They have nothing at all. I cannot conceive of how they could have ever done that. I don't know how in the world, not knowing what the world looks like, having no map, having no GPS, having no modern navigation whatsoever,
I think if I ran this through the logical analysis system, it would definitely break the counter. Because, he just strung along, like 20 fallacies there? I mean, he has no clue what they did or didn't have. And there were maps. There were early maps. There's actually a pretty cool book, Maps of the Sea Kings or something to that effect. Some of the oldest maps in the world. And they also used the sextant, allegedly, to navigate using the stars. So just because, again, this is appeal to incredulity fallacy by Matt Walsh, because Matt Walsh is so dumb, he doesn't understand how they could have done that, because he's so mentally weak and mentally deficient that he can't comprehend how people can navigate using the stars. It's just crazy. Little Star says, Matt Walsh is a walking fallacy. It's funny because they used to call guys on steroids, especially in MMA, walking pharmacies. He's a walking pharmacy. Matt Walsh is a walking fallacy. Yeah, I guess we can go with that.
How in the world could you possibly get on a ship in, launching out of France or Portugal or wherever and make it anywhere across the ocean? How could you? I don't know how you could do it.
It's incredible.
It's incredible. But we know that it happened.
Okay, it's incredible, but it doesn't compare because they do it now easily. So anybody can get in a ship right now and travel. You can get in a small.
Is anybody else kind of almost shocked, almost mind shocked, that Rogan is actually making good logical points and pointing out the non-congruent arguments? I gotta say, I'm actually I've never seen Rogan this, just coherent. I've never seen Rogan this coherent in recent history. In years. When was the last time somebody heard Rogan argue this coherently?
Small boat that you have enough resources and you have enough gas and you can travel through these routes. You can do it.
It took them hundreds of years, though.
But you can do it right now. It's way easier to do now, right? So it's something that they did that's incredible, no doubt, no argument. But something that can be reproduced today easily. Or at least possibly. I wouldn't say easily. It's a task.
But it also took centuries to get to the point where it could be easily
But it got better right after each one did it because they had maps now. And then they also used their sextants, and they understood constellations in a way that most people don't today. And sextants are, if you actually use them correctly and you understand which way the tides go and which way the water currents are going, which way the flow is happening, they had a deep understanding of the currents of the earth. They knew travel lanes, and they knew which ways they could go with ships. So applying that to the open ocean, applying that to these continents they weren't even sure were there, it was very iffy. Very dangerous, very courageous. But once they did it, then everybody else could do it easier. And then they started doing it better and better. And then people started coming to America, and then and now here we are. And now anybody can get in a boat. Anybody with enough resources can have a boat that can travel those routes. No one can just say, I want to go to the moon today and get their private moon craft and fucking shoot off into the atmosphere and land on the moon. So no one's done that since 1969.
It's not the topic. Who's heard in the past few years? Again, I don't really listen to that many Rogan podcasts, but I listen here and there depending on the guests. Usually he's borderline slurring his words, talking pretty slowly, smoking cigars, drinking whatever he's drinking. I don't know how much drugs he's on. He actually appears sober here. That's the difference. I'm not just talking on this particular I don't know. I haven't watched his last few podcasts. Is he sober on all of them?
That's a recent occurrence in terms of like human history, but not technologically. The technology from 1969 is not even, it's like cave people shit compared to what we have today. So you really can't compare the courageous, amazing deeds of these early explorers, because what they did was absolutely fantastic. But they left a clear record of how to do it, and then each person improved upon it, and now it's easy to do.
But it was still, I mean,
The spacecraft travel is not. There's nothing like that.
I would say 100 years from now, check
Perhaps,
in.
maybe.
Christopher Columbus was 300 years before James Cook, I think. The technology they were using was not that different. It was pretty similar. It didn't progress that fast.
Well, they had maps. They had maps, and they had sextants, and they had a detailed, at least crude understanding of the shape of certain continents. Like there's maps from the 1500s. There's maps from before that. There's plenty of maps that are rough estimates, and pretty good job actually. The cartographers back then were astonishingly good because it was so valuable to be good at that. Now this is the footage, so let's just watch this. So this is Neil Armstrong talking to Houston. So give me some volume.
Another segment. All
I don't think we can do that.
Why is that?
We're not watching the movie.
All right, so let's do this. He and I will watch it with the sound on, and we'll tell everybody else to just go to the website or go to the YouTube video. So we don't get pulled off of YouTube. We'll watch it, and we won't say anything, and then after it's over, we'll come back. So play it, because I want them to hear it.
air after review.
That's enough. So what do you think about that footage?
I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm at a slight disadvantage because I'm going to assume that people have addressed some of those issues.
So, Matt Walsh is just, this is so obvious that he's so dogmatic, as he said. Instead of thinking critically and using his own brain, his first reaction is, I'm going to assume other people have addressed and debunked this. So he doesn't even know that they did, but he's just going to assume they did so that he could keep his faith instead of being logical, objective, scientific. He can't even interpret what he just saw for himself. He has to instantly, in his triggered stupor, he has to instantly assume other people have addressed and rebutted these points in order to keep the faith.
And have given responses to it, I'm going to assume. Like if I went to YouTube right now and looked up that video debunked, people have probably done
I'm
that.
sure someone has.
Now, the other question is, would he look at the debunkings of the debunking? Would Matt Walsh do that? Or is he just looking for confirmation bias because he's not intellectually honest?
So I don't know what their response would be. So it's interesting. I just don't see it. So to me, I listen to that and I think, well, that's interesting. I look into that to figure out what. The first thing I'd want to know is, okay, here's your claim, the claim they're making. I need to know what is the official narrative. Let's say, how do they respond to that? Because I know they do.
Right.
So I need to know that.
Well, here's two problems with that video. One, the English accent. Those motherfuckers. If they want to sell you something on late night TV, they use an English accent because it makes someone look more intelligent, more sophisticated. The crescent insert. Why would they fake any of it? And then they got you with the music. The music is manipulative. So they're manipulating you in two ways. They're manipulating you with the woman's voice, and they're manipulating you with the music. The music.
Wait, so you're saying they are manipulating you with the video?
I'm saying they most certainly are manipulating you in that video. That video is not just the video. So what I would rather have is just the video and watch that. But we do get to see them say the distance they are from the Earth. Here's a couple of questions, right? What does it look like? What is the shine from the Earth from 200,000 miles out? And maybe in order to be able to film that, you have to block off the light from all those other windows, because even though it's 200,000 miles out, just like the moon lights up the sky on a night where there's a full moon and you're outside, you can see. Like a really good full moon with a clear sky, you can see the ground. It lights it up. And the moon is 1/4 of the Earth's size, and the moon is 250+ thousand miles away. So if something is 4 times bigger than the moon and the blue from the Earth's oceans, like when you see it from the space station, it is powerful. I mean, it is a potent reflector of sunlight. So you could say that he's just ignorant about how much reflection you would get from the surface of the Earth from 200,000 miles away. And even though they are filming,
Here's a point I don't think anybody talks about. I brought this up on a few different podcasts, but if the moon is that bright, if you're filming on it, the exposure adjustment in order to make the surface of the moon not blow out the entire picture, everything else would be so dark you wouldn't be able to see it. Nobody talks about that. I've done a little bit of film and photography myself, but when you do expose, especially, yes, you wouldn't see the stars, but you also wouldn't see the lander, the astronauts. I mean, you would have bounce off the surface to their suits, but it doesn't matter because you'd have to dial the exposure down so much in order for the surface of the moon. Because think about how bright it would be if you're standing on it. If the official narrative is true, whatever. But nobody really talks about that either. And obviously, goofs like Matt Walsh, I mean, they probably just don't have the mental capacity to even consider that.
filming it by blocking out all the lights and filming it through this window, that actually is the Earth. That's actually what it looks like when you're in deep space. You could say that too. You just don't know. And it's hard to figure out what's what. It's hard to figure out what's what. But when you see a video like that, you just go, okay, what is that? And I don't think it's impossible to fake people going to the moon. I think it'd be very difficult. It would require a lot of people to be on board. But I also think it could be compartmentalized. The people that make the rockets, what you're doing is you're making a specific part, and this guy's making another part, and you have the engineers put this thing together, and you launch this thing into space. The people that would have to know are the people that are actually charting the trajectory of the Apollo mission, the people that are actually talking to the astronauts and explaining to them what to say during the press conference, the people that are engineering the whole thing. And you could probably get away with doing something like that with a few hundred people. And you could get a few hundred people of high-ranking people that have top secret clearance to keep their mouth shut.
You could. I would need some kind of solid evidence of that to believe that's true. And
yeah, me too.
This, to me, there are some things that we call conspiracy theories that I think are, clearly true. There are some things that we call conspiracy theories that I think are maybe true. But there are conspiracy theories that, to me, are just that. They're not even theories, really. They're just kind of like fanciful, projections.
Wait, was that a Freudian slip? Fanciful projections, like psychological projections, like he's been doing the whole time? Wow. Not even theory. So he doesn't know the definition of theory. I mean, he's so, I don't know if he's just this triggered on this topic that his English comprehension has gone out the window. Like, not even a basic level of English comprehension. What is interesting, though, is that, like, to him, he just said to me, like, so what if a guy thinks he's a woman? Because to him, to a particular guy that thinks he's a woman, to him it's true. What does that mean? How much value does that statement have? How much value does the statement that Matt Walsh thinks that some conspiracies are just fanciful projections? How much value does that statement have? Is there any relation to reality? Thanks so much for the support, Tara. Much appreciated, Tara, in the chat.
And the ones that I don't find convincing are where they usually start with, there's a so-called official narrative of a thing that happened.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of things about what actually happened that are kind of weird. And we look at that and go, that's a little bit weird. And then the conspiracy theorists, in that case, they come in and they find these little tiny cracks, if you want to call it, and then inside the cracks they shove this whole like Hollywood cinematic narrative that they have created to explain what's actually like a pretty tiny crack. You don't need this whole thing to.
Wait, this goof thinks them losing all the evidence, losing all the telemetry data, thousands of reels, is a tiny crack. He thinks them not being able to go ever again, despite billions of dollars and countless programs invested, is a tiny crack. He thinks the EMF extraction showing artificial lighting is a tiny crack. He thinks the moon rocks that were independently tested turning out to be petrified wood from Arizona is a tiny crack. He thinks the wires in the footage are tiny cracks. He thinks the footage looking identical to slow motion footage shot on Earth, looking like the same amount of height you would get on Earth with a simply adjusted frame rate for slow motion, is a tiny crack. He thinks the transmission over countless thousands of miles with a tiny little transmitter pointing the wrong way on the moon to the Earth is a tiny crack. I mean, this is hilarious.
Explain that. So one of the first sort of weird aspects of the moon landing that I think started kind of the conspiracy theories about it was the flag, the fact that the flag's moving in the picture. And so, yeah, it's like when you look at that, you don't really understand. You look at, well, that is weird because there's no wind on the moon. But then you understand that, okay, if, for example, when you put the flag down, it creates reverberations. It makes the flag move. It's going to move for longer because there's no gravity. So there's an explanation for that. But if you're the conspiracy theorist, then you take the flag moving and you're like, nope, the whole thing is bunk.
Have you ever seen the video footage of the astronaut hopping by the flag, and the breeze of him hopping by makes the flag wiggle? He doesn't touch the flag at all. The flag is completely stationary, and the astronaut hops by the flag, and as he hops by the flag wiggles.
Okay, are we saying that wouldn't happen on the moon?
No, it wouldn't. There's no air.
I mean, I don't know how much I can keep going here, actually. Look at this goof's face. So, he doesn't know whether or not that would happen. I mean, look how clueless his face. So he doesn't know anything about even alleged moon physics. He doesn't even know about the alleged scientism. Wow. I mean, this is crazy. He's so utterly clueless about all of these arguments. Like, this is the last person that should even be discussing this topic. I mean, look at his goof face right now. Look at his goof face. I mean, that's just that's the face of cluelessness there. Are you saying that wouldn't happen? So the moon randomly flapping without anybody touching it. Matt Walsh thinks that would happen on the moon?
Yeah, okay. I haven't seen that.
We'll show it to you. It's weird. Listen, what you're saying is entirely correct. Everything you're saying is entirely reasonable and correct.
How did Rogan get that out with a straight face? Nothing Walsh has said has been reasonable or correct. I mean, I guess it's just Rogan trying to be, trying to not have Matt Walsh walk off his show, but, I mean, this is crazy.
If they actually can get through the Van Allen radiation belts. If they can, this is stupid. This whole thing's stupid. But if they can't really do that, and they never have done that, and the only time they say they've done that is these missions, it gets real weird. And since they haven't done it since then, it gets real weird. And it's not just that. There's other video footage. It's not just the one where the guy's hopping by the flag. It's other ones where it looks like they're on wires, where they're being pulled up, where they fall down, they're being yanked up. The whole thing is weird. There's a lot of weirdness to the footage. The physics don't line up exactly the same. If you go to the early days of the like Apollo 11 footage, and you look at the difference between when they were playing golf and jumping around the moon, they move different. They cover more distance. It's like it looks different. They got better at it. They get better at filming it. They got better at whatever they're doing. And then there's the other question. Maybe they actually did do it, but the cameras weren't able to handle the radiation, and the film, which, you wouldn't even be able to send your film through the radar detector at the airport back then because it would get fucked up. You'd have to put it aside. Maybe the radiation of space fucks up the film, so even though they did do it, they show you recreations or show you these test runs that they did, and they film it because the actual film footage is impossible to obtain. That's possible too. Hasselblad, who made the cameras, didn't put any special protection in these cameras. There was nothing about them that was unusual that would be able to withstand that kind of radiation and that kind of heat of deep space.
Yeah.
Stevie, do you have that?
Matt Walsh's mustard response was, yeah. That's all he has. But yeah, it is actually kind of shocking to hear Rogan make this many good points.
One where the guy walks by the flag and he hops around and it wiggles.
I typed that in and it's not really like popping up, so I'm not sure which video.
We definitely have played it
I
before.
know, but if you take a look, that's what's popping up. It's not that one, I don't think. Is it? It's not a
Plant flag. No, that's not it. What did you write? Astronaut flag.
Wiggle, moon? Nope.
Type in astronaut hops by flag. Flag wiggles.
I saw a bunch of videos of people like making recreations and seeing if this was even possible, but not the video.
Astronaut hops by causing a breeze to move the flag. Okay, that's it right there. Click on that. That's it. That's the footage. Okay. So watch. So he's going to hop by.
Okay.
See that?
Yeah, but he could have hit the flag.
Yeah, but he didn't. Look at the distance. Look how far away he is from it. Pull it back again. See where he is? So he's in front. He's way in front of that thing. He hops by and it wiggles.
I don't know. He's in the suit. The suit's pretty clunky.
Yeah.
The suit's clunky. Does he think the suit is 20 feet wide? The suit's clunky. Oh, man. Wow. Walsh's cope is reaching new level. I mean, I didn't think this was possible. Walsh is maintaining that a guy that far away from the flag could have touched it. Wow. I mean, that's crazy. Walsh is alleging the suit is like 20 feet wide? What?
But he's not close to it. Look at the perspective. Let's look at it. Slow motion. So watch, he hops by. And it just wiggles in the breeze. That's a breeze, dude. So that might not have actually happened on the moon, okay? That might be footage that they filmed in the Nevada desert, and the footage they got on the moon got all fucked up, and so they tried to pass that off on people, and they thought that no one would know. It doesn't necessarily mean we didn't go to the moon, but that does look weird. And it's just not, it's not one thing. If that was the only thing, you'd be like, oh, well, who knows? But there's a lot of them.
He could have hit it. I mean,
Walsh is still maintaining he could have hit the flag from 20 feet away. I mean, this goof's cope. I mean, have we seen cope this delusional before? What? I mean, this is like a little 4-year-old. No. I still did it. I did it. Like a 4-year-old trying to maintain something that clearly didn't happen happened. Against all logic and reason.
He's close.
It's possible.
It's close.
It doesn't look like he hit it. It looks like a breeze.
Yeah, but then the other part of this is that the people that went through all this trouble to fake the moon landing, how would they miss these things?
So instead of addressing what he just saw, he's immediately spamming diversion fallacies. Like, instead of looking at the evidence right in front of his goof face, he's immediately doing the mental gymnastics to grasp other fallacies. I mean, this is crazy.
That's the other.
Well, I don't think they thought people would catch it. First of all, you're dealing with a time where there's no VHS tapes, there's no internet, right? So you
Yeah.
show it on television once. You get to choose what gets shown and what doesn't get shown. You film a bunch of shit. That's how they got that footage of them inside the craft filming through that circular hole. Because they don't air everything on television, but you have archives. So you have all these archives, and these kooks go through the archives, and they find things like that. Okay, but that doesn't even mean that that was actual moon footage. That could have been some of the training footage.
I'll tell you what would convince me to, not that it's a fake, but at least would make me open to it. One thing that would shake my faith considerably in the moon.
We got to give him credit here. At least he admits that it's religious faith and dogma. It's blind faith. So he admits it's not rooted in logic or reason or science. I mean, this is big. We're making some progress here with Matt Walsh.
Landing. If Elon Musk were to come out and say, yeah, I don't know about this moon landing thing, then okay, fine. Because, and I'm not saying this is my whole reason for believing it happened, but Elon Musk, first of all, if the moon landing was fake, he knows it was. He knows it was fake.
Sure.
He's the richest man in the world. He's shown zero concern for, propping up official narratives at all.
Right.
So he's a guy that would know if it's faked, there'd be no reason for him to continue that narrative if it was fake. In fact, he could even say, they faked it. I'm going to do it for real. I'll be the first one to go to the moon because they faked it. And he hasn't said that. So I also find that to be pretty compelling. The fact
just when I thought Matt Walsh couldn't make even dumber. I mean, he's dropped the floor out on goofery how many times now? This might be a record. I mean, he's gunning for Craig here. Just the amount of times he's dropped the floor out on goofery. Because a random rich guy with ties to the establishment who's literally gets subsidized with grants from the U.S. government. Because the guy didn't call something fake, it's real. Wow. Just when I thought he couldn't come up with a dumber argument. I mean,
that he, as someone who would know, that's the other problem is that you and I and most people that talk about this, we have no direct access to knowledge about space. This is all being given to us by other people. So you got to go to people that actually are working with this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that he has no time for this theory at all, I also find to be persuasive.
It's good. It is persuasive, definitely. But also, he has a contract with NASA, and he has to be very careful about what he says and does. And for him to say something incredibly insane, like we never went to the moon, even if he believes it, that would be a big risk with zero reward.
I'm still not used to Rogan making this much sense and this many coherent points. I mean, this is weird.
Because there's no way to prove, as you've said, there's no way to prove that we didn't go to the moon. And to say that we didn't go to the moon is a kook take. Like, that's what the fuck is wrong with you? You can say stupid things like that when you're a comedian who's a podcast host. But if you have contracts with NASA and you run SpaceX and you are legitimately making some of the greatest breakthroughs in space travel that human beings have ever known, like what they're doing with those Falcons when they have them land, fucking insane. Insane. Come back and land. I mean, we've never been able to do that before, and it's all because of Elon. I mean, if he really is going to get people to Mars, something has got to be addressed eventually as to, if they do it and they pull it off and it's easy and comfortable, okay, we probably did it in 1969. If they go to the moon.
And there's the end of the stream of logical, coherent argument. I even if they end up going, if it's possible to go, that in no way means they went in 1969. Fake it till you make it.
And there's no problem going through the Van Allen radiation belts with no particular insulation other than what the spaceship had? Maybe. Yeah, they probably did it.
Well, I will say, I don't even, the moon landing hoax idea it's barely even a kook take anymore. I think it is, but you're probably in the majority with your take on it. And the last time I talked about this publicly, I got absolutely ripped to shreds. I mean, it felt like 99% against. And it's going to happen again in response to this conversation.
99% against you?
Yeah.
Against your take. So most people think that we didn't go to the moon.
It seems...
Maybe that's your followers, bro. I think if you get the overall internet, it would go the other way. The overall internet, most people would think you're a kook for even entertaining the idea that we never went to the moon.
Maybe, but it seems like it's shifting drastically. And a lot of that is people just have lost all faith in our institutions, which I understand.
Yes.
So people are... I mean, that was kind of the point of your bit, that is, people are... Once you see that this is a lie, this is a lie, this is a lie.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that is happening. And I'm totally sympathetic to that part of it. But I just think that the moon landing is... There's a lot of good evidence for it. And also...
There's a lot of good evidence, but he can't name a single legitimate piece of evidence. Like, all his evidence was that there was no evidence provided of a hoax, even though there was tons of evidence. But he's pretending there wasn't. But even if that were true, I mean, it seems like he just hasn't researched. He's this clueless about the entire topic. But if he's going to claim a guy 20 feet away from a flag touched a flag, I mean, there's no reasoning with this type of individual. I mean, that's just brain-dead level argumentation.
You know, this is an emotional argument.
Yeah, it's an American thing.
It's one of our greatest achievements as Americans.
Sure.
Like, you gotta pry that from my cold dead hands. I mean, you gotta really.
Wow. I mean, Matt Walsh is being honest here. It's faith and emotion. That's all he has. So if a man emotionally believes he's a woman, what does that mean, Matt Walsh? Like, it's an emotional argument for him or her, whatever. I mean, just the level of gopher here.
You got to really show me something to make me willing to give that up.
I would tell you that one of our greatest achievements is faking the moon landing.
I could be.
I think it's an amazing achievement. It's akin to turning Kamala Harris into the most compelling presidential candidate since Barack Obama. Like, there's things that they can do with propaganda and spin that are truly amazing. And watching her become this like celebrated character when just a few months ago everybody was upset that she was on the ticket and oh my God, if Joe Biden dies and she becomes president, people are freaking out. Now all of a sudden everybody's like, yes, she should be president.
That's also wearing off, though. I mean, that's.
You think so? I don't think so.
They were able to make her into a sensation, a political sensation.
I think that's the end of their flat earth talk, but man, that's actually a pretty good way to go out with Rogan. I mean, wow. I mean, has Matt Walsh ever looked this bad? I mean, how do you recover from this level of obliteration and goofery? Most of it was self-obliteration, but I mean, Rogan did his part. Rogan roasted him pretty well, as deservedly so. I mean, the dumbest thing to me was when he's insisting that a guy 20 feet away from a flag could have hit the flag. I mean, that's a new low. I've never actually seen anybody like debate that bad. I mean, wow. I mean, this is crazy. But yeah, we're gonna leave it at that. Final thoughts in the chat. I said I was gonna do one more poll. Whether Matt Walsh is legitimately this dumb. I would have said no before, but now I'm not sure just because of how he said that guy could have still hit the flag. And he sounded like he meant it. So let's see what everybody in the chat thinks, and then we'll wrap this one up. I mean, this was over 3 hours now of Walsh humiliating himself. I mean, this is crazy. Jojo in the chat saying, when Artemis gets to the moon, how are they going to pull that off? Well, there's a few different scenarios. One, they have another live stream failure, so there's no actual footage or proof. Or it just gets pushed back indefinitely like every single other manned moon mission. Wow, we're getting the opposite here. 85% are saying Matt Walsh is legitimately this dumb. 15% now. I mean, I was leaning into no and that he was just playing dumb, but some of these answers and his expressions, I mean, he'd have to be a really high-level actor. I mean, maybe he is. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he is. I mean, this is crazy. 83% yes. I mean, he dropped the floor out on Goofery so many times. Like, he just pulled these dumber and dumber arguments out of his back pocket. Like, that was impressive. I was genuinely impressed, and it's been quite a long time since Joe Rogan has been this coherent and sober, or apparently sober. Matt in the chat says both actor and dumb. Okay, but the question is he pretending to be dumber than he is? So he's however dumb he is he pretending to be even dumber than that? Tara in the chat saying maybe that's shame in his eyes and he is acting. I didn't see any huge tells, but the camera is a little bit further from his face than it is Joe Rogan's. So it's a little harder to tell. And the beard also makes some of his expressions harder to tell. So it's hard to tell, maybe, but not quite as obvious. Like McToon, I mean, there's a lot of shame in that man's eyes. Lon in the chat saying, so was the reflector put there by an unmanned spacecraft? Is there definitive evidence that there aren't any reflectors up there anyway? But yeah, that would be one of the arguments. Either there are no reflectors, and the lasers are just being bounced off the surface the way they were before any alleged reflectors were put there, or they were put there by unmanned craft. CJ in the chat says he failed to have any sort of argument. Yeah, it was astounding. He had nothing. All he did was spam shifting the burden of proof fallacies and appeal to incredulity and all these other fallacies. Crazy. All right, so yes, 81%, no, 15%, 4% too triggered to answer. So, all right. Plenty more to come on a few different topics. So I'll see everybody next time. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us. All the support, much appreciated. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. Found it interesting, informative, and entertaining. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.